Hello and welcome to another stream of Red Dead Redemption 2, continuing my really in-depth annual playthrough, getting all the dialogue in camp. So last week we focused on which characters did we focus on? Yes, we kept on going with Sadie and Lenny as well, focusing on their stuff in camp. What I've decided to do is, with all the characters that I have left who are currently in camp at the moment, I'm going to be doing the time slots in-game from 9 AM to 6 PM with who's remaining. And then what I'm going to do is, instead of doing cycles of 9 AM to 6 PM and then 6 PM to 12 AM and then 12 AM to 9 AM to keep that cycle going, because when I saved the game at the earliest opportunity, when we got to this camp, the time in game was 9 AM. It means that up until, well, for now, I've had to do the 9 AM to 6 PM cycle. What I've decided to do is finish off the 9 AM to 6 PM cycle with all the other characters that I have left to do it with. And then, once that's finished, I'll be reloading my save that I made where it was 6 PM in-game on the same night/day. And instead of going from 6 PM to 9 AM the next day, I want to bring the cycles so that they're from 12 to 6, from 6 to 12, then from 12 to 6 again. So once I've done all the characters at the 6 PM to 12 PM time slot in-game, then I will do from 12 PM to 6 AM, and then from that point on, the cycles will be 6 AM to 12 PM, 12 PM to 6 PM, and then 6 PM to 12 AM, going around like that. So we still have a lot to do, because so far, the only characters we've gone around and done the things with that we need to do for this playthrough at this point in the story is with Dutch, Sadie, and Lenny. And I'll tell you what, it's been really weird playing the game and antagonizing Sadie and Lenny. But the other characters that we have left, we still need to focus on them and then antagonize them as well in the camp. Now the thing about this playthrough that has to be remembered is this isn't just for this first day that the characters are in the camp. I don't know how many different quote-unquote cycles there's going to be for all the characters in camp each day in-game. I don't know if it's going to be completely random for a week's worth of content in this like actual camp, because I haven't even gone anywhere outside of the camp yet. But I need to not do that because otherwise I'm going to miss all the dialogue that happens in camp. So I need to be very thorough like this as well. You know, as the playthrough goes on, it's going to evolve. There's going to be things that I'll probably figure out that are easier ways to do something. There might also be some things that I decide, you know what, I'm going to abandon doing this in the playthrough, but I don't know that till I get to the point. So what I'm going to do now is reload the save that I've made, because the autosave won't be at the same time that I've got my manual save. So the manual save that is at 9 AM is enter pursued by memory. Hang on. Shit. Why didn't I update that properly? 23, here we go. Eastward Bound. Alright, it's Eastward Bound, not that. So Eastward Bound 2302, 1st to 5th. Alright. I've just got the wrong name of the thing. Eastward Bound. I'll just update that so I know. So that's the save file where I've got the time in-game at 9 AM. So we'll load that up. I think the best thing for me to do in this playthrough is all the characters that I really like and that I'm going to hate antagonizing, I may as well get them out of the road first and antagonize them. So Dutch was the closest to where the save file started, so that's why I focused on him first. And I don't really mind antagonizing Dutch. But I started to antagonize characters that I actually like Sadie and Lenny. So in keeping with that, I'm sorry, John, Abigail, and Jack, but you guys are going to be my next focus. Okay, so. But which to do, Jack, John Marston, or Abigail first? Oh, I'm just going to feel so terrible antagonizing all three of those characters. As much as it's going to be weird to antagonize all three of them, I think in terms of weirdness for me antagonizing them, I think Jack is the most weird. It's going to feel strange antagonizing Jack because he's only a kid, you know, so it's going to be quite weird in this game to be antagonizing that character. So I think I'll do that first in this stream. So sorry, Jack, but the things I do for playthroughs. But then again, this is a very unique playthrough. I don't know how many people have gone to this trouble. Okay, so this is the... Alright, so Jack is 4th during day. I've just got to constantly make notes as I go along. So antagonizing. Alright, so config 1. Dutch approaches... Hang on, I need to double check first what cycle we're in. Alright, so this is the one where Dutch approaches Arthur. Alright, so config 1. Dutch approaches Arthur. Alright. So, let's do that configuration. Now we need to find where Jack is, speaking of Jack. So let's go like this. I know that Dutch is going to actually actively go to where I am. So if I can pinpoint where Jack is before actually moving, then I'll more accurately and quickly get to where he is. Potentially. But the thing about this playthrough too is I have to keep tabs on every single character as I go through and focus on the characters. I'm also taking note of their routine, and then that way I'll know the different configurations based on when I reload my save where characters are. So I don't know where Jack is. So let's just use this as a testing part to find where he is.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy. What's going on? Nothing. Nothing.
And it's in this
at all.
configuration. Now I'm going to be talking over dialogue, so for people who haven't actually seen
Nothing.
this dialogue, apologies
We're
in advance,
free.
but
We're free to plan our own futures once more. I
Dutch
hope
approaches
so,
you and
Dutch.
talks automatically.
You kept
Sadie is
faith,
over here
Arthur.
with Kieran, throwing
You
the food on
always
the
kept
table.
it. And I ain't losing it now.
Lenny is probably over down the back there. Yep, so Lenny's down the back there. He'll go over and he'll get some food, and then he'll sit over here where this table is, where Susan currently is. And then Hosea will join him as well. Okay, so Jack. Where are you, Jack? Where is Jack Marston?
You're Arthur, right?
My name ain't no concern.
My name
of
is
yours.
Pitt, and there's no way you're digging me out of this shit.
We'll leave it there.
Okay, Jack, where are you? And what's he doing at this point? Hey, Lenny. Ah, feels so good not to antagonize Lenny. But the problem is, and I say problem, but it's part of the playthrough, so I have to persevere with it, is that, as I was saying before, it's not just this point in the story only that I have to antagonize all these characters. It's also at every single different point in the story. Even after doing one mission, I need to come back to camp and see what's changed and what's different, and then go through the cycle all over again. So I've got no idea where Jack went in this configuration.
Smells delightful, Mr. Pearson.
It'll be ready when it's ready.
This might take a bit to actually find where he is.
Hey.
And so when you save your game at a certain time,
Oh, you choke on it.
there will be a configuration of where characters are and what they're doing. But if you reload that same manual save, you're not going to get that same configuration again. There'll be another configuration where characters are doing something completely different to what they were before as well. Okay, where the hell is Jack? Jack, where are you? Who's that over that way? It's too tall to be Jack from this distance, but then again, it might be him from that distance. There he is. There you are, Jack.
I'm hungry this morning.
Oh, I'm gonna feel so bad antagonizing this character. No. I know it's just a video game character, but there's just certain characters that when you play a game like this, you just really like, and you know, you don't want to antagonize them. You just want to, you know, greet them all the time and all that. So in this playthrough, I have to be an asshole. Alright, but that's where Jack is now at in-game time, almost 10 AM. So, what I need to do is load the game up again. Eastward bound. Reload it. And we need to see if we can find Jack quicker. But there'll likely be another configuration now. What I've noticed at this point in the camp is that there's only one configuration where Dutch approaches you at the start, because he's got some dialogue to automatically say to you that can't be skipped. Unless you leave the camp, but I'm sure eventually it'll be there. Ah, cool. So it reloaded this one. Oh shit. Where's Dutch?
So you're the O'Driscoll, huh?
I guess it must be.
I've met some of your boys before.
Oh, yeah?
That's right, sometimes Dutch is positioned somewhere
You
different.
must be hungry.
Like you wouldn't believe.
There he is.
Well, I'll leave this
Oh,
here then.
Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
In the dirt
What's going on?
where those
Nothing.
girls' rituals left
Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks. Nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch. You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it. And I ain't losing it now.
Okay, Dutch, get away from me. That's enough. Alright, let's go into photo mode again. Photo mode in normal gameplay circumstances is actually pretty good, especially if you're high up on a mountaintop and you don't quite know how to get down and you're looking for a pathway. Go into photo mode and go into free cam mode, and then you'll be able to give yourself a bit of a heads up of where to go and what to expect. But there's also another trick too. Let's say, for example, for argument's sake, that you were standing on that ledge and there was nowhere else to go but down, and it was a very difficult thing. If you actually open up your personal campsite, what the game will do is it'll teleport you off of that location and put you on flatter ground so that your horse can come to you. So that's another trick that can be used. But for the purposes of this playthrough, it's coming in handy so I can actually see where characters are positioned within camp. And they'll be standing still, which obviously gives me a better opportunity of finding out where they are. Okay, so if Jack ends up along here and walks along there, where the hell is he coming from when he does? Now you would think that Jack wouldn't be like, over that way or anything. So the question is, where is he? Assuming he's even on this side and walks that edge. Because Abigail's looking for him. Oh my god, Sadie's going over this way? Okay, this is unprecedented for me in this playthrough. Sadie is going to look out. Have I got any notes on that? Oh no. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. I've got it. Sadie goes to a different part of the camp than the entrance and stands there for a bit before going back to a rock. Alright, so she has done that. Oh, that's good. Hey there, Ryu. How's it going, dude? And hey there, Spectrum. Welcome to you as well. How's things going? At the moment, I'm trying to find where Jack is. Because I've decided to start this stream doing more characters that I don't really want to antagonize, that I don't normally do, but for this playthrough, I'm doing so. So Lenny's going to get a break, Sadie's going to get a break for a while. And I decided it's Jack Marston's turn. I'm going to feel really bad about this because, the character of Jack, at this point in the story, he's only like, 7 years old or something. So antagonizing him in this playthrough is going to be, I'm going to feel extra terrible. But I have no idea where Jack is. Absolutely no idea. Hey there, Tall. How's things going? Going well, Ryu? Excellent. That's awesome. That's really good to hear. And pretty well, Spectrum. That's awesome too. Glad to hear that you're going pretty well. And I'm going great. I'm having a good day. And we still have a lot to do in this playthrough, so I haven't even scratched the surface. Pardon me, scratched the surface yet. Okay, so it's almost 9:30 a.m. in game. So where is Jack? There he is. Okay. So that's where Jack is. He's here. Alright. So we've got the horse stations here and there. So if I reload that save and get that same configuration, then I'll just stand here and then use photo mode and see where Jack is. Now when I reload this save, it may not reload that same configuration, so I'll just have to wait and see till after we've loaded it. There's so many variables with where characters are. It's insane. Even though it's still early days in this playthrough, I think that I'm going to need to change the structure of this annual playthrough. I mean, I'm willing to play through the game 3 times in a row, if need be. So I'm willing to abandon temporarily this aspect of the playthrough, create a new save, but start from scratch and just do a run, you know what I mean? Ah, there's Jack. Excellent. But that's in a different configuration. This is the configuration where Dutch is not going to approach automatically. In fact, he's at his tent. Alright. So I need to reload the save. Because I need it to be the configuration that I started with. Spectrum, we went out for Mexican for dinner with church friends. That was fun. Oh, that's nice, Spectrum. That sounds really cool. I hope that you had a great time. And I hope that the dinner was great too. That's awesome. Alright, so this is the configuration where Dutch is going to approach us to talk. But I want him to do it now before we actually go and speak to Jack, because his dialogue will override him otherwise.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear
Good, there
boy.
he is.
What's going on? Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in
Alright,
weeks.
so this is a configuration where Jack
We're
is
free.
near the entrance. So I need to make note of this. Okay, so config 1, Dutch approaches Arthur, and Jack is near entrance, close to horse station. Alright, so once Dutch has finished speaking to Arthur, I'm going to go over to Jack, and we're just going to focus on Jack, make note of where Jack walks around in the camp and all that type of stuff. And then, once that's satisfied from the time of 9 AM to 6 PM, what we're going to then do is reload the save again, see what the next configuration is, and then rinse and repeat.
We're free to plan our own futures once more. I hope so, Dutch. You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it. And I ain't losing it now.
While I'm doing this playthrough, I'm also writing out it as a guide as well, keeping track of where characters are at any given time. Alright, so in-game time, 9:30 a.m. Okay, so this is configuration 1. Jack is near entrance, close to horse station around 9 a.m. Alright, then at 9:30 a.m. Jack walks to small tree stump near chickens. Now the chickens might not always be there in this configuration, but I'll take note of that as well. Hey there, Game God. When is Red Dead Revolver? Last year, actually, I played through Red Dead Revolver, and I didn't really like it as much as I was hoping I would, so I won't be playing it again. Played it for the first time last year, all the way through. Like, it's fun to watch, though. Like, I don't mind watching other people play it, but I found it, at times, very frustrating to play. What you looking at, Jack?
How is that food coming along, Mr. Pearson?
Believe me, you'll be the first to know.
How's it going?
Morning, Arthur.
Alright, so I may as well take notes for other characters too. Alright, so if we have a look, I'll just put Abigail stands near Jack in config 1 when Jack is at small tree stump. And that's just the first day. It's so funny, when you're doing a playthrough that no one else, if they have done it, I don't know to what extent they did, but this feels like the type of playthrough that I don't know many people would do, where you're hanging around, taking note of where characters are moving to in camp, listening to all their dialogue, but not just doing it, you know, from one time in the game to another and then that's it and then move on, but actually doing it for every single character in the camp at every single point where things might have changed at different times of days and nights with different configurations during each day and night cycle as well. And there's many points in this playthrough where I'm going to have to do a mission and then try and get back to camp really quickly to get some different dialogue. Alright, so Jack's on the move now, but he doesn't really go anywhere that different. So in-game time around 10 AM, Jack slightly moves. Oh, you did, Ryu? Excellent. I'll check that out soon. Thank you for doing that. Like, I hope Jack doesn't accidentally throw a rock at the horse. Okay, so now he's moving on. He doesn't stay there for long.
You're Arthur, right?
My name ain't no concern of yours.
I'm hungry.
I don't give a damn.
Hello, Hungry. I'm Arthur, and I don't give a damn.
That tells me you got the courage. The courage to live.
Oh, no. Really do.
Morning. Excuse me.
Alright, so at moves a bit but doesn't stand there long. Then at 10 AM, Jack goes over to Camp Edge where Lenny was. Alright, save that. Okay, so let's go into this screen for a moment. Okay, Ryu, so I'll check out your post. Even though I've got the, even when I have the game screen on the part where you can see the timer, the timer actually moves. So I think if I go into this menu, it should stop the timer. Oh, yep, so Sonya and Liu Kang. That's interesting, the writing on Liu Kang's gi and also the Mortal Kombat logo being blue on his belt. And Sonya with knee pads and elbow pads and... Cool. Hey there, Ronnie. Hey, leave Jack alone or he may take you fishing one day if you catch my meaning. I sure do, Ronnie. I decided that since I've antagonized Sadie and Lenny, that I should just continue and antagonize the characters that I actually like, that I never antagonize usually, and get them done. But the thing about this playthrough is this won't be the only point in time that I have to do it, so there'll be a lot of it, unfortunately. You were told there will be mangoes. You got to get them though. You got to go to Tahiti, but before you get to Tahiti, you have to try and rob a massive bank in a city that the crime lord runs, essentially, and he's already set you up with the trolley job. So you have to do that, and then you have to sneak on board a ship, and then you have to survive a thunderstorm and land on Guama, and then you never get to the mangoes anyway, so... Hello, Hungry. I am Arnold. Arnie with the dad jokes. Ryu, yep, the dragon medallion that Liu Kang has is made of sapphire. Ah, sapphire, okay. Ronnie, that's too much. You'll just buy mangoes at the store. Yeah, that's probably the best thing to do. That'll be easier as well. Much quicker and easier. Ryu Kung Lao has one, but it's green and a jade medallion. That's right, because I remember you were saying the other day about the fact that Kung Lao and Liu Kang, if you're going to do a story where they get something, it's, because they're key characters that, you know, they're Shaolin monks, so, they already know about all the tournament stuff and things. Ronnie, as an Australian, does Tahiti seem not that far away from here? It seems distant and exotic. Oh, I'd probably say it's the same, to be honest. Let's have a look in terms of like travel time. All right. Do, 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 do. It's actually not that long, really, overall. Um, the total flight duration, at least from Tahiti to Sydney, is around 8 hours and 7 minutes. That's not that bad. I thought it'd be like a bit longer than that. I thought it'd be like 12 hours or something. Yep, and the Mortal Kombat logo is supposed to be the symbol of the tournament, which was once a competition by the Shaolin in the law. Ah, of course. That's good. Yeah, that makes sense that they'd have those medallions then, but not give medallions to other people though, because that's just silly. Especially like Johnny Cage and all that. Hey there, Dragon. Welcome to the stream. It's going really good, thank you. How are you?
I'm always around. If you need someone.
I just want to test something. Let's see. All right, let's have a look at the trajectory of these rocks that Jack's throwing. Let's see if I can catch and see if it'll just disappear from things. Okay, so it's still there, still flying through the air. Okay, is it still flying somewhere? I was just curious to see if they made it so that the rocks that he throws actually falls down. Okay, so there's the rock still, so it's still falling. Maybe that's as far as the actual rock will go. Unless it's already hit the ground. But this is probably something you could test easily on a PC because you could probably um, make time slow down really slowly, and then you could actually have the camera move at the same time and follow the rock down as it lands. Um, View, of course, you wouldn't go that far. Exactly. Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous. Ronnie, yeah, it looks pretty similar. You thought it was closer to you. It's only 9 hours from Los Angeles, is it? Okay, so that's not too bad either. That's pretty close, relatively. Dragon doing well. You just moved to a new place, so you're just unpacking pretty much. Oh, great. That's awesome. and I hope that the process of moving went well. I know what that's like, having to pack and then move and then unpack and, all that kind of stuff. So I hope the move went well. Ronnie, we should hang out in Tahiti midway between Cali and in Sydney. It'll be a very long boat ride from New Orleans. Oh yes, it definitely would be a very long boat ride by New Orleans. But yeah, I mean, something like that is the way to do it. Find a place that's like halfway, kind of thing. Ryu, Sonya's elbow and knee pads were part of her costume in Mortal Kombat 9. It's more or less the outfit from that game, but a little less risque, and with the headband from Mortal Kombat 3. Ah, gotcha, because I was wondering which version of Sonya had those knee pads. So it was the Mortal Kombat 9 one, of course. Now that I think about it, yeah. Okay, so Jack is still just standing here at this spot. And he arrived at this spot at 10:10 a.m. and is currently almost 10:30 a.m. in game. So once it hits 6 p.m., I'm going to reload the save where it's 9 a.m. and then keep reloading the save till I get the configuration that is the same as this current one that I'm on now.
Pearson, I'm famished.
And then it'll be time to do what I'm not looking forward to, which is actually antagonizing Jack. I like how he throws that rock behind him like that rock wasn't good enough. I just had this funny thought. You could take Jack Marston's character model and dress him up like John Connor in Terminator 2, and then take Arthur's character model and dress him up like the T-800, give him the crew cut hairstyle, shaven clean, and the sunglasses. You could do a mod that is referencing Terminator 2, but also the idea of, you know, Arthur protecting Jack kind of thing. She's not my mother, Todd. I also think that if you ever, I always say this in the hopes that one day at least someone is watching who is a modder of this game. I would love a Looney Tunes mod, and taking the Jack character model but changing him into Yosemite Sam would be one way to put Yosemite Sam into the game, and then change all the rabbits to Bugs Bunny, change all the boars to Porky Pig, and so on and so forth. All the birds are Tweeties. Like, could you imagine just going out into the wild in this game and you just see Tweeties flying everywhere? I just love how Jack is like sorting through the rocks. Any that aren't good, he just tosses it back behind him. Ryu, it's more or less the outfit. I mean, the Chinese character's Liu Kang's shirt means dragon. Oh, that's a nice touch. That's a nice touch to put on the character. That would be Ryu, yeah. I think that'd be quite cool. And have Abigail be Sarah Connor. And have John Marston be dressed up like Kyle Reese. That'd be cool. Tor, you're watching a review for the 55-inch TV you're getting. You started panicking, thinking the TV is going to be too big for your area, but you gave your area a brief eye measurement and and you think it will be fine. The picture looks amazing. You're really excited for it. Oh, that's good. That's good that even though you thought it might not be the case, I'm glad that it ended up being the case. That it's going to be fine. So that's awesome. Alright, so it's 10 past 11 in-game, and Jack is still in this spot.
How is that food coming along, Mr. Pearson?
Hey Strauss, how about you go and get your own food? You know. We also uploaded some pics of Kung Lao in Mortal Kombat 11 and 2021 movie to also help you better understand where the whole medallion thing also came from. Ah, cool, Ryu, that's good. Ah, yeah, I see now. So how was Kung Lao in that movie, Ryu? And is the actor who plays him, what's his name, and what did you think of him as the character? So the reason I'm not antagonizing the character yet is because if I do, it'll change where the character goes, because when Dutch, in the configuration where he's just standing at his camp, is left alone and you don't antagonize him, he stays there and then he moves around to the other side of his tent and then he stays there the whole time after that. But if you antagonize him, he actually walks off and goes somewhere else. So antagonizing characters will actually interrupt their path routine that they were on and put them onto a different one. Ryu Kung Lao was cool for how little he had to work with. He's very talented, but of course they had to kill him off. Oh, of course, yeah. Of course. Tool, I see you're playing a few games on stream at the moment, Rod. Oh yeah, Tool, absolutely. As always. I've always got multiple games running at once on the channel. Got Mass Effect, which will be Monday, Tuesdays and Wednesdays till I finish it. Then we've got Red Dead 2 on Thursdays, Tomb Raider on Fridays, Assassin's Creed on Saturday and Sundays. The more I think about Mass Effect, the more I'm enjoying it. And even though I'm enjoying it a lot, I think I won't jump straight into Mass Effect 2 straight away. Because I don't want to get burnout. I don't want to be playing through Mass Effect 1, enjoy it, and then get halfway through 2 and then get burnt out on it, and then not enjoy it. So I think what I'll be doing is playing through Mass Effect 1,
I'm famished.
finishing the playthrough, and then playing a different game. That's a different kind of game as well. Just so I'm not playing another massive game with lots of people to talk to and all that kind of stuff. You play FIFA throughout the year, but other than that, you like focusing on one game at a time at the moment anyway. Yeah, and that's a good way to do it. You know, if you can't focus on multiple games and jump between them, it's definitely understandable. And as you can tell, Kung Lao has a jade ring on his belt in 2021. So a jade ring. Yeah, so not a medallion, yeah. Alright, so it's currently in-game time, 1:45 midday, and Jack is still in this same spot. Something I should take note of for the guide I'm actually writing as I go through this is that note, antagonizing characters will alter their path they were on. There we go. So I made the note that antagonizing characters will alter their path they were on, and so their path and also the configuration might change. Because there's different configurations as well to be mindful of. Tool, you have a ton of games on your to play list. Then it becomes a thing of what you feel like, what one you want to play next, and then the next one. Ryu, but it could work as a medallion. That's true. It could work as a medallion. Alright, so now Jack's moving somewhere else.
Herr Morgan?
You cook all day, Mr. Pearson.
Hi there. Hi there.
How do you?
Alright, so it's in-game time, 10 past midday. (12:10 p.m.) Jack passes through camp. Talks to Pearson and walks to Rock. That's probably the best way to put it. I like how he says to Pearson, "You cook all day, Mr. Pearson." View the meaning behind the different colours and materials. Well, you can see it relating to their personalities. Yeah, that's a good point as well. That's a way that you could make it. Thinking ahead in the story, when we actually get Sean back to camp, it's going to be crazy trying to get all the dialogue then, because you've got multiple characters near each other, you've got multiple characters doing multiple things, and all that type of stuff. And there's a lot of dialogue, there'll be a lot of crisscrossing dialogue. So it's going to be really difficult when we get to those moments. So I'm going to have to treat those differently than how I'm treating these other moments where there's not really that much going on in camp as well. And I mean, towards the end of the game, it's going to be real easy to do this camp stuff because a lot of people are just moping about. So there won't be as much multiple characters talking at once kind of thing going on. Hey there, Spicy Chicken. How's things going? Oh, excellent, Spicy Chicken. That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. And I'm going good too, thanks. I've been having a good day. And it's another day spending in camp in this game. Currently we're focusing on the character of Jack. And once I've done the marking of where he goes at what time, I'll be reloading my save and then doing the unfortunate thing that I'm not looking forward to, which is antagonizing him. Hey there, Barnes. Welcome on in. How's things going? Alright, so Jack moves, and when it's in-game time, 1:45, 12:45 p.m, Jack moves along the edge, and then stops at a certain point. So the reason I'm making notes on this is because I decided I may as well make a guide to where characters are at any given point and what configuration. So, for example, let's say you're curious about seeing certain things happen in camp in this game, and if you're not actually there in camp to see it, you may not see it because you're off doing something else in the game. And then when you come back, something might have changed because you've done a mission that changes the configuration of who's in the camp. So, for example, there's a moment in one of the camps where Micah is giving shit to Charles, and Charles literally grabs Micah and throws him down onto the ground. So moments like that, if I can do a guide that tells you what time it is in game and where characters are, then that will allow people who are curious about trying to find things, knowing when it's going to happen. So you can look at the guide, so you'll be able to look at the guide and go, oh, so at this time in game, at this point in the story, this event will happen in camp. I really want to see that event, so how about we, wait until it's that time, kind of thing. So that's why I'm making notes as I'm going along. Spicy Chicken, you're looking up more recipes to cook. Oh, nice. So any particular ones that you're looking at, or you're just basically looking at general recipes and seeing what jumps out at you? Spicy Chicken, you're looking at a sausage and apple bake. Ah, sausage and apple bake. Never actually tried that before. Barnes move, Jack move. Yeah, it's interesting because you get some characters who in this game move around the camp a lot, it seems. But then you get them where they're just standing still. When you first get to this camp in the game, the earliest it lets you save the game, the in-game time is around 9 AM. And so what I've done for this playthrough is saved at 9 AM and then made note of where characters are moving and then that way that lets you know what configuration you've got as well, because there's so many different configurations. Like for example, at 9 a.m. On this particular day in the game, at this part of the story, Dutch in one configuration will be standing at his tent, and he just stands at his tent and then moves to the other side of it, and then he just stays there the whole time. But then there's a configuration where at 9 a.m. on that first day at this point in the story, he walks over to you and has an automatic dialogue that you can't skip, you know, and then he moves to his tent. But you can disrupt the cycle of where they go by antagonizing them. So if you antagonize Dutch, he'll walk off and go somewhere else. Okay, so it's 1:15 in-game. And Jack moves to the small stump again. Small tree stump. Just enjoying the view. Yeah, that's the other thing too as well. Like I'm trying to also change the camera angle when I'm actually just following characters. But yeah, to actually get the characters' path without interrupting them, I need to do it this way.
Are you thinking or something?
Are you thinking or something?
Don't forget about me. I'm starving.
Just gotta force it down.
Spicy Chicken, you read a comment saying that Jack grew up to fight in both World Wars. I mean, potentially he could fight in World War One, because when he goes back to Beecher's Hope in 1914, it's around the same time that the war is going on. So potentially he could have gone over to fight in the war. Jack must have a whole horde of rocks that he can just pick up and run around the camp and throwing them. Alright, he's on the move again. Alright, so it's currently almost 2 p.m. in game. Let's just round it up so it's 1:45. 1:45 p.m. Jack moves back to where he was at, pardon me, at 12:10 p.m. Spicy Chicken, you're looking on Google now and it says he died in 1996. I wouldn't really trust that because I don't think Rockstar has actually come out and said and given an actual date of death for Jack Marston. I mean, 1996, he'd be fucking ancient by that point. Because this game takes place in 1899 and he's only like 6 or 7. So in 1996, he'd be over 100 years old by that point. But hey, I mean, maybe, maybe he could live, that long. But he would have been born in like probably 1880 or something like that. So in 1990, in 1980, he'd be 100 years old. Barn Shah Shah, Pocket Sand. Dale Gribble from King of the Hill. When in doubt, use Pocket Sand. Spicy Chicken, if there was a King of the Hill game, you'd play as Dale so much. Yeah, it's curious why they haven't done one. I mean, they've done one of Beavis and Butthead, so wonder why they haven't done King of the Hill yet. Good point. I mean, people have been known to live a long time like that. That's true. But he'd be one lucky character to live until that long. But yeah, I could realistically see him potentially fighting in World War One because, well, let's face it, it'd be a different kind of path for him to take than his father did, and in a way that would give some kind of hope for his character because, John and Abigail have always been worried that Jack would end up just like, them, having to live on the run and all that type of stuff. Now that going on the run part with Jack Marston, given the fact that he kills Ross, even though Ross is a retired agent, they would still send people to investigate what happened to his death, who killed him, and stuff. So they would probably still be tracking Jack down. So that would be a reason why he would probably potentially join World War One and enlist, because he wants to get away and out of the country, Ryu Boomhauer for you. This might sound silly, but I haven't actually really seen a lot of King of the Hill, so I only know Hank and Peggy, and what's the son's name? I can't remember. Barnes, you read the oldest person in the world died yesterday at the age of 118. Holy shit. Imagine living that long. All the things that you'd see and experience, but also everything that would have changed across that time too. Spicy Chicken, you think he had an idea or something like that if Michael DeSanta was a descendant of John because he has a similar ability? Yeah. I know that there's been theories that Red Dead Redemption and GTA actually exist in the same universe, but I've also seen things that say that they aren't, so I don't know if Rockstar would ever commit to either saying that they're not or that they are.
Hello.
Alright, so where does Jack go to now?
Hey, out there.
Ah, Lenny and Jose have finished their meals, so it's that configuration. The thing about doing a really in-depth playthrough like this is you start to memorize where characters are. Alright, so in-game time, 2:25 p.m. Jack moves over near tree where John Marston sits reading. So I won't find out until I actually focus on John Marston as to his path, but I think at this point he just sits there and reads. And so Jack is now near where he is seated. Ryu Bobby. Ah, Sir Bobby. That's the name of their son. Spicy Chicken, that boy ain't right. What's the big idea? I can't do his voice. Ryu, if these two were in this time period, they'd be laughing over the horses crapping. Oh, they sure would be, as well. And I could imagine them daring each other to get as close as possible, but without getting shit on them as well. Or I could imagine them catching the horse manure and then running around and throwing it at people. Yeah, it's like, you got crap on you. So did you. You're a poopy head. Look in the mirror. So are you. I can't do that laugh. That's my terrible impression of Beavis and Butthead. It's moments like these, when I think about the father and son dynamic between John Marston and Jack Marston. And at this point in the story, John Marston is kind of like the type of father who doesn't really feel ready to be a father. And so they act a bit standoffish. But I love the evolution of how John Marston realizes that he needs to step up and be more of a father to Jack.
Just gotta force it down.
Hi.
Alright, so it is 3 p.m. in game. And Jack returns to the small tree stump near Abigail. So I'll put that in just in case I'm getting the tree stumps mixed up, because there's a tree stump that is smooth on top, or relatively smooth, like this one currently here, but then there's also one that is more jagged on its top. So depending on when characters in this game go to sleep, the only real dialogue that I'll be able to get there is antagonizing everyone who's trying to get some sleep. which is always funny. Like that meme where that dude is surprised and he's been sleeping and he's wincing and he's like,
Hello, Mr. Pearson.
How are you? I won't even ask what's in there.
So at this point in this configuration, Lenny and Jose just basically sit there at that table until 6 p.m. Well, until about 5 p.m. when Pearson actually calls everyone to get food.
We need to hunt for some better meat.
Hey!
Alright, so in game time at 3:35 p.m. Jack returns back to where he was at where did I mention rock? Oh yeah. Where he was at 12:10 p.m. So far Jack just basically goes from one spot to another. He doesn't really have many interactions with the other characters. No other characters come up to him and speak so far in this configuration. However, when he passes people, he does say something to them. So he passed by Pearson and said, "You cook all day," or something like that. And he just says hi if you get close enough, and says hello to other characters. But I wasn't really expecting Jack as a character at this point to have much. But all the same, in the goal of thoroughness with every character, I need to do this. And besides, the other part of this process is I'll have to antagonize the character as well, so there's that too. But when it hits 6 p.m. in-game time, that's when I will reload the save to put it back at 9 a.m. Keep reloading until I get the configuration that is this current one I'm on, but then that time around actually antagonize. Hey there, Drake. He's glad that he's not Dutch, for he is Australian. It's Rod. Absolutely. Definitely wouldn't want to be in Dutch's shoes, that's for sure. Welcome in, Drake. I hope things are going good, dude. I thought for this stream, the first character I'd focus on for this playthrough is Jack. And I'm going to do the same with John Marston and Abigail in this stream. Alright, so Jack's on the move again now. Are you doing alright, Drake? Just starting your day? Oh, that's excellent, dude. I really hope that you have a great day as well, and that it's off to a great start. Oh, you slept at 4 AM, did you? Oh no. Very late from that perspective. Okay, so Jack has actually gone somewhere different.
Hi.
Hey, Jack. Sorry, Jack, but I'm going to have to be antagonizing you soon. I'm not enjoying the antagonizing of characters that I actually really like. And never antagonize ever until this playthrough. I've been playing this game at least once every year since 2018, and I've never antagonized Jack Marston before, or John Marston, or Abigail, or Hosea, or Lenny, or Sadie, or Tilly, or Mary Beth. Yeah, Drake. I'm gonna feel terrible. And I know he's just a character in a video game, but still. You're antagonizing Johnny Depp. Who are you, Amber Heard? Oh no, dude. Definitely not her. That's for sure. I didn't actually take note of what time it was in game. So let's just say that it was 4:20 PM. Jack moves to the edge, past a tall tree, and stops there for a while. Drake, Amber Heard enjoys this playthrough a lot. At 4:20 PM is the perfect time. Yeah, that's the funny thing about certain stuff is you can never say it without that being thought by people. It's like the number 69. Everyone always immediately thinks of. Hey Walker man, it's going really good, thank you. How's things going with you?
Is anybody getting me some?
Alright, so Jack is back at the tree stump again. And in-game time. Alright, so Jack moves back to the tree stump. Okay, so far this has been the movements of Jack Marston at this point in the story. 9:30 AM, he walks to a small tree stump near chickens. 10 AM, he slightly moves a bit but doesn't stand there long. 10:10 AM, Jack goes over to the camp edge where Lenny was. 12:10 PM, Jack passes through the camp, talks to Pearson and walks to Rock. 12:45 PM, Jack moves along the edge and then stops at a certain point. 1:15 PM, Jack moves to the small tree stump again. 1:45 PM, Jack moves back to where he was at 12:10 PM. 2:23 PM, Jack moves over near a tree where John Marston sits reading. 3:05 p.m., Jack returns to the small tree stump near Abigail. 3:35 p.m., Jack returns back to where he was at 12:10 p.m. 4:20 p.m., Jack moves to the edge past a tall tree, and 4:45 p.m., Jack moves back to the tree stump. So far that is 12 different movements that Jack has done at those points in time during the first day that the gang is in camp. Welcome, man. You got to stream this AM before you can answer your questions on Mass Effect. In 1, you can complete the side missions up until you set your ship for the final quest line. Then once that happens, you cannot go back. In Mass Effect 2 and 3, you can complete side quests at any point in the game, even after you finish the main story. Hope that helps, Rod. It really does, dude. That is amazing help, because I wasn't sure, and that's awesome. That there's like a point of no return, where at that point, if you haven't done the side missions, going further will prevent you from doing them. So that's good to know. Drake, that moment when Arthur is a complete douche to everyone, but he has high honor. Actually, speaking of honor, we still have it there at the moment. But that's going to change in the playthrough as we go on. Part of me is thinking that maybe what I should have done is do my annual playthrough, not doing this whole thing that I'm doing, and then after that playthrough was finished, then start a new playthrough doing all this stuff with the dialogue. But I may decide, and I'm actually thinking strongly about it, I may decide to put this type of playthrough on hold, change the VODs so that they have a different title, declassify it as a annual playthrough, put it on hold temporarily, start again from the start, make that my annual
Please
playthrough,
don't hurt me.
and then once that playthrough is finished, then start the game where I leave off.
Oh, Arthur, it is good to be off that mountain. I never knew I could be so cold.
I know, Mary Beth.
Kind of like it here. But where on earth are we?
New Hanover.
New Hanover. My lord. My mother came from somewhere here.
You know where?
No, I hardly know much about her. She died when I was young.
Mine too. Mine too.
Alright, so in-game time. Let's just say 5:25 p.m. Jack moves over to another edge of camp. Put in brackets Mary Beth approaches and talks. There we go. So when it hits 6 p.m. in-game time, that's when I'm going to reload the save to make it go back to 9 a.m. on the same day. And then this time we're going to keep reloading until we get this same configuration. And then I'm going to start the process of antagonizing Jack, which I'm not looking forward to. But I'm sacrificing what I normally don't do in this game for the good of this playthrough. Hey there, Gore. Welcome. How are you today? Hope all is well. Hope you're having fun playing today. As for you, you were good. You had work this AM, and tomorrow you got the AM shift, so an early AM for you tomorrow. But you got Friday off, and Saturday you're back at work, the afternoon shift. Your son's doing great. He kind of hurt himself today. He hurt his little ankle, but he seems to be okay. Just can't really walk on it as much, but he is sleeping now out for the night. You just wanted to say you're a great streamer, and I'm happy to be a follower of you. And keep up the amazing streams, bro. You're doing great. You didn't realize you wrote over the limit. That really, really sucks, Gore, that your son hurt his ankle. I'm glad that he's okay and that he's able to rest as well. Hopefully it heals really quickly for him too as well, because that would be not only painful, but also I'm sure it's very frustrating for him as well. Glad to hear that you've got the day off on Friday. That's excellent. It's always good to get those and to enjoy them, and also hope that they don't that they actually slow down and don't go quickly. That's the worst thing about a day off that goes fast, is you're like, well, that didn't last long. And thank you so much for the kind words, Gore. I really do appreciate that. And thank you so much for being a follower and for chatting as well. I really do appreciate that too. Thank you so, so much for that. And yeah, I'm going great. I'm going really good. I just started a playthrough recently of Mass Effect 1. Never actually played any of them before, not even their original versions. So I'm playing through the Legendary Edition. Started that playthrough yesterday. This playthrough of Red Dead 2, continuing it on. I may be changing my tactic with my annual playthrough of Red Dead 2 this year. I'm actually strongly thinking about it. But in any case, I'm loving replaying this game again, except for the fact that in this playthrough I'm antagonizing characters that I never antagonize, and it's so weird. Feels bizarre to me to do that. And so currently the character that we're focused on is Jack, and so I'm just going to feel terrible antagonizing Jack. Same as I did with Lenny and Sadie. It was so weird to antagonize them.
Howdy.
Alright, so let's say 5:30 p.m. in game time. Jack moves, let's see, moves a little bit to another spot near a rock. Put in brackets different rock to the other one. Just in case when I'm looking back over these notes in the future I confuse myself. Welcome, man. I'm going to warn you, the Mass Effect games are huge, so be prepared to be playing those games for a long time. Yeah, that's why I'm leaning strongly towards, after finishing Mass Effect 1, taking a break and streaming something else. Because there are a lot of games I want to get to this year, and I don't want to play Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 back to back, and then we're in August. So it may even be a thing where maybe I won't play Mass Effect 2 even, with a game break in between. I'll just see how I'm going though. But yeah, there are a lot of games I want to get to this year.
Mr. Morgan! Mr. Morgan, folks is wondering what's happened to you.
Nothing, Miss Grimshaw.
Nothing is right. That's the point. That's the point. Work, Mr. Morgan. Folk need feeding. I never took you for the lazy type.
Alright, so Jack just moves back again to where he was before. Alright. Jack moves back to where he previously was. Alright, so when it reaches 6 PM in game time, I'm going to keep reloading that save that I've got until we get the same configuration that it's currently been in, but at 9 AM in the morning, and then that's when I'm going to start the process of antagonizing Jack. Welcome, man. You made it through the first chapter today of Fallen Order, and you're loving it. Star Wars meets Dark Souls just works beautifully. Don't know what difficulty you played on, but you're doing the Jedi Grand Master, and it feels and plays just like Sekiro, but with a faster pace. That's awesome. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, because I really thought it was a good Star Wars game. I can't remember what difficulty. I don't know the name of the difficulty, but I just played it on the default difficulty. Ah, okay, so that would be Jedi Master, yeah. Because the sequel's coming out this year, I would actually like to replay the first one as well. Alrighty then, it's 6 PM in-game time. Alright. By 6 PM in-game, Jack is still where he was at 5:40 PM. Alright, so that's just config 1 for Jack. Now I need to put that aside and see what config 2 is. Actually, I'm going to have to do that first. I'm going to have to find out what another configuration is. So the configuration that I'm working from is this. So the earliest that you can manually save once the gang gets to this camp is 9 AM on the day that they arrive. So I had to make a save at that time. That's the earliest. At that point, characters are in a certain configuration, and there's multiple configurations. So one configuration is that at 9 AM on the first day in camp, Dutch is somewhere else, and he walks over automatically to Arthur and talks to him. You can't skip the conversation, so you have to listen to the conversation in full. At the same time, in that configuration, Sadie is getting some food, and she walks over to Kieran and has some dialogue with him, pretends that she's going to feed him, and then she pours the food on the floor, on the ground in front of him. Dutch and Sadie were the first two characters that I did this process with. So using them as a base, that's one configuration. Another configuration, if you reload your manual save when it's 9 AM in game, another configuration is Dutch will be at his tent. Sadie will be over somewhere else sitting down. That's the second configuration. So the configuration that I'm currently working on with Jack is the one where Dutch automatically comes over and speaks to Arthur, and Sadie grabs the food and goes over to Kieran and then puts the food on the ground. So that's what I'm using as a way to make sure I'm keeping track of things. Plus I'm taking notes as I go through as well, because I'd like this to become ultimately a guide for people who are interested in knowing where to get specific dialogues and events in camp at what given time as well. Walkerman, I know you've told me in the past that you're not a huge fan of the Souls type games, but since you played Fallen Order, I hope maybe that opens a door for you in the Souls genre. Now you know they are hard, but not impossible if you're smart. Well, that's the thing. I don't remember saying I didn't like them. I've never played them before, though, the Dark Souls type games. But I am curious to see what I'll think about it. Like what I'll think about those games. But the other thing is there's so many games in that franchise too, and also games by the same company that, like with the Mass Effect games, that's a lot of games that have a lot to it to do in a row, and I just don't have the time for that, to do all the games in a row, that is. So I would like to play one of the Dark Souls games, and I've been saying that for years now, but it just hasn't got to the point yet where I feel like I want to jump in and play it, because there's so many other priorities that I've got on the channel. But I do want to at least some point get to it as well. It took me a while to get to Mass Effect, so it might take me a while, a bit longer to get to Dark Souls. But sometimes games, when they're challenging, really put you into a test. So we'll see how we go. Hey there, Shaky. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Okay, so story, load, Eastward Bound. Alright, so if this is the configuration where Dutch approaches Arthur and talks to him, I know that I need to reload this save again until we get a different configuration. Nice, this is the second configuration.
Jack! Where did you get to?
Alright, so config 2. Alright, so this is the one where Dutch at his... I need to see if Lenny's in camp. Alright, so Lenny's not in camp in this configuration. Alright, so what configuration was that? That was configuration 2. Dutch is at his tent, but Lenny isn't in camp. Alright, so with Jack config 2, Dutch is at his tent, but Lenny isn't in camp. Alright, so time to track this configuration. Alright, so about 9:05 a.m. Jack is near Abigail. So in the other configuration, at 9:30 a.m. Jack walks to a small tree stump near chickens. So let's see if when it hits 9:30 a.m. in game, in this configuration, if he goes to the same spot.
Good day, Mr. Morgan.
Alright, so in this different configuration, Jack actually moves to near where his father is. Alright, so at 9:40 a.m. Jack walks to where John is reading. Okay, so that's interesting. So in configuration 1, when Dutch approaches Arthur at the start automatically, Jack is actually near the entrance close to the horse station around that time. At 9:30 a.m. he then walks to the small tree stump near the chickens. Whereas in this configuration, when Dutch is at his tent but Lenny isn't in camp, at 9:05 Jack is near Abigail, and then instead of moving over to the small tree stump near the chickens, he actually moves all the way over to where John Marston is sitting and reading. So that's just an example of how the configurations can change, and it's still the same day in-game, and it's still at the same time that I've started the save file, but a different configuration. So these are the things that change. When you make a manual save in this game, and you're in the camp, whatever in-game time it is, if you reload that save, you may not get the same configuration. And at the same time, the characters in those configurations may not be wearing the exact same combination of clothes. That also changes too, even within the same configuration. So for example, if I load my save that I've got and Sadie is wearing her hat, and she is walking around, I could reload the save, and then that same configuration, she does the same thing, but this time she's not wearing a hat. So it even does that in the game. So there's different little things here and there that it changes. Oh no, Walkerman, no. So the thing about things like that is generally, because as a streamer, you got to be aware that you got different people coming into the stream at different times, and I just want to make sure that I'm segueing from replying to a comment about certain things to make a general statement to other people who might not know, just in case they might be like, oh, is he going to jump into Dark Souls next, or something like that, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it was more for a general comment to potential viewers who don't know, what games I'm playing or all that type of stuff. Hey Zaius, welcome. You're taking a break from Callisto Protocol to drop in. Oh, that's nice, Zaius. Thank you for doing that. How's that game going, by the way? I've heard mixed things on it. But I hope that you're enjoying it. And we're currently tracking the configuration that it currently is to see where Jack is going at what times and all that type of stuff. And so I've already done that with one configuration from 9 AM to 6 PM, and now we're doing this other configuration as well.
Good morning, Arthur.
You know, I only just realized what this feels like to me, doing this kind of playthrough. Groundhog Day. Because, you know, not exactly, because the characters aren't doing the exact same thing every time I reload the save, but still, it's that feeling where you know where characters are doing at what time, you know. Like in the Groundhog Day movie, he's relived the same day so many times, he knows exactly where people are at any given point and what they're doing. Okay, so at 10:15 a.m. in this configuration, Jack walks around a bit before settling on the edge of camp near where Sadie is sitting. Zaius, you just started basically. It has Dead Space vibes, of course, like about as spiritual sequel as possible. You stomp on bodies for items, lol. That's cool. I like the idea of spiritual sequels as well. Not sure if you played Dead Space. I haven't actually played Dead Space, no. I haven't played any of them, to be honest. But I wouldn't mind playing Dead Space at some point, that's for sure. Walker Man, Wolang and Starfield are going to take up your gaming time this year once they are out. Oh, absolutely, Walker Man, yeah. Like, that Starfield game, I imagine, if you really like it, it'll be a really long playthrough, going and doing all the side missions, exploring every nook and cranny of the galaxy. And it's great that there's games that allow you to do that as well. So, unlike you have like 7 different games you're actively playing, lol. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, like, the funny thing is, though, if I decided to just stream one game only until it was finished and then replace it, then I could potentially probably get through more games. But the thing about certain franchises is, you know, like Assassin's Creed, like that's a major franchise that I stream on the channel. So I've got dedicated days to that which don't change. If they do change, it's only a slight change where maybe I might make the Saturday Assassin's Creed and the Sunday something else. Like, for example, last year when I was getting close to finishing my annual playthroughs, but time was running out before the year ended, I had to put different games on a weekend, like on a Sunday, which meant the Assassin's Creed Sunday stream would be taken off, but the Saturday one would stay, you know, so things like that. You recommend the first Dead Space and 2. Thanks, Zayas. Yeah, because I think 2, I've heard that 3 is not as good. Zayas, you're excited for Mirage. Well, hopefully they show gameplay footage before November, so we can actually see what the game's like. I hope that what Ubisoft devs in all the interviews they've done so far have said is actually true. Let's just say that Mirage does end up having in it what's promised, and it's done really well. If that's the case, then I hope the game does really well. Because what will happen, this is my prediction for if Mirage is a failure. Ubisoft is going to look at that and say it failed because not enough people spent money to buy it. They won't look at the game and think to themselves, maybe it's because we promised things that didn't end up being in the game and people got wind of it, and so that's why we didn't make as much money. And then, if that happens, they'd be like, well, the answer is to not do smaller scale Assassin's Creed games now. Let's just focus on doing massive open world RPGs only. You know, that's what I predict Ubisoft will do if Mirage isn't a success and it doesn't have the things in it that they promised. That's the reaction they'll have. Punish the players who wanted small scale games just because they did a bad job at the small scale game, but not take responsibility for that, but blame the fact that not many people bought it. You know, typical Ubisoft. Says, what did they promise you don't think they'll have? So they're talking up how the parkour system is going to be more like it was in games like Unity, for one. Number two, they've been saying that they're getting back to the roots of the series. Yet, Basim also has an eagle companion that you can see through the eyes of. He does have his own eagle vision, but he also has the eagle companion. I don't remember any characters up until Origins having an eagle companion, so that aspect to me isn't back to the roots. So they're saying things like that, and they're very important things to me as an Assassin's Creed fan, because the parkour system from Syndicate to now has been atrocious. Too basic, too simplified, and no room for advanced tactics, and no room for people to experiment. You know, it's all like, no, we can't let the player experiment with new tactics, with new techniques in the parkour. We have to make sure that every single player can only do the exact same things, that no player who wants to actually go outside the box is able to, you know. So there are a few of the things that they're saying that's going to be in Mirage, but they haven't shown any gameplay. So if you're going to tell me that you're going to have a parkour system more like Unity, as opposed to the basic simplified parkour it's been since then, and you don't have gameplay to back that up yet, then I'm not very trusting of Ubisoft. Hey there, Afro. Yep, so we're at the part of the playthrough where we're antagonizing Jack. They say Syndicate parkour bad, Unity is amazing. So what they did was in Syndicate is they took out several things that was in the parkour in Unity. One thing they took out is you can no longer jump on the spot in Syndicate. You can only jump when you get near the edge of something. So you can't just, you know, jump manually and do like a tricky sort of maneuver anymore. So they took that out in Syndicate. And it feels like you're on rails sometimes too with the parkour in Syndicate. And of course, you know, having the grapple hook, in some ways it's cool, but in other ways it can become a crutch where people don't, you know, worry about climbing the buildings anymore. But that's not as bad as not being able to do more advanced stuff. Walkerman, that's your biggest complaint, is that the parkour is just horrendous as well. Yeah, you know, it's like, and like, there's nothing wrong with having a platforming game where you can't scale buildings. You know, like for example the Tomb Raider games. You know, you can't just scale any surface. You know, there's only specific surfaces that the game lets you actually climb. But that's okay for Tomb Raider, because Tomb Raider never ever was a game where you saw Lara vaulting over stuff, scaling buildings, doing jumps off of like rooftops, running across rooftops, you know, doing stuff like that. You know, that's what Assassin's Creed had been for a long time, was that. So, you know, taking that out later and reducing it to just basic stuff, they may as well not let you. They may as well make it that you can only climb ladders and not climb anything else. You know what I mean? They took some things out for Unity that can be puzzling, Zayas. They did, yeah. Yeah, but see, that's the thing, right? Like, the Unity parkour wasn't perfect, but it basically showed what could be advanced upon, but they went the other way instead. Afro Syndicate is more simplified, i.e. they removed a lot of animations, made it basic. Exactly, Afro. And the funny thing is, like, sometimes in Syndicate, when you want to parkour down something, it won't actually let you, but you have to do the parkour up. And sometimes when you want to parkour up, it won't let you when you're doing the parkour up button. You have to do the parkour down button. You know, so it's very wishy-washy in that regard too, to that kind of stuff, you know. So yeah, I just want them to go back to allowing players the option to do more advanced stuff, you know. Fair enough if people aren't interested in that, but at the same time, there are fans who are interested in learning better and more advanced techniques, so why not give them the option to? It's optional, you know. Like if I said to you, I've got an apple, and an orange, but you can choose what you want, you wouldn't then say, oh, I hate oranges, so therefore I want you to stop offering oranges to people because I only like apples. You know what I mean? It's like, but I want to offer apples and oranges, you know. So in a game like Assassin's Creed, advanced parkour option. Oh, I don't like advanced parkour. That's okay. You don't have to do it. Oh, but I think you should make it that no one can do the advanced because I don't like it. You see what I mean? That's just ridiculous. Kind of way to do it. If something's optional and people don't like it, don't take it out of the game. Why? Because it's optional. The people who don't like it, don't do it. You know what I mean? The people who do like that option, keep the option in so they can do it. Like, I don't understand this idea that something that's optional from the perspective of someone who hates it has to be taken out. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. It's like walking into someone's house and telling them, I don't like that picture, so take it out of here. You know? It's just ridiculous. Just keep it optional. You don't have to do it, so if you don't like doing it, don't do it. But don't take it out of the game just to satisfy the people who don't like it, but then say fuck you to the people who did when it was optional. So Jack is finally moving from that spot. So in this configuration, he stays there for a very long time. I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing, Mr. Pearson.
Hello.
Alright, so 12:10 p.m. Jack walks past Pearson cooking and his mother and stands or sits near Rock and goes to Rock. Alright, so in configuration 1 at 9 a.m. Dutch approaches Arthur and Jack is near the entrance close to the horse station. At 9:30 a.m., Jack walks from that spot to a small tree stump near the chickens. Then at 10 a.m., he slightly moves a bit but doesn't stand there long. However, in config 2, when Dutch is at his tent but Lenny isn't in camp, at 9:05, Jack is near Abigail. At 9:40, instead of going to where he went to in the other configuration, he just walks to where John is reading. And then at 10:15 a.m., he walks around a bit before settling on the edge of camp near where Sadie sits at this time. So from 10:15 a.m. in this configuration to 12:10 p.m., that's how much time passes in game by the time Jack moves from where he was at 10:15 a.m. to where he ends up at 12:10 p.m. So that's over 2 hours in game of Jack just standing in that spot before he's over in a different spot. Just so time doesn't pass, I'll just go to this screen. Zayas going from AC2 to ACU. Well, yeah, there was definitely an evolution going on, you know, and Assassin's Creed Unity was the point in the franchise where the parkour needed to, you know, if there were any issues with it, in the next game you fix those issues, but you still allow the more advanced stuff. But they didn't do that. Instead, they gave us what happens in Syndicate, and then in Origins they completely stripped it of all the advancements that had been made. Welcome, man. You think they simplified it for the new players coming into the series that haven't ever played an AC game? And that's fine, you know. In that case, it's up to Ubisoft as a company to figure out a good way to give players who aren't new to the franchise what they're expecting, while still allowing new people not to have to worry about learning everything. You know what I mean? So what Ubisoft should have done is they should have been right. How can we make it that new people to the franchise can still enjoy, while those who have been with the franchise for a while can also still enjoy and still do the advanced stuff? You know, they should have thought about that. So it's good that they wanted to also cater to new players, but you don't do that at the expense of saying fuck you to the other players. You know what I mean? You need to find a balance. So you can at least try to make it balanced so that either camp can, you know, sink their teeth into the game and enjoy it. So it's interesting, Unity seems like such a throwback to the OG vibe of AC1. Yeah, you know, and that's something that they're saying with Mirage as well, and I really hope that they deliver on that with Mirage as well. Things like being able to run through the street and then knock over a merchant store because you're being chased to try and, you know, stop the enemy from getting to you, to give you enough time to get out of line of sight and hide somewhere else, you know, things like that. So I'm hoping that they deliver on that and other things they're saying. Well, Command, that way new players can haven't ever played a game with such a complex parkour system can come right into AC and not be intimidated. Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, that's why Ubisoft should have put something in the game where there's a tutorial for players to follow if they just want the basics, versus a tutorial to follow if you want the advanced stuff. Afro, well, of course it was their first new gen game. They really went out with it. At least they tried to. That's true. There was a lot riding on that game. Plus, they wanted to integrate the multiplayer into the game world itself instead of being a separate thing you entered into as well, and crowd density and all that type of stuff. So, as you attempted to reinstall AC1, look for flags on the OLED in the sites. Yeah, I'll be doing that for the annual playthrough this year of AC1, getting all the flags, while doing a no HUD playthrough, but I'm going to be using a map though. So it's taking the sights. Exactly. Afro, it's only 2 buttons. Yeah, that's true at the same time as well with Unity and that. It's only 2 buttons to remember, you know. But the good thing about Unity is Arno, for example, if you wanted to make him jump across something, you could hold parkour up or down, and depending on how high he was, he'd still jump across there. You know, he wouldn't, like if you went parkour down, he wouldn't just automatically go straight down on the building he's currently standing on. You know, he'd still leap across to the other one. So you have to respect Unity. They really tried. It's a franchise struggle between what they pioneered, the climbing and smooth gameplay, compared to old World City maps to just run around. When Arkham 1 first came out, everyone compared the gameplay favorably to Assassin's Creed, combat at least. Yeah, and the stealth and the detective mode being its version of Eagle Vision. And really fitting because that's something that Batman would use anyway, so it makes sense as well. But that's the thing, you know. They used to be the franchise that others would look to for inspiration for their games. But now it's the other way around. But instead of actually doing it in a way that actually complements, they actually do it in such a way that butchers the way that things were being done, you know, instead of trying to find a way to cater to both parties. Well, Command, with the current state of Ubisoft, they better deliver on Mirage, or else if that fails, in all honesty, Ubisoft might not be around in a few years. Well, there was actually a video I haven't watched yet, but it was talking about some more recent news as well. Now there's someone claiming that it's been delayed again. But it is hard sometimes to sort of like think about and find out, because you got people obviously want their own thing. Oh yeah, so one of the most recent things happening is Ubisoft employees and union fed up with CEO's bullshit is in the thumbnail of a video by Yong Ye. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. But yeah, apparently Ubisoft Paris employees are called to strike by their union after that email from the CEO of Ubisoft.
Hello.
I think the funny thing and the ironic thing with Ubisoft is because they've had these franchises that really hit big, getting into a pattern where they release a new entry in that series every 2 years, but sometimes every year, in a way they set themselves up for where they are now, where they've got so many games that they want to sell to their fan bases that they're stretching themselves too thin across them all, but they're also pulling themselves in different directions constantly. You know what I mean? And I think it's probably too late for them to really scale things back and be like, hey, how about we just release a game every 3 years? Like a major one, that is. Let's release a major Far Cry game, a major Assassin's Creed, a major Watch Dogs every 3 years. Some fans would be like, that's too long. I want my next Assassin's Creed tomorrow. But if they were to do that, maybe things would help. But I think they're too far gone to even be able to do that. And their other problem is they want to turn all their franchises into other ones by other companies. You know, something that would really change things for Assassin's Creed game would be to bring in something from the Splinter Cell games, which is lighting versus darkness. So, for example, in Splinter Cell, for those who haven't played it, you can actually shoot lights to make it dark so that enemies can't see you as easily as they would if you were standing right out in front of a light. So I think it would be cool if Assassin's Creed had actually incorporated some of those aspects as well. So, for example, there might be a lit torch in the street, and there's a guard patrolling that area. So if you want to take out that guard without being detected, you could sneak up to the torch or use some tool like you could in the old Thief games to actually put the light out, and then that way the enemy wouldn't see you. That would have changed up this stealth gameplay for Assassin's Creed, for example. Things like that, you know, would have been cool for them to do. But instead, they're like, let's do Witcher 3, but for Assassin's Creed. You know, Witcher 3 is a great game, don't get me wrong, of course, but not every game in the existence of gaming from this point on has to be like Witcher 3. You know what I mean? Doesn't have to be massive open world, dialogue choices kind of stuff. Not every game has to be. Alright, so it is in-game, it's 12:50 p.m. Sorry, not 12:50. Yeah, 12:50. 12:50 p.m. And Jack walks... Where actually is he in relation to where he was? Okay, so he walks to the edge of camp, passing by Sadie, sitting down. Walker, man, AC is your favorite franchise of games ever, and no matter what, as long as Ubisoft puts out an AC game, you'll buy it. But at the same time, Ubisoft has a lot of issues within the company that need to be addressed. You're finding yourself now in the last couple of years playing more games from other franchises and spending less time on AC, which means to you their newer games have less replay value. Used to be 90% of your gaming time was on an AC game. Yeah, you know, and that kind of dedication is something that many companies would love to have. You know, and many do in certain ways, you know. Like, for example, I know that not everyone loves Call of Duty, but to use an example, there's a lot of fans of Call of Duty who can't wait for the next game to come out, you know. And as long as the company is doing things that make them happy, then they'll be fine. But if they start doing things that don't make them happy, they'll start to find other companies who do other franchises to find out if there's any other ones that do something similar. You know what I mean? So what I'm actually hoping for is, I hope that to light a fire under the arse of Ubisoft, someone comes along at another company and creates the most amazing, most advanced parkour system that has ever been in any game in the history of gaming to date. I hope that happens so Ubisoft can go, fuck. We need to get our parkour to that level. You know what I mean? Now, obviously there's other issues, but just to focus on the parkour again, if another company comes out and does a major title that absolutely does an amazing job with a parkour system that's the most advanced we've seen in any game ever, I'm pretty sure that that would put Ubisoft on notice and hopefully maybe make them snap out of their approach with the parkour. You know, because sometimes I think you need to have your ass handed to you to actually learn, you know, from your mistakes. So yeah, hopefully everything that goes wrong for Ubisoft goes wrong to allow them to realize where they're fucking up and actually improve things. Because they could turn things around, but it might be too late. With Ubisoft currently how they are, of course. Maybe if there was a leadership change and they changed their whole approach, maybe, just maybe, they could redeem themselves. But that just remains to be seen. We'll have to see how things play out with Mirage. It may sound like I'm against Mirage,
Can
but
I lick your plate when you're done?
I'm only saying negative things about Mirage because they're things that we have only been told but haven't been proven yet, and to me that's a negative thing. Like if I told you that there was a video game I was making that would allow you to fly, and I hyped it up in interviews, and I never showed you a gameplay trailer of the character flying, and then I release the gameplay trailer and there's no flying in it, and then you play the game and there's no flying in it, then I've lied to people, haven't I? By telling them that there was going to be flying in it. You know? So it's important to actually show gameplay so that you can back up what you're saying is going to be in a game. You know, so from that perspective, Ubisoft needs to start showing gameplay to back up what they're saying in interviews, you know, and actually show it in gameplay. Okay, so Jack is now moved again. So now it is let's just say, for sake of ease, it's 1:25 p.m. in game. Jack walks over to the small tree stump. There we go. Alright. Like a company that makes games that
Can anybody spare me?
I think is doing a good job with not only the games themselves, but also fans of those games, is Remedy. Because if you look at a game like Alan Wake, it's not just a game where the character fights enemies conventionally, you know, i.e. just shoot and then they're dead. They were like, right, how about we make a game where the enemies are possessed by something, and what they're possessed by creates a shield around them that can only be destroyed by using light against it. I'm not saying that there's probably never ever been a game before Alan Wake that's done that, but that's just an example of adding something that makes your game a little bit different to what might else be out there. If you look at 2010 when Alan Wake came out, some of the games that were competing in that year were Red Dead Redemption 1, for example.
There must be enough for me to have a couple of bites.
And so you had Brotherhood as well in Assassin's Creed. Obviously, there's other games that came out in 2010, but for the purposes of this example, I just wanted to name those ones. Each game is very different. Red Dead Redemption is nothing like Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is nothing like Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption is nothing like Alan Wake, and Alan Wake is nothing like Red Dead Redemption or Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. They're all three different, unique games by different developers, and if you're a fan of all three, then that means that each company with those games did the right thing to make you a fan of it, right? And that's what Ubisoft needs to do. They need to start thinking, how can we make our own games different to what else is coming out? Not try to make our games the same as what's coming out.
That smells so good.
Okay, now Jack just goes over to here. So there are differences in Jack's second configuration, but the spots that he goes to are generally the same in both configurations. Alright, so let's say 1:55 p.m. Jack walks over to the rock. An example of something that if you added it in an Assassin's Creed game, I don't think would work well. Let's just say you have a mechanic in an Assassin's Creed game where if your character landed on their foot wrong and they broke their ankle, for the next 24 hours at least in game, you can't run. You can only walk. Like, that would be being more realistic, but how many players would actually enjoy that mechanic, really, when you think about it, in an Assassin's Creed game? That's all about, running around. Not many, I don't think. So that's an example of what you wouldn't do. Is it something new and different for Assassin's Creed? Yeah, it is, but over time it would just... And for some people straight away, it would just become annoying. It's like, really? I have to wait before my character can actually run again? They have to walk everywhere now? People are like, whatever. And then just not play the game anymore. Unless you're a gamer that loves games that are ultra realistic, then of course I can see that appealing, So there's also trying to add something different, but something that's not actually going to be a good different, for that particular thing. Walker Man, yeah, exactly. It seems like the PS3, Xbox 360 era had the most diversity of games with not as many bugs. Companies took risks back then to set themselves apart from each other. That's true. So they can stand on their own and stand up against other games, so that they're unique and different. Hey there, Matthew. How's things going?
Hi there, Arthur.
Alright, so Jack just goes over to this tree stump again at 2:25 p.m. Jack walks back to the small tree stump. Welcome, man. Now today everyone is copying what they think people want. Like it's either a Dark Souls type of game that is extremely challenging with a lot of combat, or a Witcher style game that is more story driven and massive open worlds. And if there's a franchise that isn't that, you have companies trying to make it that. Hey there, Shin. Welcome on in. You like pie, do you? That's cool to know. What's your favorite kind of pie? Actually, speaking of pies, obviously there's dessert pies, but I'm currently thinking of a meat pie, which would be very nice to actually have. Haven't had a meat pie for a long time. You like cheesecake? Nice. Yeah, cheesecake is delicious. Walkman games seem to be bigger than ever at launch as well, sometimes taking a year plus before the bugs are mostly fixed. That's it, you know. And you've got multiple factors. You've got the fans who understandably, you know, want more, but at the same time they want it yesterday. Then you have the investors who are even more, we want the game yesterday. Because yesterday we would have made this much money, but now that you're taking an extra day, we may not make that same amount of money. You know what I mean? So you got that as well. And then you've got the heads of departments maybe being really stressed because they got to meet that deadline. So to meet that deadline, they cut corners, even though they know that ultimately they shouldn't cut the corner. But in order to please the investors, they need to get that out by that point. But then it gets to a point where the investors are like, look, are you ready to release the game yet? And they're like, we actually aren't. So you're saying you have to delay it? Yep. Okay, so how long do you think you're going to delay it for? Another month? No, we're thinking 3 months. So we're going to miss out potentially on 3 months worth of money that we could have gotten if you released it yesterday. You know, so if you think about it like that, it's kind of like what pressure you would be under, you know. So there's so many things that are at work as well. And when you think about it independent, like for example, if 5 people decided they wanted to make a game, those 5 people could take 5 years to do it. Because there's no one saying to them, hey, you're taking 5 years to do this game. You should have done it in 3. You know, they have the luxury of being able to work as much as you want on it. If you're like, you know, doing that kind of stuff, independent games, you know, if you're only like small and you're not even a company or anything, you just, you know, like 5 friends get together and want to make a game together, you know. Of course, there's still going to be scheduling because one friend might have to go away somewhere for a week and then come back. And so for that week, that person and what they're doing can't be done because maybe no one else on the team can do it. Whereas in a big company, if someone had to take a week off, there's probably someone else that also can do the same thing that they can, that then gets put on and does it. You know what I mean? So there's so many different things going on. Shin, you want to try Japanese cheesecake? So what is an example of a difference? The other thing about this game at this point is because I haven't done any missions in Chapter 2 yet, in terms of like activity in the camp, there's nothing story-wise that is happening which is causing characters to be, you know, on edge or any other kind of, you know, vibe in the camp. So it's pretty relaxed at this time in the story. Shin, and yes, you can read my comment to Walkerman. Shin, System Shock remake is being made with 12 people. You've been waiting on that game for 2 years. Japanese cheesecake is fluffy. So it's fluffy, I gotcha. The only reason why I don't read everyone's at to other people is because I don't want people to expect me to read everyone's at. Because sometimes people are saying something that is completely something that I've got nothing to say about. So I don't want to be reading out comments that I don't feel like it. So yeah. If there's a comment that someone's made and they're adding someone and I feel like I can contribute, then I'll actually read it out. Which I do sometimes do, it just depends. But yeah, I don't want to set a precedent where someone just adds someone and says, "Hello to you, how are you?" And then I have to read that out, you know what I mean? Okay, so Jack goes back to this spot again. So what time is it? It's 3:40 p.m. and Jack goes back to the rock. But getting back to, you know, games that are released and they're buggy and have to patch stuff. Sometimes you get a game where you don't mind waiting a little bit of extra time for something to get fixed, because it might not be a major issue, you know. It might just be that for 5 seconds a character's hair changes color and back again, you know. But then you get those ones where it's like, really? We have to wait a month for you to fix something that shouldn't have been a problem in the first place, you know. You get some stuff like that. But it is good, though, that fans are keeping games alive with unofficial patches. Because it helps make things easier for other players who might not have played the game yet as well, because they might get that version instead. It's like with the old school Tomb Raider games. On Steam and GOG, they didn't really do too much stuff to optimize those games. So it was up to fans who are modders of the Tomb Raider games to actually change things and optimize stuff and things like that. Good golly, Miss Molly.
Arthur?
That's something that's going to be interesting, actually. There was a playthrough I did once where one of the things that I just wanted to do was focus on Molly a bit to actually see if there was anything about her character that I missed. But I didn't go as in-depth as I am with these other characters, so doing this playthrough and being in-depth with all the characters like this, when it comes time for me to do this process with Molly, it's going to be interesting to see throughout the game things that I might have missed that she does in camp. Okay, so in-game time, let's just round it up to 10 past 4 p.m. Jack goes to the edge of camp near, if I go into photo mode, that'll show me where he goes, so... Oh. Ah, yep, so near Sadie, who is sitting. Okay, so there's only 2 more in-game hours until I reload my other save, and then we double check to see if there's a third configuration related to Jack, and if there is, well, we're going to do the same thing again, because I'm trying to track every different variable in every different character's pathway, in every different configuration based on what the configuration is when you reload your save. So generally in this game, when you load your autosave, it'll put the character in a different area. So for example, if you're inside the camp and it autosaves when Arthur is standing here, if you reload that autosave, it might load up and Arthur is actually in his tent, for example, and time has passed in game since that point. Whereas if you manually save, it actually saves what in-game time it was at that point. So you can then just basically be like, oh, okay, cool. Now I know that I can go over to this spot at this time and the character will be there doing this by this point. In the MMORPG, the first one that you played, for quite a while there was a quest giver that would randomly run away from his spot. The only way to talk to him was after monthly patch, finally, after complaints. They nailed his feet to the floor of his house. So they literally nailed his feet, you mean? Not just figuratively, as in they programmed him just to stand still. They actually literally had his feet nailed to the floor. Is that what you mean? Oh, that's what the patch notes read. Because that would have been funny if they literally had the character's feet nailed to the floor of his house to stop him from moving. Shit, I wasn't looking at the game screen. But it's okay, because Jack's just walking at the moment.
Cruel bastards. Tying me up right by the food.
What? I know it's... It's one of those things with Kieran, like it's kind of funny, but you can also feel sorry for him, you know, because if you've played this game before, you know that Kieran isn't really a true believer, so to speak, of Colm O'Driscoll. He was with the gang, but he wasn't dedicated to the gang like other gang members are, you know, and he proves himself worthy of being considered, if not a friend, at the very least, not an O'Driscoll, which, in the case of Dutch's gang, that's a step up. From being considered part of the O'Driscoll gang to not being considered part of the O'Driscoll gang, yet not a friend, is a good step up, you know. So it is kind of funny when Kieran says, they tied me up near the food. So yeah, it's funny, but at the same time you can feel sorry for the characters. It's like, oh, give him something to eat. So in game time, it is 4:40. No, it's not. Yeah, let's make it 40. It's past 40, but we'll just make it 40 for ease. So Jack goes to small tree stump again. Hey there, Death. Location of story, please. Right at the beginning in Chapter 2. I literally haven't done any missions in Chapter 2 yet. So this is where we're up to in the story, basically. The camp has been set up, and Uncle is sleeping, and the other characters that aren't in the camp are over in Valentine. Shin, time for food. Excellent, dude. Enjoy your food. Death, should you expect spoilers for the end? You haven't finished the game. You know you go into detail. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know when I will talk about the end, but there's definitely a chance that I will. For this game, I've actually decided to change the spoiler tags depending on what game I'm playing. So for example, with this game, I've put the tag major spoilers instead of just normal spoilers. kind of just to indicate to people that, oh, there's going to be major spoilers like character deaths, twists in the story, that kind of stuff. Whereas if I just put spoilers, then it'll probably just be some standard stuff. Thank you so much, Death, for popping in, though. I really do appreciate it. At this point in time, in terms of gameplay, yeah, there's not really anything that I'm doing story-wise, but in terms of potential spoilers, yeah. But thank you so much, and I hope that you have a really good night as well. Good to see you in chat too, Death. Hope you have a good one.
Don't mess with me, please.
It's okay, Kieran. We'll be messing with you later.
Hey there.
I'll have to be antagonizing Kieran in this playthrough as well, of course.
It just takes time, Miss Sadler.
God, I wish they would have killed him too.
Okay, so at this point in time, Abigail and Sadie are talking to one another. It's a great scene between the two, great dialogue, but we've already heard it on this playthrough, so
We both
apologies if anyone actually wants to hear that dialogue.
We both know the bravery is in the living.
However, if you want to know what in-game time it happens, and oh no, I can't even say that because it's very complex. Sorry about that. I can't really go into detail because it's really complex, and you'd have to specifically go to specific things at specific times with specific configurations, and yeah. But it is a great moment between the two. I don't know when it would have happened in one of my previous streams, but it's probably somewhere in there, but who knows when I got to it and when it happened, but yeah.
I don't.
Oh, I didn't take note of what time it was. Alright, so in-game it is now 5:15. To edge of camp near Sadie, sitting down.
Know you very well. Hi. But I can tell you're brave, Miss Sadler. I really can.
I don't seem very brave.
Nonsense. You're about the bravest woman I ever met. And that tells me you got the courage. The courage to live.
I hope so. I really do.
I know so.
Sadie has one of the best fucking character arcs in this game.
I'm always around. If you need someone.
Jack's actually stopping in a different spot. Although it's not that different because... Actually, no, it's not a different spot, really. It's just that Strauss is someone that I noticed now, whereas I didn't notice him before. Alright, so at this time... "5:25 p.m", let's just say. Jack goes to rock not far from previous position. So Susan's now going to speak to Arthur.
Mr. Morgan! Mr. Morgan, folks is wondering what's happened to you.
Nothing, Miss Grimshaw.
Nothing is right. That's the point. That's the point. Work, Mr. Morgan. Folk need feeding. I never took you for the lazy type.
What's interesting about how they've programmed the character paths is you have, for so many hours of the day, Jack, who's only a child, roaming around the camp. No one's actually really checking in on him. they only speak to him when he actually passes them. Abigail isn't looking around the camp. John Marston certainly isn't looking around the camp. No one, not even Dutch or Hosea, is walking around the camp trying to make sure that Jack's fine. You know, they're just letting him run off and do whatever kind of thing. Which makes sense because, you know, later on when Jack gets kidnapped and sent to Angelo Bronte, they're able to get away with it because there's other stuff going on that distracts the gang. But those who are there, like, they don't realize until it's too late that Jack's been taken. So it's very interesting that they program the characters to not really seek Jack's character out to make sure he's okay. Jack goes back to where he was. Near Camp Edge, near Sadie. There we go. Alright. Make note of that. So far, there hasn't really been many character interactions between Jack and other characters where they stop and have a conversation with him. The only interaction that has happened between Jack and another character is when Arthur's been standing close enough for the character to recognize that he's there and then say hello, or when he's actually passing other characters. So this playthrough is a experiment for me as well, because I've never done this kind of thing with it. And part of that is not really knowing the ins and outs of how things are going to be done, or how to keep track of stuff. So as I go through the playthrough, there might be points where I decide to only focus on very specific things, and not everything. For example, when I started the playthrough, I was also going to activate all the dialogue that happens when you do the wrong thing on purpose, and another character has to say something to tell you what to do. But then I decided not to for this playthrough. And the more I think about it, and I can't really do it yet, but the more I think about it, I think what I need to do, because this is still pretty early in the game, I may ultimately need to choose a point to take a break from this playthrough.
When I was a little girl, I guess I hoped for... I don't know. I used to dream a lot. We all dreamt a lot. Then we grew into women. Saw what the world was for us.
Oh. Alright, so in-game time. Oh shit, it's past 6. In-game. Okay, never mind. Alright, so 6 PM. Jack is where he is. Alright, so that is the second configuration. So configuration 1, Dutch approaches Arthur at 9 AM. At the same time, Sadie is taking food to Kieran and then throwing it at his feet. And at the same time as that, Jack is near the entrance close to the horse station. In configuration 2, Dutch is at his tent, but Lenny isn't in camp. And at 9:05 AM, Jack is near Abigail. So they're the two configurations so far for Jack. Now I need to see another configuration. So we reload the save that I made when it's 9 AM on this same day in camp, and see what we get. There's another configuration where Lenny is in camp and Dutch is at his tent. So I need to try and get that to activate. So I might have to reload this save multiple times until that configuration happens. And then that'll be the third configuration to track.
Good morning.
Alright, so this is the one where Dutch approaches Sadie's over there, takes the food to Kieran. So we've already done that configuration with Jack. And Jack's actually the fourth character so far that I've done this process with. There's still heaps more to go. I still have to do this same process with Susan, Molly, Abigail, Kieran, Mary Beth, Tilly, Karen, Pearson, John Marston, Hosea, Micah, and Strauss.
Morning, Arthur.
Alright, Dutch is over that way, which means it's the same configuration as configuration 1. The configuration I need is when Lenny is in camp, but Dutch is at his tent. So yeah, what I was saying before is this playthrough will evolve, and one of the things that I'm thinking of doing is, at a certain point, putting this playthrough on hold, changing the name of the VODs so far to take out the annual in the title, restart the game from the start, and then call that my annual playthrough, doing a different kind of playthrough, and then when that's done, I'll resume this playthrough and then keep on doing it until it gets done, which could bleed into 2024 as well. But I'm willing to do that for this style of playthrough. So that's what I'm leaning towards actually doing. But as I said, I can't do it straight away because I want to reach a certain point where I can then rename the title of the last stream to actually be specific about what's actually in that part as well. So it might get confusing for people who are watching the stream live, but the more I think about it, that's probably the best way to go, because otherwise I won't fit the annual playthrough in. Alright, so this is the configuration where Dutch is at his tent, but is Lenny in camp? And Lenny is in camp. Good. So we're now in configuration 3. If Lenny wasn't in camp, but Dutch was at his tent, then we'd still be in configuration 2. Config 3. Dutch is at his tent, and Lenny is in camp at the edge, where he usually stands at this time. Okay, so in this configuration, at 9:05 p.m., Jack is near Abigail. So far, where he is the same in this configuration when Dutch is at his tent but Lenny is in camp, as it was when Dutch is at his tent but Lenny isn't in camp. I'm thinking of some names too for what I can rename this playthrough to when I decide to put a hold on all the camp dialogue stuff. Or maybe I don't even have to wait till that point yet. When I take my break, I'll think on that and go back and change the titles for the past streams, but also change the title for this stream to reflect the difference. So what I'll do is I will rename this playthrough something different, take out the annual part of the title, and then what I'll do at a certain point, not yet, at a certain point I'll put this playthrough on hold and then restart the game on a different save file, and I'll do my annual playthrough then. Because for my annual playthroughs, for any game that I do it for, I have a rule where I have to get it done before the current year ends. And I definitely don't mind replaying this game back to back. That's for sure. One of my favorite games ever. Hey there, One Love. Welcome to the stream. Hakuna Matata means no worries for the rest of your days. Absolutely. It's funny, I went to see that at the movies when it came out. So let's see in this third configuration if Jack at this time ends up in the same spot that he did in the second configuration.
Good morning, Arthur.
Morning, Arthur.
Alright, so last time he took this path too. So he's going back to the edge of camp near his father, who's just sitting reading it this time. Alright, so that's not different from configuration 2. And it's around the same time. 9:40 AM. Jack walks to where John is reading. Okay, so far in this configuration regarding Jack and his movements, there's only one thing that's different, and that's the start part where Dutch is at his tent and Lenny is in camp. In the previous configuration, that is so far following, which is what this one's... Sorry. I'll start again. The only thing different so far about this configuration is that Lenny is in camp and Dutch is at his tent, as opposed to the previous configuration where Dutch was at his tent but Lenny wasn't in camp. So far this one is following that same thing. This is the thing with doing something like this as well, is you just don't know how in depth they went with the randomization or the configurations. You know, you don't know how in depth they went. So for all I know, there could be a character in this camp at this point in the story who has 10 different configurations. You know what I mean? But those configurations might only be different in one aspect, but the same in all others as well. You know. So it's very, very tricky to know how much they've done in that regard with this game. So it's currently almost 10 AM in the game. In the previous configuration, it was 10:15 AM before he moved from this spot. So let's see if that happens again. The other thing, by the way, when you go into this screen, if you actually look at the time, it's not static, it's actually moving slowly. And so if you keep it in this screen, the time will actually move and change. Alright, now it's 10 AM. Okay, so...
Uncle Arthur.
Of course, I'd talk over the dialogue, wouldn't I? But I guess a character saying good morning isn't necessarily important or interesting dialogue, so I'll let that slide. However, if he was having an actual conversation with the character, then I'd be really annoyed. I'd have to reload the save. So this configuration is actually different because Jack is going all the way over this way at this point, whereas in the previous configuration, where he was before now was the same. Which is where Sadie actually is. Alright, so he's gone there before, but in the other configuration he went here at a different time. Alright, so let's just say 10 a.m. Jack walks to spot near Sadie sitting. One love, Jack is on to you, Arthur, and you'll get rich quick screams. Okay, so Strauss has moved over there. It's interesting because at this point in the story, Strauss is usually seated at his table. So he does actually move around a bit too.
People are getting hungry, Pearson.
I was just thinking now, I wonder if the appearance of birds, I wonder how they've programmed their appearances and pathing. I imagine they've done it differently to the NPCs. So I wonder if they programmed it so that the same type of bird flies past the same spot at the same in-game time when it's within a certain configuration. So for example, let's say the indicator for what configuration it is if Jack throws a rock at Arthur, right? If Jack throws a rock at Arthur, and as he does so, some ducks fly past his head, and it's 10 a.m. in the morning, does that mean that when we reload our save to before 10 a.m., and we match the configuration to have Arthur get the rock thrown at him by Jack, will that duck fly past at the same time? I wonder if the animals have been programmed like that too, or if it's just a completely different randomization of when they appear versus when they don't, and all that type of stuff.
Can we eat soon, Pearson?
Now, I don't know if there is a point where Jack throws a rock at Arthur, but I would assume there isn't, but you never know. No Afro, yeah, none of that's happened yet. None of the characters that we've antagonized have actually punched us out. All Dutch has done is pushed. He's the only one that's had a reaction like that. Lenny just basically shrugs it off and all that stuff. But playing the game like this, I definitely will get to those points though, where that happens. Alright, so it's in-game time, almost 11:25 a.m, and Jack's been here since 10 past 10 a.m. in-game, in this third configuration that I've discovered. So it approximately takes almost 1 hour of real time to pass to go from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Because this is the third time doing this process from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I've been streaming for 3 hours and 12 minutes. Afro, what did you think the future AC games would be like when you played Revelations or during AC3? The thing about that time was I don't really remember any specific things I was thinking about could happen in the series. When Assassin's Creed Revelations came out and Desmond wakes up from his coma and he tells his father and Rebecca and Sean he knows what they need to do, and that whole setup, the whole ending of Revelations, I was just amazed at that ending. Ezio visiting Altair's library, finding him obviously dead for centuries, putting the apple away, keeping it in there, all that stuff. Plus Jupiter, the Isu, showing the vision of, you know, what happened, how the world was destroyed the first time, all that kind of stuff. Really hyped me up for 3. And when 3 came out, I was really curious to see how the new time period would play out, what it would be like playing as the main character. Being surprised when Hatham and the others revealed themselves that they're Templars, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then that ending where Desmond, you know, kills himself. Well, I mean, he in a way he kills himself because he decides to do actions that end up in him dying. But I remember not knowing where they would go with the series after that point. I didn't really think about if they would continue on with Connor, or just do a new time period or anything like that. So yeah, I don't remember thinking too much about what the future of Assassin's Creed could be from that point when Revelations and Assassin's Creed 3 came out. But I never ever thought it would get to the point where we have a parkour system in the series that is very basic. I never thought that would happen. After, I always felt like the series would end with a present-day game like Most Obvious. Killing Desmond was the biggest mistake. Yeah, and there's still fans who would like an Assassin's Creed game set in the future to make it futuristic. And the thing about it is, there's a way to do that while still making it make sense. And the way to do that is to not set it in the future, because the ones who came before, the Isu, they had technology that we would consider futuristic. So you may as well do a game set in their time period when they were the majority population on the planet, and do a game where you're playing as one of them, you know. Or, at the very least, have you play as a human who is a slave, like other humans, but joins the rebellion that Adam and Eve are.
Hello, Mr. Pearson.
That Adam and Eve are basically leading. Then you could have, you know, the main character using technology that we consider futuristic, yet it's not in the future because you don't have characters. Like, for example, you wouldn't have an Auditore living in the year 3000, for example. You know what I mean? That's okay, One Love. No worries at all. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I hope you have a really good night as well. Have a great one. But yeah, for Killing Desmond, you know, in retrospect, it would have been better if they basically just focused on a different part of the assassins, you know what I mean, for a change. Like maybe have a new recruit that joins the assassins in present day, and so you play as them in the present day portions, being mentored by Desmond, who gets upgraded to be a master assassin, you know, something like that. That could have been an alternate thing that they did. Zeus taking another break from Callisto Protocol, lol. See, we are still talking AC. Oh yeah, Zeus, you know what this channel's like. Can't go a stream without mentioning Assassin's Creed. That's for sure. There's always some Assassin's Creed conversation going on, either started by me or started by viewers, or, you know, things like that. Even in streams that aren't Assassin's Creed, which I don't mind. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind. You hoped after AC3 they would take a couple of years off. Yeah, that would have been good too if they actually did that. Like, doing a game in 2012 with AC3, but then taking a break and then waiting until next gen had come out. Like, could you imagine if Assassin's Creed Unity was actually the next game after 3, but it came out, you know, in like 2015 or something like that? That would have been a really good thing to sort of see. So in game at this point, it is now 10 past 12 p.m. and Jack has walked over to this spot near Abigail. days, Black Flag ended up justifying its existence, but you was up in arms. You thought AC3 good had been so much better, would have been so much better, could have been so much better. Yeah, I mean, the games in the series that came out after 3 that I really like, I am glad that we still got them. But when you do think about what if, I could definitely see alternate things happening with the end of AC3 and moving forward that also would have been good as well. You wish they would have slowed down, not pumped out annual releases. Yeah. Yeah, because when you think about it, like if we're just talking main entries, 2007 AC1, 2009 2 years later AC2, a year later AC Brotherhood, a year after that AC Revelations, a year after that Assassin's Creed 3, a year after that Assassin's Creed Black Flag, a year after that Assassin's Creed Unity in 2014, in 2015 Syndicate, in 2017 a 2-year break before Origins came out, 2018 a year after Origins, Odyssey comes out, you know. And then, of course, you have a 2-year wait before Assassin's Creed Valhalla comes out, you know. So that's how many years that passed in between main games. Only 1 at minimum, 2 at maximum had passed from Assassin's Creed 1 all the way through to Valhalla. Part of why you skip Revelations is that is where you feel it's quantity over quality. Yeah. Yeah, if you get to that point where you're feeling that way, then you know there's no point pushing yourself to play a new entry, you know. It's why with new games in the series now, I don't buy them on launch, you know. Wait and see first. And not just wait and see how they do and get sort of like non-spoiler feedback on it, but for me personally, I need to go further and actually know what happens at the end of the story. Know what happens to certain characters to figure out whether or not I want to actually pay full price, at least, for that experience. You know? But yeah, I'm not going to just, you know, pre-order a game and then hope it's great. I mean, so far, the games that I've played in the series that I bought at launch, overall, I've been pretty happy with them. With some exceptions like Rogue and Assassin's Creed Odyssey, that I thought might be games that were great, but I ended up not liking them as much as the other games in the series. But ironically, I can stand playing Odyssey enough to not, you know, think it's as bad as Rogue, but it's only because it's in different ways, you know what I mean? There's some things about Odyssey that I don't mind, but there's other things about it that I do. But those things that I don't mind about it are strong enough for me to still play the game. I may scale back how much I do in that game, you know, as time goes on, but I still play it, you know. But even that's going to change eventually. Okay, so let's just put it at 12:50 p.m. and Jack goes to spot near his father reading. What's so cool about this part that I just thought of is at this point in Jack's life, he doesn't really like reading. We have John Marston sitting here reading. Jack's doing something like, you know, looking at the environment. So Jack is doing something that is what John Marston wants him to do later in the timeline when John is living at Beach's Hope with Abigail and Jack. Whereas Jack becomes interested in reading, so it's Jack who stays under trees reading, while his father is off doing other stuff and enjoying things other than reading. Yet we have here the juxtaposition of Jack at this age not liking reading, being more interested in what's going on in the world around him, while at the moment John doesn't care about what's going on around the world around him. He's focused on the book he's reading. I like that kind of stuff, and I just love it how you think of it after a certain time. Like, I never thought of this until now. Anyway, Zaius, is Valhalla worth playing? It's one of those things. It's very difficult. What I would say is the pacing of the main story is kind of plodding sometimes. It feels like it's dragging on. Sometimes it feels like things you would rather be focusing on in the story, the game at that time may not let you experience it, so you got to, do something else. So if you've played the game before, there might be certain story arcs that you don't really think are that interesting, but you have to do them. You know what I mean? So there is some of that, but there's so many factors. Like, I could say that, yeah, if you're looking for a good RPG game with dialogue choices in it, and all these cool weapons and special abilities and that, then that would be considered a great game for people who love that stuff. But as an Assassin's Creed game, I'd say it's probably half of what I would want an Assassin's Creed game to be, which is why I like it enough to actually enjoy it and still think it's better than Odyssey, But I would say there's too much content. There's too many DLC. It's an over-bloated game by this point.
Are you playing a follow game, Arthur?
There we go, got a different dialogue interaction between Jack and Arthur. Oh yeah, so Hosea isn't joined by Lenny, because Lenny in this configuration is probably
You okay?
somewhere else at this point. Okay, Jack's going a really different way. To a different point that he doesn't go to in the other configurations. Geez, how far away from camp is he going? Ah, there we go. Alright. So, in-game time, let's just round it up to 1:30 PM. Jack goes for a long walk through camp to Edge near. Now, what's something that I could pinpoint as something that Jack is near? Actually, no, he has been here in the configuration before. That's right, because there was this tall tree that he passes by before stopping at the edge here. So if I have a look back through my notes, there was a configuration where he passes a tall tree. There we go. So at 4:20 PM in configuration 1, Jack moved to the edge past a tall tree, and in configuration 3 it's 1:30 PM. So he's done that earlier in this one. So near to edge near tall tree. There we go. I'll update the configuration 3. Afro, what they should have done after 3 is Desmond travels around the world protecting other pieces of Eden, living the life of other prominent assassins, maybe recruiting their descendants or something. Yeah, something that was laser focused would have been good. And that would have still given the opportunity to do different time periods at the same time. But as it is, they went with the route of having the Animus updated so that people can experience memories of people they're not even related to and all that kind of stuff. So in their mind, they sort of like, were like, we don't need to have a character related to the past characters now. We can just have some random character who's not related to a character from the past, yet they can still experience their memories. So is playing Mass Effect's going to change your life, lol. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm actually 99%. Sorry, I'm 5% surprised that I'm actually liking it as much as I am. Like, I thought I'd enjoy it to the point of thinking it was a decent game, that it was a good game. But I'm actually thinking more about it, and I'm thinking it's actually a great game. And I'm so early in the game as well still. But that's a good sign, because it means that I'm enjoying the game, and if I'm enjoying a game, you'll also know when I actually am interested in the lore of the game as well. Like, as much as I liked playing Skyrim, I didn't really get invested in the lore of Skyrim, if you know what I mean. Like, yeah, there were cool set pieces and stuff, and all that kind of thing, but I mean the small stuff, like, I didn't become involved and invested in reading the books that you find, you know. Maybe to some extent, but not to a massive extent, you know what I mean? Whereas a game like Mass Effect, I'm really liking what I'm reading and hearing about different species, different things that happened in the past before the current events in that game, you know, things like that that really help build a world for the player. So yeah, I'm really enjoying Mass Effect. I think it's a great game, and I haven't even really scratched the surface either, because we're still at the Citadel, and I'm still wandering around scanning those keepers, and also working on side missions and stuff.
Don't forget about me. I'm starving.
Hey Starvin, is your name Marvin? Okay, so at 2 PM in-game time in this third configuration, Jack goes back to the small tree stump.
Can anybody spare me a bite?
No, Kieran, sorry. We can't even spare you a crumb at the moment. I'm not going to do it, but I wonder what cycle the chickens have. As in, how far do these chickens wander from where we find them? You know, where do they go to?
Is anybody getting me some?
Sorry, Kieran, we have a rule that everyone goes gets their own food, so if you don't go get your own food, even if you are tied to a tree, you don't get any food. Sorry, dude. That's just the way that the Vandalin gang is doing it right now. Kieran's not allowed to have anything. Sadie, in one configuration of events at this point in the camp story, or at this point in the game, will take food over to Kieran and taunt him with it, and then throw it on the ground in front of him. Now, without context, people might be like, well, that's mean of her to do. But with context, the gang that Kieran was rolling with killed her husband. So that's why Sadie isn't really that impressed with the fact that Kieran is alive. And if she had her way, Kieran would be dead and not tied to a tree. So that's why Sadie taunts him with the food but then throws it on the ground, because in her mind, he doesn't deserve it. I mean, you could say she's wasting food, which is a good point. But at the same time, it's definitely understandable that she would feel like doing something like that to Kieran. It's like, how can she hurt him without physically hurting him And so she drops the food on the ground, rubs his nose in the fact that there was food right near him that she pretended to offer him, and then threw it on the ground to build him up and then smash his hopes to pieces. Alright, so it is now 2:30 p.m. in-game. And Jack has returned to the spot. Is Abigail nearby? Yep, spot near Abigail. So in chapter 1, after the characters get out of the mountain, they then go to this campsite. When they arrive, Dutch tells them about the box, the money box, and all that type of stuff. After all that's done, the game makes time pass to a certain point. When it reaches that certain point, that's when the game lets you do a manual save. And it's around 9 AM in-game when it actually lets you make that save. Based on that, where I saved, when I loaded it, Arthur was right in front of the food. And in one configuration, Dutch walks over to Arthur at that time in the day and says some dialogue that you can't skip unless you leave camp and do story stuff and then come back. Then potentially you might get that. You might not get that dialogue. But anyway, Dutch comes to Arthur, talks to him. At the same time, Sadie is getting food. She takes it over to Kieran. That's how I knew about configuration 1. I focused on Dutch first in the playthrough, then I focused on Sadie, and then I focused on Lenny. Which, for those who haven't actually seen me play this game before, or if you're new to the channel, the first time I played this game was in 2018, when it first came out. From that point, I've played the game at least once a year. Some years I've played it twice in 1 year. It hasn't been until this point that I've antagonized characters like Lenny, Sadie, Jack.
Hey, Mama. Okay, sweetheart? Hi to you.
I've never ever done that before. And I've never antagonized John Marston, or Abigail, or Tilly, or Mary Beth, or Karen, for example. You know, so there's all these characters that I don't normally antagonize for years worth of playing this game until now. But I'm willing to actually do that because it's a unique kind of playthrough, not only to me with this game, but also in the sense of I don't know how many people would be willing to go into as thorough detail as I am, where I'm following characters around to make note of where they're moving to and at what time in game, all in an effort to try and figure out the different configurations so I know whether or not I've already done a configuration and gotten the antagonizing dialogue in it. Like, I don't know how many people have done this type of playthrough. I'm probably not the first to do it, but that's also something that's making a unique playthrough, is doing something to that extent. But it's very experimental for me as well, because I've never done a playthrough of any game to the degree that is required of this playthrough. I've done in-depth dialogue heavy playthroughs of other games like Alan Wake and Deus Ex Human Revolution, but those playthroughs did not last as long as this playthrough is going to go for. Because there's just so many moving parts in this game, of course. So at 3:05 p.m., Jack goes to the, I think it was the tree stump, is it? Yep. Having said all that, when I go on my break, I'm actually going to be changing the name of this playthrough. Going into my VODs, changing the name of the titles for those, and then changing the title for this stream to call this playthrough something different. Because what I'm going to do, that I've decided today, is I'm going to actually do something different for my annual playthrough for 2023, so I can get the game done before the year ends. And then, once that playthrough is finished, then I'll return to this playthrough that I'm doing. But I'm not ready yet to actually put this playthrough on hold, even after changing the name of it, until I get to a certain point, and then I'll basically put it on hold. But I will actually make a note of it in the description for the previous VODs, also this current one after the stream's over. But I also have, and this is a good time to actually post it. Just want to set something up for a moment. Okay, Jack's still there, so that's good. Hang on, I'll be ready in a sec to post what I'm going to be posting. Nope, Jack's moving now. Not very far though, so I won't really track that, there's no point. So this year I actually set up a YouTube channel to act as an archive channel for all the streams that I do on Twitch, because Twitch only lets you save your past broadcasts for a certain amount of time before it gets deleted automatically. So I'm exporting all my streams to that channel. So what I'll do is, because I'm actually changing the name of this current playthrough, so it's not my annual one, what I'll do is actually update those videos on YouTube as well to reflect that, and make amendment notes in the about me's of those. So yeah, Jack didn't really move that far from where he was, so I won't worry about making a note of that small movement. Because my annual playthroughs are ones that I always have a rule where I need to get it done before the year ends, that's why I'm deciding to change the name of this playthrough to something different, and then restarting the game from the start again and calling that one my annual playthrough. But yeah, I'm not ready to actually start that annual playthrough yet. There's a certain point in this process that I want to get to before I actually restart. And then when my annual playthrough is finished, I can return to this playthrough, and it doesn't matter then if it goes over into 2024. Zereth, if you make a stream or bit into a highlight, apparently it stays available on Twitch. It does, Zereth, yeah. The only problem is, because I stream, more than 6 hours sometimes, if I wanted to save that vid as a highlight, I'd have to do it in increments and do multiple highlights in the same video as well. And that would just be too time consuming. So it's much easier for me to just export. Because the beautiful thing about exporting your Twitch VODs to your YouTube is that you don't even have to have your Twitch and or your YouTube open at the same time. You can literally go into your video. You can literally go into your VODs on Twitch, select the export option, and then just close Twitch and do other stuff. And it will still do the exporting process on your YouTube channel. So that's really cool that they do it that way. I don't know if it's always been like that, but... And how's it going, by the way, Zereth? I hope it's going well. Shit, I didn't make note of what time in-game it is when he goes over this way. Whoops. Okay, so let us just think. Alright. So it's, let's say that at 4:15 p.m. Jack goes to spot near Abigail. I really should have put this current playthrough on hold and just did my annual one first before doing this, but the more I think about it, doing this process, there's so much to it that it's going to take more than a year to do it. And because I need to get my annual playthroughs of certain games done before the year ends, there's no way I'd be able to get this playthrough done and then do my annual playthrough before the year ends. So doing this type of playthrough without a deadline is the better way to go about it. Zereth, to an extent, you're doing fine. Okay, Zereth. Well, hopefully things improve.
Arthur.
That's my name. Arthur, Arthur, Arthur. Mary says that a lot in this game. In fact, I actually made note of how many times Mary actually either says Arthur or a variation where she goes, "Oh, Arthur." I'll actually fish that out as well. Alright, so let's just say 40. And where is Jack near? Near that tall tree. Alright, now to actually get that count for how many times Mary actually says Arthur or a variation. I didn't separate them into how many times she just says Arthur or how many times she just says, "Oh, Arthur." I combined them together when I was counting them. And there were some that I missed, so this is a rough amount of times. Okay. So when I did my 100% annual playthrough for 2022, give or take, Mary says Arthur's name, either Arthur just on its own or the words "Oh Arthur," 40 times throughout the whole game. And over the whole span of the game's story, you don't even spend as much time with Mary as a character than you do doing the story. So that's a lot of times for her to be going, Arthur, oh Arthur. Granted, I also counted when it was in letters that has voice work where Mary says Arthur. So I guess if you were just counting the times when she's directly speaking to Arthur person to person and not in a voiceover, I guess it's less than 40 times. But yeah, that's still a crazy amount of times for her to say Arthur, oh Arthur. How do 37 mathematicians board the bus with only 36 seats? They carry the one. And in the context of you using the Arnie impression to say that, I'm sure Arnold could carry one of those people. How's it going, Mr. Goatee? I still remember that opening sequence in Commando, where part of it, when they introduce Arnie's character, John Matrix, is carrying a literal tree log.
Hello?
You're following me! What a delightful surprise. Hello, Karen. Hello, Miss Grimshaw. How was your meal? Fine. I'm so glad.
Hey there, Harbinger.
You know, while we were stuck up that mountain,
You were just about to redeem an Arnie impression, were you? Oh no, dude. He snuck in. Okay, so Jack now walks over, in this configuration that is.
We both know that ain't true. We both know the bravery is in the living.
In this configuration, Jack's going a very far away. Away.
But I really can.
I don't seem very
Nonsense. You're about the bravest woman I ever met. And that tells me you got the courage. The courage to live.
Oh, Arthur, it is good to see you.
You okay, Mary Beth?
Just great, but I nearly got killed back in town. They caught me robbing from a store and I ran for my life.
You weren't followed here.
Arthur Morgan, of course not. Who do you think you're speaking to?
Good girl.
I'm always around.
Okay, so that is something different. And I'll explain what that is in a moment. Alright, so, in-game time. Let's just round it up to 5:30. Jack goes to the edge of camp near, and let's use photo mode to see what is actually near that I could say. Not far from Javier's guitar. Alright, so the way in which that was different is this is the first time in this current playthrough that I've had Mary Beth walk up to Arthur at this in-game time, but say something completely different to what she's done before. Before now, normally she just talks about how good it is to be off the mountain, but then she was talking about how she was nearly spotted or whatever in Valentine. So that's different, and this is a different configuration as well. So in configuration 1 and 2, when Mary Beth goes up to Arthur, she talks about how good it is to go off the mountain around this in-game time, around 5:30 p.m. But in this third configuration, when you're actually following Jack, she actually says something different. So in that third configuration, I need to make a note about how config 3 at 5:30 p.m. Mary Beth. Oop. Alright, so in configuration 3 at 5:30 p.m. Mary Beth talks to Arthur about almost being arrested in Valentine, not the other dialogue. So when we get to the point in this playthrough where I'm actually tracking Mary Beth's movements throughout the camp, it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic changes in the configuration, because we'll literally be near her. So I'm sure that she'll still say automatic conversations with us like that, but it's going to be interesting to see where she goes in camp and the other conversations, because this is the thing, right? At the moment, the characters that I've been following in this game so far are characters that don't stand with multiple other characters and have a conversation. Like, for example, there's a conversation that, Tilly, Mary Beth, and Karen have with each other. Now, because I'm not following either Mary Beth, Karen, or Tilly yet in this playthrough, it means we haven't got to those points where they're having those conversations. So characters like Jack, Sadie, Lenny, and Dutch, they don't really have a lot of character interactions with other characters at this point in the game. So for now, the characters that I've followed so far don't have big conversations they have with a whole lot of other characters. So when we get to the point where I'm following characters like Mary Beth, Tilly, and Karen, there's going to be a lot of overlapping where we're going to be hearing all three characters talking to each other. And maybe they'll have different dialogue. So hopefully that will also make things a bit more interesting. Which, again, this style of playthrough, I know it's not going to be for everyone. And that's understandable. And that's completely fine. You know, if you pop into the stream, see me doing this playthrough and think this is boring and leave, that's completely understandable. I don't blame you. Thank you for those, though, that are watching. But don't feel that, if you decide to leave, even if you have seen me stream other games and you like watching me stream, I still don't mind if you find this playthrough boring and don't want to watch the stream. That's completely fine. There's just so much stuff to cover that the way I'm doing it is very meticulous and very time consuming. Plus there's multiple variables, different configurations as well. So far, there's only about 3 or 4 configurations that I've actually made note of, and that's only with a certain group of characters. There's still other characters in this camp at this point in the story that I haven't done this process yet with. So who knows how many other different variations will branch out as I go through. I'll just catch up on chat. You redeemed the Gollum impression, Mr. Gote.
Nobody as quick as me, precious. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum.
Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Gote.
Hello.
When it becomes 6 p.m. in-game time, I just need to double check to see that there's no other variables that are different enough at the start. Then I'll take a break, and then I'll do those things that I was talking about, where I'm going to change the name of this playthrough, change the VOD titles in the past broadcast, change the current title for the stream, etc., etc. So that when the time comes and I put this playthrough on hold, I can then jump into what will be my actual annual playthrough for 2023. And after I come back from my break, we still have the antagonizing dialogue
Arthur.
that I need to do. Which I'm going to feel so bad doing the antagonizing dialogue to Jack. There's many other characters too that I feel that way about. But yeah, I'm gonna feel so bad doing the antagonizing to Jack. So let's just say this is 5:45 p.m. Jack goes to edge of camp near the massive rock. So far, the only character I've actually enjoyed antagonizing because of what gets said is Dutch. But yeah, antagonizing Sadie and Lenny, I'm just like, no, Arthur, why are you being an asshole to them for? It's like, especially Lenny as well. Lenny! Speaking of Lenny, there he is. The man himself. The legendary character. Alright, so at 5:55 p.m. Jack walks, I'll just say, back into camp. And stops. I know he's actually doing something specific, but in my notes I'll just put that he stops. Because he's not actually moving position at the moment. But this is most likely where he'll stay. At the very least until 6 p.m. in game. Which it almost is that time. There we go. So what I want to do now is just double check to see if there's not any slight differences in where characters are at the in-game time where I saved it manually. And then I'll take my break. But don't worry, this process now I'm doing is not going to take too long. I just want to basically see
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
Alright, so this is configuration where Dutch is at his tent. And Lenny's not in camp. Alright, so we've got this configuration before. So the other two configurations that it possibly can be is Dutch is at his tent, but Lenny is in camp, at the edge of the camp. And then the other one is Dutch walks up to Arthur and talks to him automatically. And Sadie goes over and taunts Kieran with food. Alright, so this is the configuration where Dutch walks over to you and talks to you. And Sadie is doing this.
So you're the O'Driscoll, huh?
I'm the feller tied to the tree, so I guess I must be.
Yeah, I've met some of your boys before.
Oh, yeah?
You must be hungry.
Like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy. What's going on?
I just wanted to show
Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks.
Sadie doing that with the food.
Nothing.
There we go. So that's one of the other configurations that I've used as a starting point to figure out other characters' movements within that configuration. So far, the same configurations are happening. There's just one more I need to double check on, and if that actually happens, then I know that there's only really 3 different configurations with Jack.
Good morning.
Where have you wandered off to?
Nope, so it reloaded this one again. Gonna keep on reloading the save until it loads the configuration where Dutch is at his tent and Lenny is in camp. And Sadie's off somewhere different. Now the thing about this is the same in-game time every time that I'm loading up, but it randomizes the configuration of where characters are and selects that configuration out of the certain number of configurations.
Hi there, Arthur.
Where did you get?
No, it's doing this one. This is the 3rd time in a row it's loaded up that configuration. And this is only the time period in the first day from 9 AM to 6 PM that I've covered so far. I also need to cover the other times as well with the same characters. So that'll be from 6 PM to 12 PM.
Morning, Arthur.
Again, it's loaded this same configuration where Dutch comes over to talk to us. Sadie goes over to Kieran. I need it to load up the configuration where Dutch is at his tent but Lenny is in camp. Because the other configuration, when Dutch is at his tent, Lenny's not in camp at all. I couldn't even find him. I couldn't even find him protecting the camp. And that leads me to another thing I forgot to mention as well. If you go outside the camp
Hello, Arthur.
far enough and then go back in, it will actually randomize who is actually looking after the entrance to the camp, but also change where people in the camp actually are located and randomize them.
You're the O'Driscoll, huh?
Oh, Arthur.
Now this is now there are variations within variations that I haven't tracked because while, like for example, Dutch walked in from a different angle. In fact, this is the first time he's actually walked from that angle through Kieran and Sadie to get to Arthur to talk to him. So there's also different configurations that only go a little step further different. So I'm not worrying about those. But this is again another one where Dutch is going to Arthur. Now I betcha when it loads up a different configuration, it'll be the one where Dutch is at his tent and Lenny is not in camp, which we've already gotten to actually trigger in this little section I'm doing now where I'm just double checking. But here's hoping that we'll get the one where Lenny is in camp and Dutch is at his tent.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Where did you get to?
Okay, now Dutch is somewhere completely different.
Hurry up, Pearson. I'm fixing to eat my shoe.
So you're the O'Driscoll, huh?
Fella tied to the tree, so I guess I must be.
Yeah, I've met some of your boys before.
Oh, yeah?
You must be hungry.
Like you wouldn't believe.
Well, I'll leave this here then. In the dirt. Where those other O'Driscolls left my husband.
There we go. So for those who were wanting to see the full dialogue interaction and actually hear it between Sadie and Kieran, that's the dialogue that happens between the two. One of the issues is that when Dutch automatically comes up to you to speak, you can't actually say not now to him, whereas with other characters after that point you can. So what you have to do is, if you want to hear all of the Kieran and Sadie dialogue in that configuration, you need to actually make sure that you're keeping your distance away from Dutch, who at the same time is walking towards you. Alright, so what configuration do we have now? Dutch is there. Oh shit. Now there's another there's another configuration I didn't actually notice until now. Pearson's not here. Yet Sadie is here to get the food, to take to Kieran, and then Dutch will walk up to Arthur and talk to him. And Dutch is over there that way, waiting. So that's another configuration different again. But the good thing is I'll be able to track that when I'm actually focusing on Pearson himself. Geez, the game just wants to have this configuration, which is weird, but it's changing the configuration in different ways to create a new configuration that I haven't tracked yet. Now how's that for attention to detail? So far I've been streaming for 4 hours and 10 minutes, and it's all just been focused on the character of Jack. I can't believe this. This is the first time that it has consecutively loaded the same configuration more than 3 times. Which of course it would when I'm doing something where I wanted to just double check to see if I had already covered all the configurations, which I said was only going to take a short amount of time in comparison to what I've been doing, but here we are, Murphy's Law strikes again. For those who don't know what Murphy's Law is, it's basically a law that states that if anything can go wrong, it will. So if you're having a great day and there's going to be something that really pisses you off, then most likely it will happen. Or if you're looking for something and you can't find it and you've searched for hours, but then you stop looking for it and then the next day you find it instantly, that can also be a case of Murphy's Law, where if it's going to go wrong, it will go wrong. I.e., when you're actually looking for something, you won't find it, but when you're not looking for it, you actually will. Alright, so now it's changed the configuration to something different. So now it's not Dutch waiting to walk to you. Yes, and Lenny's in camp. Good. So I finally got it to show us the configuration where Dutch is at his tent. Lenny is in camp over there on the edge of the camp, and Sadie isn't getting the food to put in Kieran's face, but she's sitting over here instead. And then Jack, in this configuration, now here's a test too. So in my configuration where I said Dutch is at his tent and Lenny is in camp at the edge where he stands at the time, Jack should be near Abigail. There we go. Alright, so that's those configurations covered for Jack's movements as well. But I'm going to take my break. When I come back from my break, I'm going to reload that save again, but what I'm doing is the process of antagonizing Jack, which I'm not looking forward to. As I said multiple times already in this playthrough, there's characters that I've never antagonized ever. I've been playing the game at least once a year since 2018 when the game came out, and never have I ever antagonized a lot of the characters that I'm going to be antagonizing in this playthrough. So it's definitely a first for me doing that, but there's certain characters where I'm like, oh my god, Arthur, why are you saying that to them for? Xerath Legend has Rod still trying to find all the configurations. Exactly. It's like, get them all. Where is Charles Lee? It's like, forget where Charles Lee is. I want to find out where all the configurations are. Because I'm going to reload that save I made anyway, it won't hurt to actually set up a photo mode shot
It must be enough for me to have a couple of bites.
of Arthur doing something different. Now, how about we have him do something different for comedic effect? And leave this on for photo mode while I take my break. It's a shame you can't make a short clip in Red Dead Redemption 2 based on your camera movements in photo mode and just have it on loop. That'd be fun. That'd be cool. There we go. I'll leave it on that while I take my break. Alright, so when I take my break, I'm going to do some changes to what I'm calling this playthrough on my past broadcasts, as well as the current stream title, as well as my YouTube channel where I archive the videos of the streams. And there's another link to that as well. To reflect the fact that I'm going to be renaming this playthrough. So this playthrough, after I come back from my break, is going to cease to be known as my annual 2023. I'm going to do my annual 2023 soon, but I'm going to wait till I get to a certain point in this whole process of getting the camp dialogue, and then once I do, that's where I'll put this playthrough on hold, and then once I've done my annual playthrough of Red Dead 2, I'll then jump back to wherever I get up to, and that way I'll be able to get my annual playthrough done before the year ends, and still do this playthrough where I'm being really in depth, and then that way I can have this playthrough go on for as long as it takes, even if it takes 2 years to actually get it done, then I'm willing to commit to that to actually get this type of playthrough finished. So in any case, I'm going to take a break now, do all that sort of stuff, and then come back. So the break might be a bit longer than even 10 or 15 minutes. It might be a 20-minute break, just depending. You might see me do things like this, just to make sure that my controller isn't turning off and my television is going to not standby, but going into sort of like whatever mode it goes into when it's sort of like thinking you're not watching something or something like that. Anyway, I'm going to take my break and I'll be back in about 10 to 20 minutes. Thanks for watching. For those who won't be able to stay for the break, that's completely fine. Thank you for watching this stream. The next stream you would see from me would be Tomb Raider 2013. But if you still see me streaming this, if you pop back in later and I'm still streaming this, then you know it's still Thursday for me. But thanks for watching. For those who can't stay, which is completely fine, thank you for watching up until now. And for those who can stay, thank you so much for your patience. I'll be back after my break. Cheers, Zereth. Thank you, I definitely will. Sorry if I scared the shit out of people with that. Okay, so I'm back from my break. Because I'm going to be reloading my save anyway, it didn't matter that we just died. I wanted to have a funny image to go into photo mode on while I took my break. But now we're back. Stocks, I don't know if you're still in chat, but if you are, welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining. I hope things are going well. Just came back from a break. Humji, you hear noises? Yeah, I wanted to press that button to make sure that my controller wasn't turning off. Hey there, Easy. Good morning to you and Dandon as well. Welcome on in. I hope things are going good. Have you tried sexy lingerie, some lacy underwear, a black teddy? I've worn them all. They don't work. Why don't you want a child? Didn't I try to adopt the 18-year-old Korean girl? Ah, that's from Naked Gun. Ah, so he was the one that you're talking about. Okay, so Earl Bowen played him. Okay, I didn't realize. Rest in peace to Earl Bowen as well. He was great as Dr. Silverman in Terminator 1 and 2, and even in 3. His cameo in 3 is quite funny. And he was also the voice of the ghost pirate LeChuck from the Monkey Island games as well. He was such a good actor. Dareth laughed my ass off. No, really, you wouldn't have guessed. You wouldn't have guessed. I came back from the break. Hey there, Mr. Robot Dude. I hope things are going well. Alright then, just want to go over some things that have changed. So for those who kept the stream open, it's probably not reflected in the title yet for you, but if you refresh, you'll notice that I've changed the title to reflect the fact that this current playthrough is no longer my annual 2023 playthrough. I'm actually doing this as a separate playthrough. I'm still going to be doing this until a certain point, but when I reach that certain point, and I don't know yet when that will be, I will actually be putting this playthrough on hold. So now I've called this playthrough a Camp Dialogue Focus. And at some point, I'm going to put this stream on hold and then start a new game and then make that new game playthrough my 2023 annual one. So it's not going to be happening for a little bit because there's still a lot I want to do for this playthrough before putting it on hold and then doing the other one. Because I don't want to just end... I don't want to put this playthrough on hold at the end of this stream and then leave it on sort of like a part where there's still a lot to do. So I'm just going to wait until a certain point. So it could be next week, it could be the week after. But in any case, I've gone through my past broadcasts and I've edited the title to take out the annual 2023 part of it. I've updated the About Me for each of those broadcasts to reflect the change. On my YouTube channel, I've also gone into my exported broadcasts for this playthrough and changed those accordingly as well. But yeah, nothing's going to be changing in terms of what day I stream the game. So when I make the change from doing this playthrough to doing my annual playthrough, it'll be on the same day every week, Thursday. So that's what I'm doing. I decided that before I went on my break, because I may as well, because this playthrough is going to take a long time. My annual playthrough, I need to get it done before the year ends. So there's no way I could do this playthrough as an annual playthrough, do all the things that I'm doing, and get it done before the year ends. So that's why I am changing the name of this playthrough, so it's not an annual series, like it's not an annual playthrough. And then that way I can do my annual playthrough at a later date, get that done, and then jump back to this playthrough as well. Okay, so we, for the majority of the stream before I went on my break, focused on Jack Marston as a character. There were 3 different configurations that happen if you reload your save when it's 9 AM in-game. Why is it 9 AM in-game when I made the save? Because once you do Chapter 1 and the gang arrives at this camp, the game doesn't let you manually save straight away. When it does, it's about 9 a.m. on that first day inside of camp. So that's where I made the save to make it as early as possible. And what I've been doing is for Dutch, for Sadie, and for Lenny, and for most of the stream, Jack, what I've done is I've kept track of where they are, pardon me, taking note of what in-game time they appear at certain spots. Then what I've done is I've worked out the different configurations, because when you reload your manual save, not everything is configured the same way as it was in terms of where characters are and stuff. So there's different configurations depending on what the game randomly decides to pick out of those configurations. So we've done that with those characters, and we've also antagonized them. So this comes the part where we have to antagonize Jack. Now, just a little bit of background. I've been playing this game since 2018. I like to play it at least once a year. Some years I've done 2 playthroughs. I never antagonize characters like Jack, ever. So for this playthrough, I'm actually sacrificing that streak of not antagonizing certain characters in this playthrough. Because I want to do this playthrough, and B, because I've committed to it, and C, it's good content for people who are interested in, and even if you just pop in every now and again, interested in seeing, what it's like when you're antagonizing characters, because maybe like me, you're a player that doesn't like to antagonize characters in a game like this. So it might be sort of like good to be able to see that happen without you actually having to do it. Normally, when it comes to games like this, if I'm really liking the characters, I like to play the character as positive towards all the other characters and whatnot. But for this playthrough, I'm going the negative route with the conversations, but also I'm doing the low honor stuff. So there'll be 2 things in this playthrough: low honor stuff and also the camp stuff. Xerath, now to get to the tasty part. Yeah, this part, I'm not going to be very, very happy with it, but here we go. Alright, so I need to reload this save until I get the configuration where Dutch walks up to you, Sadie takes the food to Kieran, just to keep it lined up with the order I've done the configurations in today, because I don't want to be all over the place with that. As I'm going through this playthrough, I'm also doing like a guide of sorts in my own notes to maybe do a walkthrough kind of thing in the future. I don't know. It depends. I don't know what form that will take. But I'd rather get the information noted down as well. Alright, so this isn't the one where Dutch comes at us and talks to us. So I want to get the configuration where he does come up to us and talk to us. There's only... In regards to Dutch, there's only really 2 configurations with him. One configuration is when he goes actively to you to speak to you, and the other one where he's just at his tent and not doing anything except standing there. So I need the configuration where he's actively going to walk up to Arthur.
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
Here we go. So, just so I'm not being interrupted by Dutch's dialogue, because you can't skip it, for those who haven't played the game before, characters, when you're in camp, at random times, or seemingly random, will come up to you and actually have automatic conversations. Normally, you can actually focus on them and then press not now, but for this conversation, at this stage, the game forces you to. Apologies for talking over this dialogue, but I've heard it so many times in this playthrough. People who've been checking out the other streams have probably heard it many times in this playthrough. But for those new, I usually don't talk over dialogue, unless it's dialogue we've already heard because I might have died in the game and reloaded a save, or because I'm doing a different type of playthrough. Okay, so now that Dutch has spoken to us, Jack should be over here. There we go. No, watch the configuration not occur. Yeah, sometimes that happens too. The configuration you want won't actually load up. Ah, man. I know it's just a fictional character, but I'm gonna feel so real bad about this. Like, holy shit. Here goes. We're gonna be antagonizing Jack.
You're old enough to start pulling your weight now.
What does that mean?
Lots to do around here.
Leave me alone!
I'm sure your ma had chores at your age.
What is it?
Sorry, Jack. Okay, so that's that dialogue. So the game won't let you the game won't let you start antagonizing or even greeting people necessarily instantly. So it'll wait a few seconds or maybe a minute or two to be able to antagonize again. But you can also do the diffusing when you antagonize someone as well. Hey Lenny. Don't worry, Lenny. We're not antagonizing you in this stream. I already did that in the last stream, which wasn't fun.
Smells delightful, Mr. Pearson.
Okay, so we can't antagonize again yet. Yeah, that looks really good. The sky like that, the clouds, the color of the sky, and the mountains in the background. Easy. Take about 7 steps forward. No! No, Jack. Don't.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
You're mean! Go away!
Do something with your life, Jack.
Please, go away!
I'm sorry, Jack. This just feels so weird to me, antagonizing a character like Jack. It just doesn't feel right. Zareth, bad boy, yeets Jack off the ledge, and he falls off. It's like, don't worry, Jack. I'll put a haystack there so you can land in it. Easy, that was bad. That was... Like, just don't follow in your pa's footsteps. You're mean! Go away!
You're Arthur, right?
My name.
Yeah, well, we'll leave it there then.
Huh, that's interesting. We moved far away enough from Kieran so that Arthur's end of the conversation stopped happening, but Kieran's end of the conversation still kept happening. Zareth inserts McDonald's theme. I'm loving it. In Australia, I don't know if it's in America and other places, but there's a little jingle that they have on our ads here for McDonald's. And it's like, do-do-do-do-do, or something like that. Yeah, I don't think I want to say that, Easy. So I'll let AutoMod keep that message hidden. That's okay, Easy. You don't need to be sorry. I just personally, when it comes to that particular thing, don't even feel comfortable even saying it. Well, Strauss, how about you go get some food yourself, if you're famished?
That tells me you got the courage. The courage to live.
Oh, so.
really do.
I'll let that dialogue that Sadie's having with Abigail actually finish.
I don't like you.
Oh, Jack, I don't like you.
I'm always around.
The
Need someone.
You're a sad little thing, ain't you?
Stop it!
Makes sense.
You are terrible!
Oh, Arthur, what are you doing? This feels so terrible. I can't believe this. But imagine having to say this dialogue as well. Oh dear. Zereth blamed Jack. It's like, yeah, Jack. It was your fault the Blackwater mess went.
I know it's boring. Been a tough few weeks.
Sorry to talk over that dialogue with John and Hosea, but in order to keep an accurate eye on what I'm doing in this playthrough, I need to focus on one character at a time, at least for now. When we get to a point where there's a character that we follow that speaks to another character that we haven't followed yet, then it'll make it a bit quicker, because then I can just make note of their movements at that time too.
Don't follow in your father's footsteps.
But I'll say one thing. Arthur's saying to that Jack, if you choose the route of antagonizing him, it still is a bit of foreshadowing, given what happens in Red Dead Redemption 1 and how Jack gets revenge, essentially becoming a, like an outlaw.
I have to say, you don't look much like a Marston.
Go away now!
Maybe a Williamson or an Escuela.
I hate you, Uncle Arthur!
Oh, I hate hearing that. And that brings me to a theory that people have. Some say that Jack Marston is actually Javier Escuela's son. There's several things that make it that it could be anyone, because we don't actually get a definitive answer from any character at all as to whether or not John Marston is actually Jack's father. For me, Jack has too many similarities to John Marston for me to think that he's not his biological son. Yeah, that was harsh. I hate you, Uncle Arthur. Like, sorry, Jack. Arthur's not feeling himself right now. This isn't the true Arthur. For me, my Arthur would never, ever antagonize Jack. Yeah, Arthur's like, sorry, Jack. Rod is making me do this.
Don't forget about me. I'm starving.
Hey, starving. You're going to be starving for a lot longer yet, Kieran. I think Mary Beth gives him some food at some point, maybe. Or maybe I'm misremembering. Oh, some will point to the fact that in Red Dead Redemption 1 in the epilogue, when Jack's older, he looks more like Javier. But there's too many things that can also go against that theory where Javier is actually his father. Because the thing is,
You're going to get in trouble.
anyone who has a fair complexion, or is, pale, can be tanned, like obviously. So just because Jack Marston, his skin isn't the same complexion as it was, doesn't necessarily mean that Javier is his father. It could just be that Jack has been out in the sun a lot and he's tanned, But it's one of those things that I don't feel it's bad to have a theory that John Marston isn't Jack's father. I just personally don't believe that he's someone else's son.
How's the weather down there, little feller?
You're always mean.
Hope you start growing soon, kid.
Don't bother me no more.
You'll need to stand on a box to reach manhood at this rate.
Please, go away.
Oh man, this does not feel right.
Jack, I am your father. Precious. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum.
No, that's not true. That's impossible.
Search your feelings, you know it to be true. Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. I can't do a Vader impression. Number one, because I can't speak like James Earl Jones does. He has such a great voice. Number two, I don't have any way to create the audio effects even. But it's interesting. People who know this already do, but in the original script for Empire Strikes Back, the scene where Luke is fighting Vader, and Vader in the final film says to him, I am your father. In the original script that was given to the majority of people, it said, Obi-Wan killed your father, is what the line is in that draft. Everyone else on set who didn't know weren't told. However, a few moments before they actually did the first take on that scene, the director actually went up to Mark Hamill and told him what the line actually was going to be in the final thing, and told him that the line is actually, I am your father. Actually, no. Did he? Actually, no. I think I'm misremembering. I think Mark Hamill wasn't told that.
Meanie.
Meanie. Zereth, you can hear the pain in my voice. You sure can. It's like, I don't normally do this in this game. This is just terrible.
I feel bad for you, kid.
You are mean. Go away.
Real bad.
What is it?
Okay, so it's almost midday in-game. So there's over 6 hours of in-game time still to go before I reload the save again. Hey there, Sheldonaut. This is awesome, Bad Arthur. Yeah, I can understand, like, if people don't like certain characters, that antagonizing them is probably fun. But yeah, there's certain characters in this game that, in every playthrough I've done up until this one, since 2018, I've never actually antagonized certain characters.
Is that food gonna be ready soon?
There were some funny ones with Dutch. There's certain characters I don't mind antagonizing. Dutch is one of them. even though he's on a better level than what Micah is. But Micah's going to be really fun to antagonize all the time. But the second phase of this playthrough, I'll be doing a high honor playthrough where I actually don't antagonize people. So that's unfortunately going to mean that I have to actually be nice to Micah. Sheldon, you feel bad saying it to Lenny or Charles? Yeah. So far, only Lenny, out of Lenny and Charles that you mentioned, that I've done this process with. So I've done this process with Dutch, with Sadie, and with Lenny. Now doing this process with Jack. But I'm only doing a certain in-game time frame at the moment. So currently it's 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
Go away now!
Do something
Hi,
with your
Mr.
life,
Strauss.
Jack.
You are terrible!
Hello, Jack. How are you, Mr. Morgan?
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing, Strauss.
Mr. Morgan.
Easy never thought to antagonize until now. Mwahahaha. Yeah. I mean, it's quite a streak, though, of years. You know, if you just look at it in years, not just playthroughs, it's kind of like, you know, a long streak of me not antagonizing certain characters. Sheldon, have you had the cutscene from being mean? Not yet, Sheldon, no. Haven't triggered that yet. The worst that's happened so far, which isn't that bad at all, the worst that's happened so far in terms of reaction, physical reaction from the characters, has been just pushing Arthur. There hasn't been any punching or anything like that as yet. Zereth, either mean to Jack, Micah approves. Arthur being mean to Jack, Micah approves. Oh yeah, Micah would approve of that for sure. So I don't think that between configurations of where characters are, I don't think there is too many differences in what Arthur says when antagonizing Jack, what responses he has to Arthur, and then also if you antagonize and then when they react you diffuse instead of antagonize again, then there's different dialogue as well.
How's the weather down there, little feller?
Just leave it, Arthur.
Hope you start growing soon, kid.
Please,
Don't start with this
away.
again.
You tell him, Abigail. Like, Arthur, don't start this up again. What are you doing? Stop antagonizing Jack. Personally, I'm like, I'm with you there, Abigail. But for the playthrough, this is all for the playthrough. So you'll notice that there's been some looped dialogue, but then there's also been some different ones as well. Within this configuration, I don't think I'll worry about doing antagonize in every single configuration. What I will do though is once I've actually gotten to 6 PM in game and I've simply just chosen the antagonize option for Jack, what I'll then do is reload a save and then I'll do alternating between antagonize and diffuse with Jack. I mean, maybe there are some differences, but dependent on the configuration, but I mean, who knows? Sheldon, you're in Valentine today, and if you fight in town before you meet Charles, and Hanover, they will help you fight, then run to camp to loot bodies. Oh, and Javier, they will help you fight, then run to to camp and loot bodies. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. That's awesome that they program it like that. I like games that do that, you know. Definitely helps. Oh, Luton Town. I see now, Sheldon Ort. That's okay. Yeah, so Luton Town.
I have to say, you don't look much like a Marston.
Stop it!
Maybe a Williamson or an Escuela.
I hate you, Uncle Arthur!
I know it's only a character, but that dialogue hurts when he says that. I hate you, Uncle Arthur. Like that. That's just... Ugh. Feels so weird to be doing this. Like, that is the most strongest reaction that Jack can have, it seems, so far, to Arthur antagonizing him, is, I hate you, Uncle Arthur. Zereth antagonizes Jack, then wonders why he doesn't like me. Exactly. It's kind of like, what went wrong there? Why did this happen? Okay, so in-game time, it's only 1 PM. So 5 more in-game hours before I reload the save. And then what I'll do is I'll alternate between antagonize and diffuse. Because you get different dialogue again if you antagonize a character and then you follow it up with a diffuse. Could you imagine if you antagonize Jack near Abigail enough, she'll actually run at Arthur and throw the coffee in his face or something? Should I not? Pearson is funny in Strauss. Yeah. Yeah, Pearson, you know, like I like the character, but he's one of those characters too that I imagine ribbing him sometimes would be fun.
I feel bad for you, kid.
Don't be an idiot, Arthur.
Real bad.
Just leave it, Arthur.
Now the thing about this playthrough is, this isn't just for this part of the game that I'm going to be doing this with all these characters. It's every part of the game. So whenever I go and do a mission in a chapter, I'm going to be going straight back to camp and doing this process all over again to catalog the changes in dialogue that happen based on what you've done mission-wise and how different that can be. And this is just the characters that are currently in the camp at this point in the story. There's also some characters that we can't do this with yet because they're mission givers at the moment. Or at the very least, they're inside of a mission. And once you activate the mission, there's no chance to actually do this kind of thing. Now, here's something. I wonder if John is actually going to say something that we're since Arthur is near Jack and John when antagonizing. I wonder what Marston's going to say. In fact, I might actually stand over this way, a bit closer to Marston, when I antagonize Jack, and see what the reaction is.
Hey, Arthur.
That's if Jack stays there long enough for the prompt to reappear. I mean, the prompt is there. Ah, here we go. Let's see.
You're a sad little thing, ain't you?
Go away now.
Makes sense.
What is it?
Marston! What are you doing? Get your head out of your book. Come on, dude. That's actually doubly bad. John won't stick up for his son when you antagonize him in front of him. But, for me, Arthur antagonizing certain characters is non-canon, so... But in this playthrough, that is the case. Zereth, John's like, whatever, I'm just reading this book right now. I don't have time to worry about you antagonizing my son, Arthur. Go ahead, see if I care. I mean, maybe it's because we've been around Abigail twice now when antagonizing, and only John Marston once, so maybe that's why he didn't say anything. In terms of like the programming of the dialogue. Alright, so the prompt hasn't lit up again, so we can't antagonize again yet. Now we can.
I have to say, you don't look much like a Marston.
Don't be an idiot, Arthur.
Maybe a Williamson or an Escuela.
I hate you, Uncle Arthur!
Is anybody getting me some?
Man, that doesn't feel right for Arthur to get that reaction from Jack. I hate you, Uncle Arthur. Okay, so in-game time is only 5 past 2 p.m. So to get to a point where the time cycles is more manageable, I have to do 9 a.m. because that's the earliest time in-game that the game let me save at this point in the story. So for a while I have to do it in increments with each character of 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then from 6 p.m. to midnight. And then once I do that, the cycle will then change to be from 12 a.m. in the morning to 6 p.m. at night, and then 6 p.m. at night to... No, sorry, not till 6 p.m. at night. Shit. Anyway, I'll have to work it out later. Hey there, Barnes. Don't do it, Arthur. Don't push him off. Exactly. Don't do it. That would be terrible, though, if you could do it. Like, I'm definitely not gonna go that far. Like, even if you could do that, I'm not gonna do that. Just antagonizing him is bad enough for me. Earlier I was curious about when Jack is throwing rocks, if you can actually see if the rock lands, especially when he's standing over the edge of the camp like this and throws a rock. But it's a bit too hard. He'd probably have to use the PC version and do some hacking, well not hacking, but programming magic to actually be be able to make the camera keep track of the rock as it falls down.
How's the weather down there, little feller?
Stop it!
Hope you start growing soon, kid.
Please, go away!
In a way, hearing this character say this dialogue, like when you're doing things for real, as in like you have actors talking to each other as their characters, obviously there's a level of each person knows that it's the dialogue that they're saying.
I'm so hungry.
They know that the person themselves, when they're saying these things, is saying it as the character, right? But I can't imagine what it's like for someone who's a child actor to actually experience that. In this game's case, though, Jack, when he's this age, is actually voiced by an adult female. So I guess there's solace in knowing that the person that's playing Jack is not literally the age that Jack is, so therefore they'd have a better understanding of the whole idea of, you know, we're just acting, we're just playing characters. What I'm saying is the dialogue is the character, it's not what I'm actually, you know, thinking about you or thinking of you as, you know, that kind of thing. But at the same time, I'm sure there's a lot of child actors who understand that anyway, you know what I mean? It'd be funny if he chucked a rock at you. It really would be. You know, I was kind of sort of like expecting something like that to happen.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
Don't be an idiot, Arthur.
Do something with your life, Jack.
What is it?
Okay, so it's 3 PM in-game, so only 3 more hours of in-game time to do this part. And then I'll reload the save to put it back to 9 AM, and then we'll do the alternating of antagonize and then diffuse. Antagonize and then diffuse. Because we'll get different dialogue again. For those who haven't played this game before, when you antagonize someone, it'll come up with the option to either antagonize them again, or you can try and diffuse the situation by having Arthur say something along the lines of, "Calm down, I was just joking." So that gives you different dialogue. But then, if you antagonize again afterwards, he'll say different dialogue as well, that he wouldn't say if you were just basically antagonizing all the time. I'm also not going to have fun antagonizing John Marston.
I feel bad for you, kid.
Don't bother me no more!
Real bad.
I hate you, Uncle Arthur!
Damn, that dialogue's giving me chills now, hearing that. Sorry, Jack. Hey there, Crooked. Howdy, partner. Welcome on in. What's the plan today? Need to go to Tahiti? It's going good, Crooked. This whole stream, we've just been focused on Jack, actually. Because there's 3 different configurations when you start the save where I've got it at. And I've taken note of his movements at every point in each configuration. And now we're up to the portion of actually antagonizing. Sheldon, Kieran's interaction is good, and other members do it, even Jack. Yeah, that's the funny thing, like, with a character like Kieran. Especially at this point in the story, because obviously by this point, they still treat him like a piece of shit, because in their mind, he's still an O'Driscoll. Crooked, maybe that's why Arthur wasn't mentioned by Jack in Red Dead 1 neither. That's actually a good point, Crooked. If you were to say that this is canon, then that makes sense why Jack doesn't talk about Arthur that much. Especially when you hear Jack say, "I hate you, Uncle Arthur." It was like, ugh, that hurts. It hurts to hear. That's the thing about games where you really get invested in characters. If you really get invested in them and you really like them, even though you know it's a character, when you hear them say dialogue like, "I hate you, Uncle Arthur," it just doesn't feel right.
How's the weather down there, little feller?
Don't start with this again.
Hope you start growing soon, kid.
You're terrible!
Okay, so the dialogue hasn't really changed that much now. So we've done various combinations. I still want to wait until 6 PM in-game, though, before I actually move on, because maybe, just maybe, we'll have Abigail do something more in retaliation or as a reaction to antagonizing Jack.
I mean, there must be enough for me to have a couple of bites.
Nope, sorry, can't even spare a couple of bites.
Not you.
I'm also not going to like antagonizing Abigail either. It's also going to feel bad. Alright, so we have to wait till the prompts are actually highlighted again before we can choose anything. So just to recap, in this stream, I actually decided that I would rename this playthrough so it's not my annual playthrough. Because the annual playthrough, the rule I have for myself is any game that I do annually on the channel, I need to get it done before the current year ends. So in order to actually fit the annual playthrough in, because how long this process is taking, I'm going to need, you know, a lot of time to get this kind of playthrough done. So at a certain point, I'm going to put this playthrough on hold and then restart the game from the start and do my annual playthrough. And then once that's finished, I'll be doing my annual playthrough of Red Dead 1, of course, but at the same time, I'll also be doing this playthrough as well. And this playthrough, when I resume it, I'm just going to keep on going until I finish the game, because it's going to take a while. Like, it's almost, well, it's 5 hours and 40 minutes, and I've only focused on one character this entire stream. And you got to remember, this is only the first day that these characters are actually in this camp. And it's only between the hours of 9 AM and 6 PM so far that I've done this process. And I haven't done this process with every character. So at this rate, doing one stream a day, it would take me, well, let's just say that if it takes me 6 hours to focus on one character, and I was only to do 6-hour streams each day, then that's heaps of days focusing on different characters and still not getting any progress made in the actual story.
You're a sad little thing, ain't you?
I don't understand why I'm in trouble.
Makes
Don't be an
sense
idiot, Arthur.
You're mean.
Don't
Go
start
away.
with this again.
when you look at your father.
Please,
Just leave
go
it, Arthur.
away.
Easy, you feel bad enough with the idiot comments you made, you would have been better off kicking a box of puppies. Easy, that's completely fine. You know, like, I understand the humor behind it, you know, and I understand that it's a type of humor that, you know, some people would find funny and would have no problem, you know, repeating. But compartmentalizing stuff and separating it from that, like, personally, it just was something that I myself didn't feel comfortable actually, you know, saying out loud. Zereth, Annual antagonize Jack. It's like, no. Not on this channel. I won't make it an annual occurrence. But I'm going to think of what to do in the annual playthrough as well, because I won't be doing a 100% checklist. Pardon me, I was about to burp. That's why my voice sort of went like this for a second. I'm not going to do a 100% checklist playthrough as my annual one, because that's also time consuming enough as it is. So I'll just think on what I want my annual playthrough this year to actually be. What the focus will be as well. In the past I've done a no Deadeye challenge. So going through the game, the only time I can do Deadeye in a challenge like that is when the game forces you to. But even then, sometimes the game just forces you to go into that mode. It doesn't actually force you to stay in that mode and keep shooting. So it was kind of tricky to do that challenge because sometimes it just goes to that Deadeye screen. But you can actually exit out of it and then shoot normally.
I have to say, you don't look much like a Marston.
Go away now.
Maybe a Williamson or an Escuela.
What is it?
Okay, so it's 5 PM in-game. So when it hits 6 PM in-game, that's when I'll be reloading the save. And then we'll do the combination of antagonize and then defuse with Jack. Sheldon, you went the whole playthrough good and did mean Arthur but not save. So how was that overall, Sheldon? Did you think that, like, did you enjoy it as well? Zereth, no gunfight unless the game makes you. That'd be an interesting one. Almost like a pacifist playthrough, except for the fact that when you're pushed, which makes me think of Rambo, which makes me remember that I actually added for the channel, or made available on the channel, the BTTV emote of Rambo shooting his M16 from Rambo First Blood Part 2, aka First Blood 2. But yeah, there's a line in that movie where he's, you know, like, not in that movie, but in the first movie, where he's like, all I wanted was to get some food, for Christ's sakes. But that king shit cop. I can't remember the full dialogue, which is terrible, I know. But Rambo says to Troutman, you know, the man kept pushing, sir. You know, they drew first blood, not me. That dialogue happened separate from they just kept pushing, sir, but the idea in that scene is that, you know, Rambo is basically saying, all this wouldn't have happened if they actually basically treated me like a human, let me eat something, and then let me leave. But instead, they treated me like shit, arrested me, abused me, and then, you know, when I escaped, they went on the run. I went on the run, and, you know, all that stuff. But yeah, the idea of doing a playthrough where you don't actually fight back unless they, you know, they fight you. That's an interesting one.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
Don't bother me no more!
Do something with your life, Jack.
You are terrible!
He is, Jack. Arthur's being terrible in this alternate universe of reality where Arthur is an asshole to people. But not in my own personal canon. This is something Arthur would never do to Jack. Okay, so it's almost 6 PM in game time. Easy, you think when you finish the first time, the story and a few side quests, you're only 60%? Yeah, that's the, pardon me, that's the thing. Like, there's so much stuff in the checklist to take care of.
They're getting hungry, Mr. Morgan. Who is? The people you haven't fed.
Me? When did that become my job?
Others are pulling their weight. Ah, give it a rest, will you?
So what's interesting is in the version of the configurations where I don't antagonize Jack, Pearson never comes up to Arthur and says that line. That's interesting. But yeah, there's so much stuff in the checklist in this game that you've got, you know, your story progression, but also your checklist progression, and they're separate, thankfully. So if you just want to do the story, you don't have to worry about wondering whether or not you've, you know, what percentage out of that total you've done, because it's separate. But yeah, there's just so much stuff. Harbinger, is it possible to get all the skills in just New Game? Not New Game Plus in Shadow of the Tomb Raider? I don't know if it works that way. Like, I think you just have New Game Plus. I don't think there's like a New Game Plus Plus or a New Game Plus or anything like that. But yeah, if you, like, you can get so many skills in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, even on the main game, if you're doing like a real in-depth playthrough, because obviously you get a lot of XP for doing all the challenges in the game and everything.
Mr. Morgan.
Right, this dialogue's the same.
You've stopped.
Can't this wait?
Well, fine.
You're mean.
How's the weather down there, little feller?
Leave me alone.
Hope you start growing soon, kid.
I hate you, Uncle Arthur.
Okay, so it's well and truly past 6 PM in-game. Alright, so now I can reload the save, and the configuration will change, but I'm pretty sure that the dialogue would not be different if I had a different configuration that the game gave me, and then I just went around and antagonized him only. So I think no matter the configuration, if you just do antagonize only, you'll get all the dialogue that you possibly can. But if you want to get extra dialogue, then it's more about changing what you do in terms of, like, you antagonize then diffuse. It's a pretty big game, especially with hunting and such. Well and truly, you know, the hunting mechanics alone, and how you have to make sure that not only are you using the right weapon, but even if you are using the right weapon, if the animal, when you aim at it, indicates that it will be like a poor quality pelt, for example, even shooting it with the right weapon for that animal won't actually make it perfect. You know, so there's so much stuff to the hunting mechanics in this game. Zereth, you mean only story gunfights, so agents, etc. outside of the nope. Ah, okay, Zereth. So just the story gunfights. Sheldon, not Red Dead, the only game you take a rat to sell, trip over someone and get a $300 bounty. Yeah, that's the thing too in Saint Denis. If you go there, you know, to take in your pelts and stuff, is that it's very crowded. So you get characters saying, "Are you following me?" It's like, no. I'm trying to get out of the same area you are, you know. Harmon, do you mean just New Game or New Game Plus, New Game Plus? Well, I'm getting confused, but needless to say, you can get the majority of skills starting from the start, a fresh playthrough of Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and then any other skills that you haven't got yet that you want to get, if you want to do a New Game Plus, you'll get them in that, for sure. Zereth can't this wait, I'm antagonizing Jack. That's pretty much what Arthur wanted to say. And that's the other thing too, like, I'm going to also be getting the dialogue for when characters come up to you and talk to you, but you don't want to hear them, and so you say, not now, as well. Easy, absolutely. Oh, yeah. You know, and then even finding them, because that's the other thing too, right? Like, you could spend 20 minutes of real time trying to find a particular animal, and you find it, but it won't be perfect quality, so you have to spend more time finding it. And so then that 20 minutes could become 40, 60, 2 hours. And then finally, you'll come across that same animal, but it'll be a perfect quality pelt. But if you use the wrong weapon, it'll go down to poor. Or if you, get killed, then you won't be able to get the pelt. You know, so there's just so many things as well. You're asking if it's possible to get them all in a fresh playthrough without starting New Game Plus. Oh, I see. Well, that would depend on whether or not you're doing a 100% playthrough on your first, like, from scratch. So potentially you could probably get all of the skills without doing a New Game Plus if you're doing a 100% playthrough. Okay, so let's reload this save. That'll put it back to 9 AM on this first day in camp. And then we're going to be doing a combination of antagonize and then diffuse with Jack. That'll open up some different dialogue. Because to diffuse, Arthur has to say something different anyway. And because of what he's saying in the diffusion dialogue, the other character will actually say something different too. So that's what I'll be covering with Jack now, regardless of whether or not the configuration actually changes. And for those wondering what I'm meaning, I'll just give an example once this loads up. Alright, so in this configuration, at 9 AM, if we have a look in photo mode, Dutch is here. However, sometimes when you load a save, a different configuration will happen. And in another configuration, Dutch isn't at his tent, but rather he's over that way, and he walks up to you and has a conversation with you that you can't avoid. At least not fully. And also, another character that has a different configuration is Lenny. So, there's a configuration where Dutch is here, Jack is over here, and Sadie is over there, and Lenny's not in camp. There's a configuration where Dutch is here, Jack is over there, but Lenny is there, standing there, and Sadie's over there. And then there's the configuration where Dutch walks over to Arthur, Sadie is actually here, she moves over with food to Kieran, teases him about the food, and then drops it at his feet. And then Lenny's over there, and then Jack is over this way. So that's yet another configuration. I'm still loading the same save file, and it's still loading up the same in-game time. It's just switching what configuration of characters it actually has. So, having said that, here's Jack. Okay, Jack. Sorry to do this again, dude. Alright, so now we're going to antagonize and then diffuse to get different dialogue again.
You're old enough to start pulling your weight now.
What? Uncle Arthur!
Take it easy, I ain't serious.
You think
Don't
you're
start
funny.
with this again.
Lots to do around here.
Don't
Go
be an
away
idiot,
now.
Arthur.
I'm sure your ma had chores at your age.
Don't
Please,
start with
go
this again.
away.
Okay, so we got some different dialogue there. Not completely, but we got different dialogue when I chose diffuse after antagonize. But it didn't let us actually antagonize and then defuse again. So we'll have to wait until it highlights up again. I'll probably tidy up that stream limits message so it's not as convoluted, saying play through 3 or 4 different times in the one sentence. But for now, because I only did that while I was on my break, I'll just let that stand as is, and then I'll go and refine it later. Easy seems like it's different when you get close to another character while antagonizing Jack. That's true as well, Easy, you know. And Abigail sort of just says some of the same things, it seems. So it must be later on, if I've kept up the antagonizing, that we actually have characters doing more than just pushing, for example.
You're a sad little thing, ain't you?
Stop it!
Ah, I can't defuse that one. Interesting.
Makes sense.
You are terrible!
Maybe they didn't really have much diffusion dialogue for Arthur talking to Jack. That could be a thing too.
Morning, Mr. Morgan. When you're done.
Good morning, Arthur.
What's good about it, Hosea?
Don't mess with me, please.
We're antagonizing Jack. Hosea, it's not a good morning.
Morning, Arthur.
Just need to fix something in my notes. Because I'm working on different configurations. Okay, so I think it was config 1, where Dutch approaches Arthur. So I just want to make sure that I've done the antagonizing. Make note in my notes. There we go. That's a good thing about having a Word document open when I'm streaming, is I can make notes about certain things with the games I'm streaming. Which, if you're doing a playthrough of this game where you want to get everything for the checklist, it's definitely a good idea to keep notes, especially if you want to keep track of things that you've done without having to always go this, and then this, and then, you know, this, and then go through, you know. If you have all this on a document or written down, at least you can just look at that quickly to see what you need, what you haven't got yet.
I feel bad for you, kid.
Just leave it, Arthur. No more!
Okay, so no diffuse option came up.
Real bad.
You are mean. Go away!
When you're older, you'll understand.
That's actually different dialogue. Just amazes me how much different variations within configurations there are. Like, holy shit. If you leave camp and then you come back in, it actually randomizes who is actually staying at camp to guard the entrance. And within that, it also changes where characters are in the camp. So there may even be other dialogue that I don't get because I'm not doing random things, you know what I mean? Like maybe if I antagonize Strauss and then antagonize Jack and then Abigail and then everyone else, maybe that will create a different set of events that happen with different dialogue again, you know? That's just how many different ways you can do it. The good thing too about eventually putting this playthrough on hold is that it'll give me time to actually maybe do some testing of stuff off stream without saving it, just to find out certain things.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
Go away now!
Okay, so we can't really defuse that many times with Jack, it seems. At least at this point.
Do something with your life, Jack.
Leave me alone!
You'll thank me one day, kid.
I hate you, Uncle Arthur!
That still doesn't sound right. As in, it doesn't feel right hearing that come out from Jack's mouth about, I hate you, Uncle Arthur. Doesn't feel right. It's like, Arthur, what are you doing? You'd never do this to Jack. Okay, in-game time. Alright, so it's still pretty early in the day.
You're a sad little thing, ain't you?
Stop it!
Makes sense.
Please, go away!
Okay, so we haven't been able to actually choose Diffuse after an antagonize for a while now. Yeah, Zereth, exactly.
I feel bad for you, kid.
Go away now.
Real bad.
What is it?
Alright, so it's almost 11:30 AM in game time. I'm still contemplating whether or not to worry about doing this antagonizing and trying to defuse as well with Jack until 6 PM in game, because for now it seems like there's no new dialogue, because it's not allowing me to defuse anymore, and there'd be different dialogue when defusing.
I don't like you.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
You are mean. Go away.
Do something with your life, Jack.
Alright, so it's almost midday in game time. Hey there, Timmy. Welcome to the stream. How's it going, dude? That's true, yes. The strongest thing that Jack has said to Arthur antagonizing him is, "I hate you, Uncle Arthur." Which is just so tragic. Needless to say, it feels very weird for me to be antagonizing certain characters in this playthrough that I've never antagonized before.
Can anybody spare me a bite? Oh, great.
Hey there.
I have to say, you don't look much like a Marston.
You're always mean.
Sorry. No, I'll stop it now.
Don't start with this again.
Maybe a Williamson or an Escuela.
Don't be an idiot, Arthur.
What do I know, kid?
There we go, we got some different dialogue, and because Jack went to a different part of the camp, that gave us the ability to actually defuse after antagonizing him.
Is anybody getting me some?
Hi, Mama.
Oh, no.
Hello.
Alright, so it's almost 12:30 in-game time. When it gets later in the day, in-game, Jack might actually start going over to the other side of camp, so maybe that'll actually give us some more diffused dialogue. Because for a while he was going back and forth to the same spot. Every time we'd antagonize him, he'd start walking off and then go back to where he was before, and then rinse and repeat. Until he went to this spot, or a spot close, and then the diffuse came up again. So maybe that might happen when he goes somewhere else completely different.
How's the weather down there, little feller?
Don't start with this again.
Leave me alone.
So the characters that I still need to do this process with, who are currently in the camp at this point in the story, are Susan, Molly, Abigail, Kieran, Mary Beth, Tilly, Karen, Pearson, John Marston, Hosea, so that's 10, Micah, 11, and Strauss is 12. So Uncle is asleep in the camp, but talking to him will actually trigger a mission. So I'm not including him at this stage. And other characters like Charles and Harvey Eyre, they're actually not in the camp at the moment for story reasons. I might just wait until Jack moves to a different spot again. What time is it in game? So if I look at this, maybe I can work out which configuration I'm in, because I've kept track of every timestamp that I can. Alright, so when it's 1:45, let's see. Okay, in configuration 1 at 12:45 PM, Jack moves along the edge and then stops at a certain point. At around 12:50 PM in another configuration, Jack walks to the edge of camp, passing by Sadie and sitting down. Alright, so let's see, is Sadie sitting down? Yep, so that's where Sadie's sitting down. So it's not configuration 1. So configuration 2 looks like the configuration that it is, where Jack is walking to the edge of camp and passes by Sadie, who is sitting down. In configuration 3, Jack actually goes to the spot near his father, who is reading at the same time. Alright, so we're in configuration 2. So if this holds true, then when the in-game timer becomes 1:25, he'll actually move over to the small tree stump, which is over where his mother is actually standing. So that would be approximately... So that tree stump that is in between those trees that are in the center of the screen, that's the small tree stump that I'm using as a indicator of where Jack actually goes to. So if I'm in the right configuration that I've tracked before, then he will go over to that spot when it's 1:25 PM. That's when he'll be there, and that will tell me that I'm actually in configuration 2. Harbinger, Red Dead Redemption 2, the local bully. Yeah, you could also do like you could tie the Red Dead Redemption and Bully series into the one universe and make it that you have an ancestor of whoever the main character is in the Bully game, who's the main protagonist. So I'll wait till Jack goes to the next spot before antagonizing again, just in case there's some different dialogue, because when you antagonize a character, it will actually make them go away from where they are normally supposed to stay for a bit, but they go somewhere else. So it's almost 1 PM in game. There's actually a moment, or there's a few moments, where Jack will actually stand in the same spot for 2 in-game hours before moving off and going somewhere else. Alright, so now it's gone back to having greet as an option. When I do the second phase of this playthrough, I'll actually be doing a high honor to get the dialogue that is different when Arthur has high honor, and also I won't be antagonizing any characters. The downside to that is that I'll have to actually be nice to Micah. Alright, so it's 1 PM in-game. So if this is right, then by the time it hits 25 past, Jack should be in the other spot.
cruel bastards.
There we go. So we walked over to this tree stump, and it's about... Sometimes I do a rough estimate, but it's about 20 past 1. So about 20 past 1, 25 past 1 in this configuration, which is configuration 2 that I've marked. Jack will actually go over to this spot.
You're a sad little thing, ain't you?
How come I keep getting in trouble?
I'm only joking with you.
Just leave it, Arthur.
Mean to me!
Makes sense.
Don't start with this again.
No more!
When you look at your father.
Just leave it, Arthur.
Damn, man. Why are you being so mean to me? I'm not doing this kind of playthrough again. I just... Like... It's bad enough that I'm going to have to do this for the whole playthrough, but I just can't see myself doing this type of playthrough again. Because yeah, it just feels so bad hearing that dialogue from a character like Jack. And he also said some new things there as well.
I have to say, you don't look much like a Marston.
Go away now!
Maybe a Williamson or an Escuela.
Please, go away!
Even the weather doesn't like that Arthur's antagonizing Jack. It's angry. It's like, how dare you? He's just a kid. Okay, so when he's in this position, I'll hold off on antagonizing and wait till he moves somewhere else.
You okay?
Alright, so he's back there now. I just want to wait until he moves to a different spot. So this is still in configuration 2. So he goes to, at 2:30, he goes back to this spot. Did someone say KFC? Maybe if you catch a chicken, Kieran, if it runs near you, maybe you'll be able to eat something.
That smells so good.
Close, Kieran. It's almost near you. Maybe if you talk to the chicken, it might actually go near you, so you can grab it and eat it.
Don't forget about me. I'm starving.
Well, there's a chicken in front of you. Alright, so I'll wait till Jack goes to a different spot again. Controller batteries are low? What the hell? That's weird.
Come on, I'm so...
I'll just check that. No, it's... No, it's not Xbox. Not even halfway used yet.
I mean, there must be enough for me to have a couple of bites.
I like that. Those chickens are standing near the fire. Looks like they're eager to be cooked. Like that one's like the closest to the fire.
Have a lovely meal, folks.
I like how Kieran goes, "Have a lovely meal, folks." Alright, so he goes back to this position. But we've already antagonized and then diffused when he's there.
Meanie.
You tell him, Jack. Arthur is being a meanie in this playthrough. In this alternate universe in Red Dead 2. Where Arthur is an asshole to people. Including Jack. Alright, so Jack's going back over this way. Want to wait till he goes on the opposite side of the camp.
You don't need to follow me.
You don't need to follow anybody. You're all individuals. Yes, we're all individuals.
Don't you like me no more?
Jack's saying, don't you like me no more?
Stop it!
That makes me feel terrible too.
Arthur?
That's his name, Molly. Although sometimes it's Tacitus Kilgore. Okay, so we'll have to wait until it goes back to greet and antagonize as options. The thing about doing this in a playthrough is you got to think too, like, in terms of Jack's perspective, Arthur all of a sudden one day just basically being an arsehole to him. You know, when Jack actually says that dialogue, don't you like me no more? When you think about it from that perspective...
What are you doing?
Take it easy. I'm just needling you.
Why, Uncle Arthur? I don't understand.
Mr. Morgan.
I'm only kidding around.
Stop picking on me! Leave me alone!
Hey Pearson, you want some too, buddy? We can only greet him at the moment anyway. Alright, so we'll wait this far back until that goes back to greet and antagonize. But we have been able to get some extra dialogue by just simply having the character stand next to the person that Arthur's been antagonizing, and then they'll just say things.
Damn it, Pearson.
Yeah, Pearson, get out of the road. Pearson's just oblivious to what happened. So much so he's even spitting near Arthur's feet.
Hi, Molly.
Oh, Jack.
It just takes time, Miss Sadler. Wait. I wish they would have stayed with me. I know. I wish they would have got that day.
I know.
You know, if I had any courage if I wasn't so damn weak. I'd kill myself, too.
We both know that ain't true.
Alright, now it's back to being able to greet and antagonize. I'll just wait till the dialogue between Sadie and Abigail's over before actually antagonizing.
But I can tell you're brave, Mrs. Adler. I really can.
I don't seem very brave.
Nonsense. You're about the bravest woman I ever met. And that tells me you got the courage. The courage to live.
I hope so. Really do.
I know so. Excuse me.
Pearson.
There, Arthur.
Alright, so it's almost actually 6 PM in-game time.
I'm always around. If you need someone.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
I don't understand, Uncle Arthur.
Don't worry, I'm just playing with you.
You think
Leave him
you're
be.
funny.
Do something with your life, Jack.
Don't bother me no more.
You'll thank me one day, kid.
What is it?
It's so funny when you lock onto a character because you can make it look like Arthur is intently staring down the person as they're passing by. Huh? Where'd Jack actually go? I thought he went over this way. Where's he gone to? Don't tell me he's changed spot. Well, it's 6 PM in-game time anyway. But don't know where he went. He got sick of Arthur's shit, so he just teleported somewhere else. Can't say I blame him. In any event, it's now 6 PM in-game time. Alright, so we antagonized Jack. We did antagonize and defuse. There's also some things where he's saying stuff to Arthur when Arthur's nearby as well. So I think what I'll do in this part here is actually focus on doing that instead. Like antagonize up until a point, but then after that, don't worry about antagonizing further.
Jack, where are you? Right here, Mama.
You're old enough to start pulling your weight now.
What does that mean?
Take it easy, I ain't serious.
Don't be an idiot, Arthur.
Lots to do around here.
Don't start with this again.
I'm sure your ma had chores at your age.
Just leave it, Arthur.
Good day, Mr. Morgan.
Hey there, Code. Welcome. Nose Rod. I feel so bad doing this for this playthrough with antagonizing Jack. Just doesn't feel right.
You're a sad little thing, ain't you?
Stop it!
Makes sense.
Please, go away!
What really makes doing this really hit hard too is the fact that even if you do this, if you antagonize Jack around his father, John Marston, he doesn't actually react at all. Every other character so far that is around Jack and Arthur when Arthur antagonizes him actually, comments and says something like, leave him alone, or, don't start this up now, Arthur. But John Marston, he's just sitting there reading his book. But for me, Arthur doing this is not canon. It's just something I'm doing for this playthrough. And it's something that the makers of the game wanted to give people the option to do as well. But apart from doing it for a playthrough like this, I can't see myself doing it as just a matter of fact as part of a playthrough, you know what I mean? Code's still a bit all around sore from the Monday's flip on Icy Street. Left leg's mobility is around 70%, so some improvement at least. Ah, damn, Code. It is good to get some improvement, Hopefully that's a sign that it's going to continue to improve, and if so, hopefully it's going to be a fast process for you too.
I feel bad for you, kid.
Don't leave me alone! Arthur.
Real bad.
What Don't start with this again.
Good morning, Arthur.
So, according to the subtitles, Good Morning Arthur translates to something else. Hey there, Rosie. How's it going? Code, you suspect it will take about a week. Nothing was broken but strained mostly. Even still, Code, to have to go through that, not only because of the pain, but then there's the added extra thing on top of how frustrating it is, that you're not able to just do what you would normally do. Rosiari antagonizing the kid. Yeah. Yeah, doing this type of playthrough, like, there's definitely something that's not what I would usually do in a playthrough, that's for sure. So I was saying earlier that, it feels really bad. And I know that they're just fictional characters, but after playing the game so many times and really, you know, liking a lot of the characters and never antagonizing them, to actually antagonize them and to hear the dialogue just feels so wrong to me. So yeah, the chances of me doing this type of playthrough where I'm antagonizing all the characters, including Jack, is very low of happening again. However, that doesn't mean I'm not going to potentially antagonize characters like Dutch anymore, of course. But I mean specifically characters that I don't ever antagonize until this playthrough. In future playthroughs, I won't be antagonizing them again.
I have to say, you don't look much like a Marston.
You are mean. Go away!
Maybe a Williamson or an Escuela.
I hate you, Uncle Arthur!
That one. Doing this type of playthrough, that's one of the strongest things that Jack says to Arthur if you antagonize him. Is, I hate you, Uncle Arthur.
Arthur?
Morning, Mr. Morgan.
My mistake, Mr. Strauss.
Can I lick your plate when you're done?
Rosie, why the following? So, part of the playthrough is figuring out the different configurations, and within that, the different routines that each character in the camp has. And I'm making note of where they go and what time they arrive in that spot in the camp as part of that process. And then, of course, the actual antagonizing of the character also. Because while I'm playing through this game in this way, I'm actually writing up a guide.
Is anybody getting me some?
To actually say things like, you know, if this is happening and this is happening, then that means you're in this configuration of where characters are, etc. That way, if you want to witness a specific event in the camp, if there's a way to know exactly when that happens, like obviously, as you're playing through the game yourself, you could, when something happens, take note of it, you know what I mean? But, sort of coming up with a guide.
You're mean.
Where, if you know a certain thing's going to happen at a certain time, then you know to put the to put Arthur right there before it happens, and sort of expect it as well.
How's the weather down there, little feller?
Stop it!
Hope you start growing soon, kid.
You are terrible!
Hey there, hippie. How's it going? That Stream Elements message too, by the way, I will be actually shortening it. When I took my break earlier in the stream, that's when I sorted all that out. I had to go and change my past broadcasts as well. Change the titles and then add info into each one, and then go on my YouTube channel and then edit the exports that I've already done of the previous streams. So once this stream's finished, I'll refine that a bit so it's not as long of a text that appears each time. Hippie, they don't have kids in GTA, but they got them in Red Dead 2. That's right, yep. Although, aside from Jack, you only really get in Saint Denis the gang of kids that are in there. and also you also get like the paperboy and stuff as well. Code trying to staple the kids with the horse is fine, you guess. Oh, you mean stable or trample? Yeah. That's the thing about this game too, you know, being able to like trample on certain characters or animals and stuff. And the other thing too about this process is if you antagonize a character enough, simply following them and being close to them will actually trigger different dialogue too.
Hi to you.
What are you doing, Jack? After all the antagonizing Arthur's done, you're saying hi to you. Maybe it's because by now the greet option has become available again. Like that, the rock just landed right in front of him. It's funny because he will actually flick away rocks behind his shoulder if he thinks it's not a good rock to throw.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
I don't understand why I'm in trouble.
Sorry. I'll stop messing with you now.
Why, Uncle Arthur?
Do something with your life, Jack.
Go away now.
You'll thank me one day, kid.
Please, go away.
Code, does the horses kick other NPCs like they do the player? Oh yeah, Code. Yeah, sometimes you'll come across someone who's trying to fix their horse's shoe. And sometimes if you stand back and watch, the horse will actually kick them and kill them. Or, if you actually try to approach them while they're trying to clean their horse's shoe, they will either get kicked by the horse and killed because you're distracting them, or the horse will run off on the person if you disturb him or her when they're trying. Well, it's mainly male NPCs that are doing this with their horse and the cleaning of the horse's shoe. But yeah, if you interfere by saying hello, either the horse will kick them and they'll die, or the horse will just run off. Yeah, Jack has dementia. He forgot. He was just like, I don't know why you're saying this, Arthur. Code, because you see possibilities. A cliff, NPC, bring the horse back up a bit and I can see my house. Whee! That is actually a really cool thing. I can't believe I've never thought to try that. Sort of have a This is Sparta moment in a way, except it's a horse doing it. This is Sparta! Kick. NPC goes flying off the cliff. Hippie, the kid is just looking down the cliff. Man, is he alright? He should be playing with sticks and marbles and his friends. Yeah, it's actually interesting because at this point, Jack doesn't like to read, but later on he becomes a really, really avid reader. At the moment, John Marston is actually sitting down under a tree reading. So it's very funny to see that in this point in time because
I don't like you.
Because with John Marston later, he's trying to encourage Jack to stop reading his book to go and actually explore, you know, and take note of the outside world, you know what I mean? Whereas at this age, Jack is the one who's taking note of the outside world, and John Marston would rather sit and read a book under a tree, you know. So there's things like that which make me strongly feel that Jack Marston is definitely John Marston's son. Code, where's Jack? Oh, he's playing with the horse, being a kite. That's the other thing too, like, if you've noticed, no one actually keeps an eye on Jack. Like, he's just roaming around the camp, and no one really acknowledges him until he walks past them, you know.
I feel bad for you, kid.
How come I keep getting in trouble?
Okay, okay. I'm done now. I swear.
You think you're funny.
Yeah, Jack, you tell him. You think you're funny.
You are mean. Go away. Don't bother me no more.
Sorry, Jack.
Pearson.
Ah, this feels so bad. I feel so bad doing this in a playthrough.
What is it?
If you think if Arnie comes by your desk, he will have the options to X, greet, and B antagonize. It's like, hello there. How are you today? I hope you're going good. Yeah, I'm going pretty good.
Hey, Arthur.
Fuck you, asshole. Hey, why'd you say that to me for? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, that's okay. Maybe it's just one of those days. Yeah, and maybe one of those days where you will die. So fuck you. Bit of Arnie antagonizing and diffusing the situation. Code, somebody's going to get hurt real bad. Somebody. There's actually a mod where you can play as Jack when he's this age and run around shooting people and everything. So Arthur's lucky he's not living in that universe. Otherwise Jack would pick up a shotgun and be like, you want to antagonize me, huh, Uncle Arthur? Antagonize this. This feels so weird to me. I'm even thinking about, you know, what would Jack be internalizing and thinking, you know, with Arthur being like this to him. Because I was saying before how if you do this in a playthrough, essentially Jack, up until this day in his life, has never had Arthur do this. So one day, Arthur just being an arsehole to him, like, that would really, really mess someone up, you know. And I know that's just a character in a video game, but when you're invested in a character in a book, even if it's a comic book, if it's a movie, a series, a video game, if you're immersed enough, we forget that we're actually, you know, just watching characters and we get invested in what they're doing. So if the character gets hurt, we feel bad that they're hurt, you know. If a character wins something, we're happy for them, you know. So it's just amazing what our minds can do when we're consuming entertainment and being immersed by characters in a fictional story. Yeah, Code. Jack the Terrorist, the Terror of 1899. For some reason, Jack Marston picked up a shotgun, age 6, and went on a shooting spree. There were no survivors. The person, though, who got it the worst was Arthur Morgan. We believe that Jack Marston was bullied, antagonized, and traumatized by Arthur enough to really want to get vengeance on him. That's how it would go if this was canon, most likely. But outside of this playthrough, this is definitely not what I would consider a canon version of Arthur antagonizing someone like Jack. Rosie, tell me about your bully and I'll talk to him. Well, he's 43 and he robs people for a living.
I have to say, you don't look much like a Marston.
You are mean. Go away.
Maybe a Williamson or an Escuela.
You are terrible.
Okay, so it's almost 1 PM in-game time. I don't really know how many different variations of dialogue I'm going to get. Undoubtedly,
Hope you choke on it.
there's going to be dialogue that I probably won't trigger, even though I'm being this thorough with it. So I'm willing to accept that there will be some dialogue that I may not actually trigger, even though I've spent hours literally trying to trigger it. So we'll just see what happens. And then I think that's when I'll call it a stop to actually antagonizing Jack. Like, I wonder what Jack's looking at. Just the sun. Don't stare in the sun though, Jack. You might hurt your eyes. At least directly. If you directly look in the sun, you'll hurt your eyes. The Adventures of Uncle Arthur and his nephew Jack. In today's episode, Arthur pisses Jack off enough that he pushes him off the cliff.
Did I do something wrong?
How's the weather down there, little feller?
Don't bother me no more.
Hope you start growing soon, kid.
Meanwhile, John's just here reading his book. Be cool if he could pick up the guitar and start playing it.
Oh, hello, Arthur.
So if Jack throws some rocks... Well, he doesn't target Arthur specifically, so the closest I can get to having Jack throw rocks at Arthur is just to put Arthur in the line of fire. Okay, Jack, here's your chance to get some back. Code. Now, if Arthur would be evil, he would give Jack an enlarging lens. Almost hit him. Good shot, Jack. It looked like it just grazed Arthur's head. I'm trying to get a photo mode shot of it. It just goes past his head. Almost, Jack. Almost hit Arthur in the head with the rock. Can't really get a good shot. Let's just focus on the rock almost hitting Arthur. So there we go. This is not a glitch. This is not a rock just stopping in midair. This is me pausing it at the right time for the rock. Jack's like, I'm gonna hit you with that rock, Arthur. Big meanie.
You're a sad little thing, ain't you?
You're always mean.
Okay. I really am done now.
Just leave it, Arthur.
Hippie Arthur knows fashion, that's for sure. Oh man, Jack looks like an innocent... He sure does, you know.
Don't you got something to do?
Yeah, Arthur, don't you have something to do? Instead of antagonizing Jack? Jeez. But yeah, I don't know. I could never, when playing this game after this playthrough, just antagonize Jack anymore. And multiple other characters as well that I have to antagonize as part of this playthrough.
Why are you doing this?
Sorry, I don't know why. I find this so entertaining.
Stop picking on me!
Hippie, there's a new...
Settle down now, Mr. Morgan.
There's a new AI called GPT, which is capable of understanding all natural human language very well, to the point it can create very vivid responses. You wonder if they could incorporate its code base, which is probably way too big, into NPCs in games. It would allow them to have a variety of dialogues, but it wouldn't sound natural because it would be automatically generated voice rather than pre-recorded set of dialogues. Yeah, I think, not using that exact technology, but I think in Watch Dogs Legion, there are some voices that are actually recreated with AI to actually say the same dialogue, but have the voice sound different. But I don't exactly know what it is that they've done in that game. But yeah, sometimes the voices feel off in Watch Dogs Legion. It's like they got a certain amount of actors to do a voice, and then they just took that recording and then used the AI to alter it in a way, but make it sound different, you know, and give it to different NPCs.
Hello.
This is the first acknowledgement we've seen in this stream of John saying hello to his son Jack. Yeah, Hippie, it's so funny when you hear it in that game. Because in that game, what they did was any NPC, as long as they're not like a main villain character or not like a main, story character, any NPC that you walk by on the street can actually be recruited to be part of your team, and they each have their own stats and different looks and voices and all that type of stuff. Some hate the group that you're with, so if you want to recruit them, you have to do a job, you have to do a mission for them to convince them to join your side. Even NPCs that do like your group, called DedSec, you still need to do something for them, but once you've done that, they then join your team, and then you can swap. There's an option where you can make it permadeath or not as well.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
You're mean. Go away!
Do something with your life, Jack.
Please, go away!
Alright, it's 2:30 in game time. If you run into Jack as he's walking towards the cliff, is there a chance he will stumble and fall? I don't think so. I mean, when you run near a chicken, for example, it will move. So I don't know if you can make a chicken go off the edge. Maybe you can. But I'm not sure about Jack or any other NPC though.
Tying me up right by the food.
There's probably multiple other, and there's multiple different contexts as well that change what dialogue you get. For example, if you do a certain mission with a certain character involved, the dialogue that other characters would have said if you didn't do that mission won't be heard again, because you've done a mission where a character will then become maybe the topic of conversation, or they'll be in the camp at that time. For example, at the moment, you've got Charles and Javier outside of the camp. So the dialogue that I'm getting with them still outside the camp and waiting in Valentine, because they're part of the mission there, all that dialogue is happening. But if I was to go and do that mission and then come back, then there'd be dialogue that I wouldn't be getting because we've done that event in the main story. So there's even that to consider as well.
I feel bad for you, kid.
Don't be an idiot, Arthur.
Real bad.
Just leave it, Arthur.
Hey, Arthur.
Okay, so I must have done something to change Jack's path to get to this spot. Because usually he goes along this way, and then goes this way. But this time he was doing zigzags and loop-de-loops and everything.
Adults are always thinking about stuff.
I have to say, you don't look much like a Marston.
Don't bother me no more!
Maybe a Williamson or an Escuela.
What is it?
Hey, watch it, Marston.
I like that Arthur walks all the way up to John and then he says, "Watch it." It's like he's just sitting down reading, wasn't moving at all.
Hello, Tilly.
Hey, Jackie.
I'm gonna feel bad antagonizing Tilly when it comes around to that. This is just... this playthrough. All the characters that I don't want to antagonize, that I never antagonize, that I'm gonna have to antagonize.
I've had better days. Sorry to hear that.
I won't decide where I'll do it at yet, but there will come a point in this playthrough where I will actually stop the playthrough temporarily, so I can then do my annual playthrough, do that, so it's done before the year ends, and then go back to this playthrough. But I haven't decided when I'm going to do that yet. But this playthrough was called my annual one, but I changed my mind today to make it not my annual one. That way, there's no deadline that I have to worry about, because my annual playthroughs of games, I like to get the game done before the year ends. And so doing this really deep dive playthrough, there's no way I'd be able to do that and get the game done before the year ends. So I'd rather put a hold on this playthrough at a certain point, start the game again, do an annual playthrough, and then once that's finished, get back to this playthrough, which doesn't have a time limit on it. And then that way, if it ticks over into 2024, and I'm still doing this, so be it.
You're a sad little thing, ain't you?
Don't be an idiot, Arthur.
Makes sense.
Don't start with this again.
Abigail Roberts got so hoity-toity these days.
Oh, you're in one of those moods.
Hi, Jack.
Sorry, Abigail. I just thought I was just curious there to test to see if she would say something, like if we're antagonizing Jack in front of Abigail, if we then antagonize Abigail, I was wondering if she'd have different dialogue contextually, but it seems like that dialogue is something that she would say even if we hadn't been antagonizing Jack. So that was a bit of a test. But hey, you got to hear a little bit of a antagonistic conversation between Arthur and Abigail. But there will be a time in this playthrough where I actually do concentrate on antagonizing Abigail. And in-game time is 10 past 4. I don't think I'm going to get many different variances now. know what? I just had a thought. Later in the story, when Jack gets kidnapped, and then when we rescue him and bring him back to camp, I wonder what antagonizing dialogue is going to be said to him after that experience. But we'll find out when we get to it. That's a fair way off. And I won't be getting to that part of the story until I've done my annual playthrough of this game and then gotten back to this one.
Hey, Jack.
Mimi,
I said hello?
you forget things a lot, Uncle Arthur.
Sorry. I'll stop messing with you now.
Arthur's being mean to me!
Anyway, I won't disturb you.
Uh-huh.
I thought I'd try that combination of things. So we do get a different interaction doing that as well.
Why are you doing this?
Sorry. No, I'll stop it now.
I don't understand.
Me neither, Jack. I don't understand. Arthur, why are you doing this for? I know it's me making him do it, but I mean, you know. Cast your minds into the world of Red Dead 2 and it's like, why, Arthur, would you say this thing?
Don't bother me no more!
It's funny, he says that with the same kind of energy as Egg Shen in Big Trouble in Little China, when there's a creature that pops its head out of a hole and he throws this bomb, or this magical bomb, into the hole, and he's like, "You will come out no more!"
Have a lovely meal, folks.
Have a lovely meal, folks.
Please
Sure
don't
thing,
hurt
Kieran.
me.
Hey there.
Alright, so it's almost 5 PM in-game time. Once it hits 6 PM in-game time, that's when I'll call it an end to antagonizing Jack. I wish I could say this is the only point in the playthrough where I'll be antagonizing Jack and other characters that I don't want to antagonize, that I don't normally antagonize, but I will in this playthrough. I think that'll be enough, because there's also multiple other parts of the game where I'm going to be having to do this. I mean, I'm going to try and alter my process with this playthrough when it comes to characters that end up staying together for a bit before moving off individually to different parts of the camp. Because a lot of characters like Tilly, Mary Beth, and Karen will actually sit together quite a lot of time. So when we get to those moments, it means that I won't have to necessarily worry about making sure that those grouping of characters will be there by tracking them individually. Once I follow one character, I'll know that that's the time in-game when they actually get together and start talking.
How's the weather down there, little feller?
You are mean! Go away!
Hope you start growing soon, kid.
You are terrible! wish they would have killed me too.
I know.
I wish it every goddamn day.
I know.
You know, if I had any courage, if I wasn't so damn weak, I'd kill myself too.
We both know that ain't true. We both know the bravery is in the living. I don't know you very well, but I can tell you're brave, Mrs. Adler. I really can.
I don't seem very brave.
Nonsense. You're about the bravest woman I ever met. And that tells me you got the courage. The courage to live.
I hope so. I really do.
I know so.
Ah, hello, Mr. Morgan.
Excuse me.
That conversation that we just heard
Always around.
with Abigail and Sadie. Later in the story, Sadie mentions how Abigail was always good to me.
Who is?
The people you haven't fed.
Me? Can't talk about this now, okay?
Well, fine then.
Yeah, Pearson, piss off. I like when they do that in games. They have characters interact with one another, and then later, when something happens in the story, one character will mention that fact, and then when you replay the game again, if you miss the conversation, then when you get to the point in the story again on a replay where the character says about, oh yeah, such and such, then you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I remember that conversation. I actually was there to hear it. Now this is a configuration I haven't seen yet, but when we do a focus on Pearson in this playthrough, I'm sure we'll get to this point again.
Whatever you do, don't follow in your pa's footsteps.
How come I keep getting in trouble?
Okay, I really am done now.
Stop picking on me!
Alright, so it's almost 6 PM in game. So because Pearson's engaged in this activity, we can't actually greet or antagonize him. So sometimes the game won't let you antagonize or even greet characters in the camp until they finish their activity.
Do something with your life, Jack.
Leave me alone!
Okay, so it's almost 6 PM in game time. Time's ticking down. Now we can actually antagonize.
I've got an idea, Pearson. Make something edible.
So now I'm in the firing line.
Alright, so Jack's over that way. Now it's 6 PM in game time. After Arthur had antagonized Jack, he felt really bad about it, and so to punish himself, he decided to do this. There we go. I'm reloading the save anyway. Alright, so now that is the end of antagonizing Jack for this stream, at least. Arthur recovered from his injuries, even though they thought he was dead, and so now he's learned his lesson not to antagonize Jack. But can a leopard truly change their spots? And will Arthur stop antagonizing other characters? Tune in next week. No, just kidding. I'm not ending the stream yet. Where's the lamb sauce? Where's the lamb sauce? Sorry, that's an in-joke of the channel. And my friend Crocodile's channel as well. Alright, so that is the end of antagonizing Jack from the times 9 AM to 6 PM in game. So overall now I've done this process with 4 characters. Dutch, Sadie, Lenny, and now Jack. But there's more to come. Not taking a break, but I need to just check some things in my notes. Be right back. Alrighty then, so what I was doing is I was looking at the different variations for interacting. So you've got choose all antagonize, which means when you speak to a character, you choose antagonize, and then if the option is still available, you antagonize again until such time as the game stops you from being able to speak to them. There's also choose antagonize and then alternate between that and diffuse. So you antagonize a character and then they'll say something to you, and then you can choose diffuse, where Arthur will basically say something like, I was just joking, you know, kind of thing. There's also choose greeting and then antagonize. There's also choose greeting, antagonize, and then diffuse. And simply following a character around after you antagonize them triggers other dialogue. So far, the only variations I've done is choose all antagonize and choose antagonize and alternate with diffuse. And then a couple of times I did greeting, antagonize, greeting and then antagonize, but only with Jack. So they're all the different variations that there are. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different variations on the interaction with a character when you actually want to get dialogue from interactions with them. Obviously, because I'm not doing a playthrough where I'm greeting everyone, it means that when it comes to actually interacting with a character, I'll only choose greeting as a one-time thing. So then that will change what dialogue we get once we actually antagonize after the greeting as well. So there's all those different variations. So the thing that makes this difficult is that because I haven't mapped out all those interactions with every single character that I've done it with so far in this playthrough, it means that there's a chunk of stuff missing. Because obviously, if I don't do choose greeting and then antagonize, we won't get the dialogue for that. So because I'm trying to get as much camp dialogue as possible, that's not actually going to suit. So I've got two options. I can either just accept that I didn't do that until now, and then just keep on going with the playthrough doing it and making sure, or I basically wait until I've done the majority of the interacting and then decide to do it as well. So I'm just not sure what to go with yet. But anyway, so far we've done this process with Dutch, with Sadie, with Lenny, and with Jack. So I'm going to do something a little bit different that I haven't done yet in this playthrough. And there's two characters that I'm thinking of focusing on next. And they're two characters that I also don't like the idea of antagonizing. So we've antagonized Jack Marston, but there's also John Marston and Abigail to actually do that with too. So I'm going to put a poll in chat to choose between who I should antagonize and do that process with next. Keep in mind though that I won't be doing the antagonize part straight up. I need to actually follow the character and map their movements and see where they go and everything like that. But in any case, I'll set that poll up and then I'll put that active in chat. And I'll probably put a 2-minute timer on the poll. So there we go. So the poll is now open for who I should focus on next in this playthrough. John Marston or Abigail Roberts. I'll let chat who are voting decide. Because either way, I'm not going to like having to do that to both characters, but I can't really decide myself. I was thinking about it and I'm like, you know what? I equally don't want to antagonize both of them, so I'll leave it up to chat to actually choose which one out of the two I focus on next. Okay, so we're about halfway through. It was a 2-minute poll. So far we've got 2 votes for Abigail and 1 for John Marston. Even though Abigail believes or feels that she's already married to John Marston, they haven't actually officially gotten married yet, so she still has her maiden name of Roberts. And the winning vote is Abigail Roberts. So we had 3 for Abigail and 2 for John Marston. So that's who we'll be antagonizing next and focusing on next in this playthrough. So I need to reload my save. Now I want to keep reloading until I get the configuration that I want. And then when I do, I'll go directly to where Abigail is and start the process. And Zera, thank you so much for contributing channel points as well towards the vote. I appreciate that. Alright, so this configuration is the one where Dutch is at his tent, which I don't want, so I'll just reload the save. Zereth whistles innocently. So the configuration I want is Dutch will actually walk over to Arthur, and Sadie is already at the food, and she's going to take it over to Kieran. That's the configuration that I have been starting with whenever I've focused on a new character, so I want to keep that consistent. Here we are. So Arthur is there. Dutch is going to come over and talk to us, so I'm just going to let that happen because he will keep walking towards you until he gets to you. And you can't skip this dialogue either.
Oh, Arthur, my boy. My dear boy.
What's going on?
Nothing. Nothing at all. For the first time in weeks, nothing. We're free. We're free to plan our own futures once more.
I hope so, Dutch.
You kept the faith, Arthur. You always kept it.
And I ain't losing it now.
Alright, now he's actually walked off. Let's see Abigail's routine in this configuration.
You're Arthur, right?
Alright, so if I go to my notes, just set up for myself that we're actually focusing on Abigail. So Abigail is the 5th character that we're antagonizing, focusing on during the daytime. And antagonizing hasn't been done yet, so I'll make note of that. And so this is config 1, where Arthur is approached by Dutch. and Sadie interacts with Kieran. Alright, so that's config 1. Now, in game time is 9:15 a.m. and Abigail gets, I think she's getting food.
My name ain't no concern of yours.
I'm hungry.
I don't give a damn.
Look, you seem like a decent fella behind it all.
Then you ain't a good judge of character.
Yeah, well, we'll leave it there then.
That was funny. Arthur got stuck on the tent peg.
Hello.
Alrighty then, so Abigail gets food. I'll just put drink just in case, because sometimes even if you get the same configuration, some things might be different. For example, in this game, in this current configuration, Abigail is wearing what she's wearing, but if I was to reload that same save, even if I got the same configuration, she might be wearing something different. So that aspect actually can alternate between different things. So I'll just put at 9:15 a.m. Abigail gets food and drink, and then at 9, let's say just 9:20 a.m. Abigail returns to her default spot. So Abigail will probably stay there for a while, but not the whole cycle. If I look at configuration, the different configurations for, let's see. Oh yeah. So Abigail appears to speak with Sadie at 10:10 a.m. in game. So we'll see if that actually is the time that she moves from this spot. There we go, Jack. Felt so bad antagonizing Jack. So this character's name, Hippie, is Abigail. She's Jack Marston's mother, and while she's not actually married, in her eyes, she is, you know, already married to John, and at this point in the story, though, John isn't really interested in being a father, so he kind of neglects Jack quite a lot. In fact, at this point, John Marston doesn't even really think that Jack is his son at all. There's backstory that doesn't get revealed in this game. Although, hang on, there are some conversations somewhere along the line where they do. Anyway, scratch that. So basically, the women in the gang didn't just do jobs where they, you know, went to town and robbed places. They also essentially were selling their bodies as well. Sometimes to make money, but also sometimes to steal of people. But we don't see any of that in the game. Karen, at one point in the story, tries that tactic just to steal from the dude, but the dude starts fighting her, and then you go in and you rescue her, and there's a big ordeal there. Okay, so the time in game is almost 10 a.m. But let's just put it at 10. Sorry, let's just put it at 9:50 a.m. Abigail goes back to food storage. I'll just call it food box. Even though it's not just food in there, there's also like coffee and stuff. Alright, so Abigail is actually going to have a conversation with Sadie here. So in-game time, it's about 10 a.m. Yo, Abigail, I was studying about important dates in the history of time, and I was wondering if you want to go on one. That's very clever, hippie. Nice one. Thanks for redeeming that.
It just takes time, Miss Sadler.
I wish they would have killed me too.
I know.
I wish it every goddamn day.
I know.
You know, if I had any courage, if I wasn't so damn weak, I'd kill myself too.
We both know that ain't true. We both know the bravery is in the living. I don't know you very well, but I can tell you're brave, Mrs. Adler. I really can.
I don't seem very brave.
Nonsense. You're about the bravest woman I ever met. And that tells me you got the courage. The courage to live.
Yeah, I hope so. I really do.
I know so. Excuse me. I'm always around if you need someone.
What are you doing, Hosea? Get out of the way. Zereth, important days in history when John actually cared about Jack. Now that's definitely a deep cut burn on the character's relationship there. Okay, so at 20 past 10 a.m. in this configuration, Abigail moves over to the edge of camp. And I'll just have a look in photo mode near where, just in case something happens while I'm doing that. So this is where Karen and Tilly and Mary Beth are. I'll just call it near the girls' tents. Hey there, not Ali. Welcome. Welcome to the playthrough where I'm antagonizing every character in camp. Even ones that I have never actually antagonized ever before in all the playthroughs I've done. The other thing to remember too is this is only the 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. time frame on this first day that I've actually been covering. I still need to actually cover more time frames before I can basically say that I've focused on all characters that are currently in the camp at this point in the story. So I still have a lot. You have been inactive on Twitch for like 2 months, have you really? Oh, shit. Well, welcome back. I hope things have been going well. Oh, well, thank you very much. That's awesome to know. There's been some really painful things that have happened in this playthrough. Antagonizing Jack when he says, "I hate you, Uncle Arthur." I was just like, no, this doesn't feel right. Arthur, do not antagonize Jack. What are you thinking? What are you doing? It just feels so weird to me.
Hi, Abigail.
There's Dutch thinking up his plans.
That smells so good. Oh.
Okay, so when it reaches in-game time, let's get to where I am typing. Alright. So let's just put it at 10:45. So Abigail goes to get, to get food and drink. Food/drink. Because it might be either or. Might be randomized as well. Not Ali. Last time you watched my stream is like the Alien Invasion. Oh yeah, the Alien Isolation game. Yeah, yeah. That would have been when I was doing it for my horror streams in October. It's such a great game too. Chances are that I may not just wait until October this year to actually replay it. I might even do a replay of it again at some point this year before October.
It's you.
Good morning, Arthur.
Okay, so not much time has passed really since the last time I took note, but do 10:50 a.m. Abigail goes to campfire. Oh yeah, that's definitely understandable, not Ali for sure, you know. And then Abigail goes back to her default spot, which is the tree. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that, Afro.
+30 years of service, combat medals, citations, Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Distinguished, distinguished, distinguished. Yet, you can't get a promotion. You won't retire. And despite your best efforts, you refuse to die.
Thank you so much for redeeming that Bane impression. Appreciate it. So what actually is that from? Because the funny thing is, even if there's a movie quote or whatnot that I'm familiar with, for some reason when I'm doing an impression of that quote, it makes me hard to actually remember where I've heard it from before. Ah, no wonder why, Afro. I haven't actually seen the new Top Gun movie, and I haven't actually seen the original, the first one either. I do love the song though that was featured in that first movie, Danger Zone. Such a great song. Yeah, it really is Afro. Very catchy as well. And if you like it, once you've heard it, you can't unhear it as well. You'll definitely instantly know when you're hearing it again.
Why did Jack cross the road, Precious? To get away from Arthur's insults. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum.
Indeed. I don't blame him, Zereth, either. Damn, that felt very weird. But that's not the only point in the playthrough that I'll be antagonizing all these characters, so I can't just be like, well, that's over and done with for the playthrough. Alright, so now it's 11:15 in the morning, in-game time. Abigail's still standing in her default position at this point in the story. Just as a recap, I've done Chapter 1, and we're in Chapter 2, yet I haven't done one single mission yet for Chapter 2. So that's how early in the story we still are. And as the story goes on, the camps where you're located actually change in the game. So as you can imagine, I have to do the same process in those camps as well throughout the game with every single character. Then you consider the fact that not every single character is always present in the camp because some characters are part of a mission where they're somewhere else. And then after you do that mission, they might return to the camp, and therefore you have new dialogue, even with characters who weren't involved in the mission as well. Then you got things that happen in the mission that when you come back to camp, characters comment on it. For example, there's a mission where Reverend Swanson, who is actually currently in this part of the story, outside of the camp, he almost gets hit by a train, and Arthur rescues him, and you carry him back into camp. Now, if you actually carry him on your shoulders and walk around camp and not put him down where you need to first, all the characters you pass by will actually have their own comment on what to say about seeing you carrying Reverend Swanson on your shoulders. So there's even those things that I need to take into consideration with this playthrough also. It's like if this was a point-and-click adventure game, you could be like, Arthur, walk to chickens, and then he'd walk to chickens. Then it'd be like, Arthur, talk to chicken, and then the dialogue option could be, you pieces of shit, antagonizing chickens. It'd be funny if there was... Someone should do a mod where you can actually antagonize animals. That in this game. Anything that you can focus on. Arthur's to the chicken like, you're pathetic, you know that? You could even take dialogue when Arthur is coming back into camp. Sometimes when the person standing guard says, who is there? Arthur goes, Arthur, you dumbass. So it'd be funny in a mod to have the dialogue happen when you interact with an animal and you actually choose antagonize, that Arthur would say that to the animal. It's Arthur, you dumbass. Especially... that'd be... In this game, there's donkeys. So, in a mod where you can antagonize animals, antagonize a donkey, and take the dialogue and have Arthur say, it's Arthur, you dumbass. Actually, if you could get an overlay of, or even recreate it, the greet, the antagonize, and all that. I mean, you could obviously do that in the video too. You don't need to actually do a mod in the game. And you can go no HUD in this game as well. So if you turn the HUD off and just had Arthur focus on the chicken in your clip, then what you do is take the greet, antagonize, and whatever, recreate that, and then overlay it on the top of the no HUD footage when Arthur's focused on the animal. And because he's got his back to the camera, you could actually have in the video Arthur say the dialogue, it's Arthur, you dumbass, to the animal, without seeing Arthur's face, because then it hides the fact that he's not actually saying that. So you could also do that in the video, not just mod the game to make it happen automatically. Alright, so in game time it's 12 PM. So Abigail has been standing under that tree since 10:55 AM now, and it's 10 past midday. Hey, I'm in a bear suit. Welcome, dude. Speaking of mods, there is a gun trick mod you tested out. Wish it was just in the base game. It's simple and it looks pretty cool. Oh, that's awesome. Because I know that with some guns, normally, you can have Arthur spin it before he puts it into his... Well, not spin it like, you know, spin it around a few times and then put it in. But he does this trick where he sort of flicks and then spins it back into his holster, kind of thing. But I know what you're meaning, though, I'm in a bear suit. It's like when they do the gun tricks with the twirling of it and then put it in. Zereth, it's Arthur, you donkey. It's Arthur, you donkey, to Jack. So the rest of this stream probably won't be covering the entirety of these interactions with Abigail, but I wanted to at least get another start on another character. Oh my god, Rod. I can't believe that I didn't think of that in the context with which I'm actually doing this playthrough. The quick and easy way to see what time it is. Fuck me dead, Rod. This is the funny thing with me sometimes. When I get focused on one parameter in something, I sometimes forget other alternate ways of achieving something. So instead of having to always go into here and then check, just check like this. I can't believe I forgot about that. If I was doing any other kind of playthrough, then I'd remember that that's where the time gets played. But I've been so focused on pausing it. I think too because I want to make sure that time can stand still. So I probably will still do that. Because what I want to make sure is that I can have a way to respond to chat or make comments sometimes about something without the time going really fast. No worries, Zareth. I'll see you when you come back.
Uncle Arthur.
I don't even want to know what's in this.
Oliver Suit, I think the trick you're talking about that is in the game is if you use the right leg side revolver only and double click the holster button and he'll do a flip. That's the one I'm in a bear suit, yeah. That's one that I was thinking of that you can do in the game. Okay, so Abigail will probably stay here for a while. Now this is only one configuration at this point in the story. I also have to cover other configurations with Abigail. So the mod is like that, except Arthur extends the trick for like 15 seconds. That's really, really cool. Kind of makes me think of Robocop. There's a mod that someone could do, if they haven't done already. A Robocop mod with Red Dead Redemption. You could even go into first-person view mode and have like the reticule and everything overlay that Robocop sees from his perspective. Hey there, Zareth. Welcome back. Earlier I was talking about how it'd be cool if there was an outfit mod that someone did where Arthur is actually wearing the same clothes that the Terminator wears in Terminator 2 with the sunglasses, the leather jacket, the leather pants and everything. Abigail is dressed like Sarah Connor and John Marston is dressed like Kyle Reese and Jack Marston is dressed like John Connor is, and do like an outfit set for the Marston family and Arthur where it's Terminator themed. The only thing I can think of from a layman's perspective is because Arthur can't wear glasses, I don't know how you would actually put sunglasses onto him, but maybe there is some way to transplant it from someone else's face. I mean, I don't know exactly how modding works, so I don't know if you can simply take the glasses off of someone, change the model of it so that the lenses are actually filled in instead of clear, and then transplant that onto Arthur's face. I'll be John. That is true. Do the impression as well. Jack's like, who sent you? You did. 35 years from now. You reprogrammed me to be your protector here, in this time. On the best suit, you haven't used it yet, but some dude made dozens of outfits, etc. And there is a few different sunglasses in his collection you install. Now that is awesome. That's cool. Then I guess too, you could probably do weapon mods as well to make the weapons more modern. But then I don't know how you translate that into making the gameplay match, or rather the combat mechanics actually match that. I mean, I don't know if you could get like the Gatling gun animation somehow. And I don't know. I'm just spitballing. I don't really know. Yeah, Zereth is like, you reprogrammed me to be a good dad. Wow, Abigail's been standing there since in-game time 10:55 AM, and it's now 1:48 PM in-game. It's like, Oliver, so not sure about modern weapons. You did see some that make the weapons more realistic, so slower reload, more gun smoke, etc. That's really, really cool. That's the thing I love about the idea of modding games. I have no skill in that regard, and I'm not really savvy with things like that. But I definitely really enjoy seeing what people come up with. Like earlier I was talking again how I'd love a Looney Tunes mod for Red Dead Redemption. Turn all the rabbits into Bugs Bunny, turn all the birds into Tweety, turn all the chickens into Foghorn Leghorn, turn all the boars into Porky Pig, turn all the skunks into Pepe Le Pew. You wouldn't be able to get all... Well, I mean, you could substitute. If you wanted to get the Tasmanian Devil in, I guess you could substitute some animal, but I don't know what though, because I don't think there's anything in this game that moves really fast in a way that would be easy to animate. It'd probably look a bit weird. And for Yosemite Sam, take Jack when he's this age and change his character model to be Yosemite Sam, because Jack obviously is really short, just like Yosemite Sam is. Have all the ducks be Daffy. All the cats be Sylvester. I don't know how you can incorporate Roadrunner into that, but maybe something that runs really fast like a leopard or a cougar could be made into that instead. I don't know. I mean, I've seen like a Simpsons mod for Resident Evil 7, where it's the Simpsons. Well, that was quite funny. Oh yes, so Arthur's honor is slightly reduced. When it came to the 3 people on the train in chapter 1, I did actually just shoot them. So I think that reduced my honor. Or maybe it didn't. I can't remember now. Actually, let's have a quick look. I think it's player honor. Yes, there's not anything really that at this point is obviously different. There's so many things in this game that I like, and I'm sure there's other games that do it. But for example, depending on how deep you go into the options, so if you go to story, then, sorry, not that. If you go to progress, that's 1 screen change. Total completion, that's 2 screen changes. In this game, if you actually hold down the B button, or whichever console you're playing on, or if you're on PC, whatever the key is, whatever the key or button is for back, if you actually hold it down, it'll completely go out of all those menus that you've entered into and go back to gameplay. I like it when games do stuff like that. Something else that's good in this game is when there's 2 items close together and you want to pick up one. If you focus on one of the items, if Arthur focuses on the one you don't want, you can actually cycle through on the prompts to select which one you actually want as well, which comes in handy. Omnibus suit, good tip. You didn't know that. You was in the compendium and had to hit escape like 6 times, so that'll help you. Oh yeah, Omnibus suit. It's great when you discover these things because it just creates a smoother, and not always a smoother because that might not be the issue, but you know, if you just want to get rid of some of the monotonous sort of actions to do, it's good to have that option. There's also certain points in this game where your instinct might be to do the main objective and then loot the bodies, but sometimes if you actually hang around too long at the scene of somewhere, even if it was in a mission, then you'll have the law coming into the area, and that will stop you from potentially looting all the dead bodies that you've got. So the best thing to do is to ignore the main objective in the mission. Perfect example, when you go to rescue Sean. When you rescue Sean, if you want to loot all the dead bodies, do not rescue him straight away. Let him hang upside down, which sounds mean. But no other character will come along and cut him down. It's only you as Arthur that will do it. And he only does it if you tell Arthur to by controlling him to do it. So what you do is you loot all the dead bodies first because there's a big shootout around him where he's hanging. So what you do is you loot all the bodies and then you interact with him, because then when that interaction is finished, you won't have to stick around, and that means you can avoid the Lord turning up and causing issues. Is there a quick key for map? I don't think so, which is weird. Maybe there is, but it always feels quicker in other games, so I don't know. Because in this game, it just changes the camera angle if you were to press the button that normally, you know, or some games switch it up as to which one will enter the map, I guess. On PC, you just hit the letter M, but not sure about controller. Actually, that's got me curious now. That's interesting. I didn't even notice this was an option. So if you're doing fishing in this game, allows reeling while fishing to be performed by holding an alternate control rather than spinning. So yeah, if you're someone that can't spin the control stick around when actually fishing, it's cool that there's an option to just hold a button to do it. I didn't actually see that. That's cool. Alright, here we go. Uh-huh. Alright. So, if you want to get to the map instantly, you hold that button down. Here we go on a bear suit, something I didn't even check. So now I know too, that if you want to quickly go to the map on console, you hold down the button that you would normally press when you want to go into that menu. Nice. Hey there, Crooked. Welcome back, Senny. How's the Jack antagonizing playthrough going? Had to step away for a bit. Well, I'm so glad that I can actually say that for now, I've done with antagonizing Jack in this stream. I cannot explain to you how very weird it felt. And when Jack would say things to Arthur like, "I hate you, Uncle Arthur," I was just like, no, that's not how it's supposed to go. This is not canon. Arthur doesn't antagonize Jack. What's going on? This is an alternate reality of Red Dead 2 where Arthur's an asshole to Jack Marston. But yeah, that part's done for now. And so I wasn't sure out of John Marston or Abigail who I wanted to actually choose next. So I actually put a poll to chat to vote, and the vote ended up going to Abigail. So that's what we're currently focusing on now. But Abigail has actually just stayed at this position. She moved to that tree at 10:55 a.m. and it's now 2:57 p.m. in game. So she's just been standing at that tree for all that time. On a best it, we're all better Red Dead Redemption 2 players now. Another good feature. Lots of actions to map to a controller. Great how they thought it out. That is true, exactly. You know, our skill level with Red Dead has increased. But I like things like that. You know, it's definitely like really cool. And to find a way on console to, you know, add an extra thing, because obviously you don't have as many buttons as there are keys, so... Crooked, that's understandable. It's like going for an evil playthrough. You probably could never bring myself to go for all the bad choices. Yeah, Crooked, like seriously. Especially if you're really invested and connected to the characters that are characters that, you know, you like. It's very, very hard to actually do a playthrough where you're being an arsehole to them. And I definitely will not be doing this type of playthrough in the future where I antagonize every character. Like, I'll still antagonize Bill and, you know, Micah, of course, in regular playthroughs. But yeah, this is the first and only playthrough I'll do where I actually antagonize characters like Jack and Abigail and Lenny and Tilly and Mary Beth and Jack. It was funny, Crooked too. Jack will actually go around camp throwing rocks, little pebbles. And at some point, I actually made Arthur stand in the line of fire and actually got a shot of the rock just passing Arthur's head. I thought that was quite funny. I was just like, Jack is getting some back at Arthur, throwing some rocks at him. Harbinger just came back from your break, still trolling, bullying NPCs. Absolutely, Harbinger. We're now doing that with Abigail Roberts. So welcome back. I hope you had a good break. Zereth, you wonder if Bill knows Ted. I'd say Bill would know Ted. Excellent. always love in the first movie when their teacher asks, you know, who is or who was Joan of Arc, and they're like, Ted's like, Noah's wife. Always remember that. It's such a good movie. I love the figures from history that they go back in time and actually collect and bring into the present. Crooked, that reminds you of AC3 when the kids throw snowballs and then you can stand exactly in the way with either Connor or the camera. That's true as well, yeah. And I just remembered too that really, really funny and really sort of like sweet and wholesome snow fight that Geralt can have with Ciri in Witcher 3.
I trust all's well.
As well as can be expected.
Good.
Oh, did you, Harbinger? Hopefully that went well. Hopefully it wasn't too much of a pain. Pun intended. I know another mod that could be done for this game. If you actually kill a chicken in front of another chicken, then the chickens band together and actually attack you. Alright, so in-game time is 3:47. Abigail's been standing under that tree since 10:55 AM. And this is just configuration 1. Zereth, you need to check what vaccines you can take. Yeah, that's definitely good as well. Especially just to make sure that you're getting the right one that actually, you know, also is good for you in terms of like, you know, because some people might have different side effects to another one than to another one. Harbinger, you're using the bus every day and many people aren't using masks. You got sick last July, so you chose to protect yourself. That's totally understandable, Harbinger, you know, to actually do that. Just want to take a moment to show something. Once Dutch stands here, if you just stay with him, he stays there for a little bit, but then for the rest of the time, he basically just stands on this side of his tent, smoking a cigar that never runs out. And he does that from probably approximately, I don't know, midday to like 6 PM. Zereth, you have a disease-modifying treatment infusion. Certain ones are not suitable. Oh, damn. Yeah, I definitely don't blame you for needing to be very, very careful. That's for sure. So just to reiterate, sorry, this playthrough that I'm doing now, it was my annual 2023 playthrough. I'm still going to do my annual 2023 playthrough of the game, but this playthrough is now just focused, like, this playthrough is not my annual one now. What I'm going to do is at a certain point in this playthrough, I'm going to actually put the playthrough on hold, start the game again from scratch, and then play through the game from start to finish, and that one will be my annual playthrough for this year. And then once that's finished, I'll reload the save on this playthrough and continue on. But that won't be until probably either next week or the week after yet. Because there's still some stuff I need to do, and I want to get to a certain point and then cut it off there temporarily. Zereth, though curiously, apparently taurine might actually be good for you because of what MS does. Oh, really? Yeah, well, that's the other factor too, you know, having something that affects so many different things, to actually find something complementary that actually works. It's always good when you can. "4:28 p.m. and Abigail is still standing under this tree. Abigail, if you see George of the Jungle swinging your way, please remind him to look out for that tree.
Just gotta force it down.
So Lenny, for those who might not have heard it, just said, just gotta force it down. He's talking about Pearson's food. But the funny thing is, at this point, Hosea and Lenny will just sit down at that table for hours in-game. And what are the things that they end up doing? Mostly farting. No joke, they actually let farts rip every so often. Let's see if I can still keep Abigail in view. And see if we can actually get them to fart.
Hey, Arthur.
I love how he looked around Hosea after he farted.
We need to hunt for some better meat.
Zereth, taurine apparently assists in the creation of the protective layer around the nerves. Definitely sounds like something that is a big help, for sure. Never actually heard of that before, but then again, obviously there's things that people might not hear about because they don't need to use it themselves, or they don't know anyone who does. Harbinger fart, all characters, 100% playthrough. Could you imagine if they actually did have it programmed that at least once somewhere in the camp, at some point, every character farts, and then you could do like a compilation video with a fart remix of all the characters farting. Hell, you could probably even do that anyway. I'm sure there's some movements that characters do which could, with a sound effect added over the top, make people think that they actually did fart in the source. I just had an image of someone who didn't like someone that they were serving food for, so they farted into the soup before serving it. On a Bearsuit, he kind of looks around to make sure nobody noticed. Like the Family Guy episode where Peter farts in the car and then turns up the stereo in a bad attempt to distract the passengers from his fart. It's like, yeah, I'm sure that would definitely work. That they wouldn't actually notice. You know, because hearing is, you know, connected to smelling. Zereth speedrun, all characters to fart. Could you imagine? Just imagine a 100% dialogue speedrun. Yeah. It wouldn't be very fast, that's for sure. Okay, so it's almost 6 PM in-game, and in this configuration, Abigail has just stayed here since 10:55.
Mr. Morgan! Mr. Morgan! I know. We need food. How'd you know I was gonna say that?
You're walking. You're only walking when you're not cooking, and
You're only not cooking when there's not enough food.
Oh, I am a baby. I'm not an O'Driscoll.
Well, you're certainly something.
Could you get me a glass of water?
No. Go fuck yourself.
Karen doesn't mess around. Sometimes I'll actually let dialogue play, even if it's from a character I'm not focused on, just to get it in the playthrough. But when I actually focus on those characters, though, we will obviously hear that dialogue again.
Here you go.
Thank you, miss. Thank you kindly.
Don't mind Karen. She's lovely, really.
If you say so, miss. I'm sure she is.
So I was thinking right. Mary Beth does actually give food to Kieran. But Mary Beth's character, she's great. She has a great heart.
Mr. Morgan! Mr. Morgan! I've noticed you've stopped paying into the box.
This is not what I want to deal with right now, okay?
Well, fine.
Shit. Where'd Abigail go?
You okay? Sure. Why are you walking around so sad?
What the hell? How could Abigail just disappear that quickly? Where the hell has Abigail gone to? She teleported. Holy shit. Abigail teleported to that tent.
I'm not sad, just bored.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Bored's good. Bored means you ain't scared.
Alright, so in that case, I'm just going to have to make note that Abigail goes over to Tilly's tent. I think it's Tilly's tent, or maybe they're just using that tent. Anyway, in-game time, let's just say it was 1:45. So 5:45 p.m. Abigail goes to Tilly and speaks.
Be grateful for being bored, lady. Soon enough, you're gonna be scared.
When I was a little girl, I guess I hoped for... I don't know. I used to dream a lot.
We all dreamt a lot. Then we grew into women. Saw what the world was for us. How little it values us.
Guess.
Cheer up. Smile. Try to forget about things.
Okay.
Either that or start praying real hard.
Alright, so it's 6 p.m. in-game. So that was the first configuration that I was tracking with Abigail. So I need to reload the save again, and then based on where other characters are at the part where I've saved, that'll let me know what configuration I'll be in next as well. Yeah, Zereth, it's like F. That was so quick though. Like, holy shit. Although, having said that, I'm sure that because I had the camera focused on Susan when she was talking to Arthur long enough, it was probably long enough for Abigail to actually walk over there. It just felt like she teleported. Harbinger, lol, new patch for Plague Tale Requiem. They added ray tracing. You just finished your New Game Plus playthrough. You know, Harbinger, I was going to tell you something, but I knew that they were going to do that before you... No, just kidding. That's so annoying, you know. Especially since you've already done your New Game Plus playthrough as well. And now that happens. Hey there, Lizzie. Welcome. I hope things are going well. How's Mass Effect so far? It is awesome. I'm really, really liking it. I'm still very early in the game's story. And, you know when I like a game, when I'm actually really interested in learning about the different species in the game, the different groups, as well as any kind of, like, timeline stuff that happened, like anything that happened in the past and that kind of stuff. And so I've been doing that too in Mass Effect. as well. So yeah, it's going really, really good. I'm really, really enjoying it. I'm glad that I'm actually playing it after all these years of it being out, because I never played any of the original versions, and then I've never even played the remasters until now. So Talia is an amazing character, by the way. I think I remember her from Saint Ravager's playthrough, my friend who also streams when he played through Mass Effect games. So I think I know who you're talking about, Lizzie. So that configuration begins with Arthur approaching Dutch. Sorry, with Dutch approaching Arthur, talking to him in a conversation that can't be skipped, while at the same time Sadie is interacting with Kieran. So we've already done config 1 with Abigail. So now I need to see the next config. So we need to reload that save that I made. And then see which characters are where. That'll let me know what configuration I'm in. Okay, good. So it's a different configuration to before. So the previous configuration, Dutch wasn't there, but he was there. And Sadie in the other configuration was here getting food. But we're now in the configuration where Dutch is at his tent. Sadie is sitting over here, and Lenny, who in another configuration is actually standing there, but in this configuration he's not. So that's the one that we're currently in. So config 2 is Dutch is at his tent, but Lenny isn't in camp. So I've already focused on Lenny, that's why I know that Lenny isn't in the camp at this point. So now that we've sussed that out, Dutch is at his tent, but Lenny isn't in camp. Alright, so Abigail is still in the same spot. So 9:05. Abigail's at her default spot. Lizzie, she's the character that has to wear a special suit for her to be able to breathe. That is the one that I was thinking of, yeah. Yeah, that's a character that I haven't got up to yet in the story. But I do know that they exist, so don't worry, it's not a spoiler. Easy Mass Effect is a one-of-a-kind game, in your opinion. You tried to make a comparison to another game and you can't quite come up with one. Yeah, sometimes you just get those games where it's very hard to find something that compares. And then there's also some games that try the same thing but can't compare even. Which really goes to show, just because you're doing the same kinds of things that were successful that someone else did, doesn't mean that just copying those without really understanding why they worked is not the way to go, you know. So many games get made where they're like, we know how to do that, all we need to do is put this in the game and that'll guarantee. But then they're like, why didn't that work? How come it wasn't successful? And it's like, well, maybe you didn't understand what made the other games' use of it successful. Maybe your approach in how you utilized it was not the same, therefore it wasn't received as well as it was in that other game. approach is everything easy. It really is, you know. Alright, so it's 9:27 a.m. In the other configuration, at 9:40 a.m. Sorry, at 9:20 a.m. Sorry. I'm getting mixed up. In the other configuration at 9:15 a.m., Abigail went to get some food and drink, but in this configuration, she's still there. In the other configuration at 9:20, she returned to her default spot. And then at 9:50, Abigail went back to the food box. That was in the previous configuration. And so in this configuration, it's now 9:33 a.m. And she's still been standing there since 9. The game doesn't tell you what day it is, so when I'm actually keeping track of the time passing in this playthrough, I'll have to make up my own cycle of what day it is in the game. So then I can be like, oh yeah, I'll make it that this first day, for example, I could make it that this first day in camp is Monday, you know, and then once the time in game ticks over to the next day, it's Tuesday. There might be an easier way for me to keep track of the days as I go through the playthrough also. Yeah, that is true, Harbinger. Yeah, you know. It's like trying to find mods on Nexus mods that improve the graphics in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, but 94% of them are lewd related. Yeah, exactly. I guess that gets some people off. I'd rather a mod in a game that actually makes the game better, or actually, you know, is something funny. So it's now 10 a.m. in game, and in this configuration, Abigail has just stayed at the tree. Now, if I have a look at other characters that I've focused on and their configurations, if we look at, let's see, Jack. So in config 1, this is config 2 because Dutch is at his tent, but Lenny isn't in camp. So I've got Jack Marston at 12:10 p.m. walking past Pearson, who is cooking, and walks past his mother Abigail and goes to the rock that is near Abigail on the right side there of the screen. So if Jack actually walks past, then I know that I've got the right configuration. Yeah, that's okay, Harbinger. I made the decision to still respond to your comment, but change what you had put in terms of, like, you know, the words. But that, you know, the gist is still the same, of course. So I understood what you were saying. There's Strauss doing something in the bushes, probably hanging a leak. Maybe thinking of ways to destroy people's lives by asking them if they want a loan of money and then giving them a short term to pay it back and expect them to pay it back in full. Alright, 10:34 AM. Abigail's still standing there. In config 2, at 12:10 PM, Jack should actually walk past Abigail and go over to that rock. Not actually literally to the rock, I've just used that as a indicator to let me know roughly where the character goes to. He actually goes to the bush and plays on the ground with a stick. And that bush that is near the rock is the one that he goes to. This is the other thing about doing a playthrough like this, is you start to remember off the top of your head where characters are moving to and the spots and stuff that they stop at. But all this information that I'm remembering will go out of my mind, so I won't be able to recall it next stream or a month from now. Buck, buck, buck. Buck, 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 buck. Funny, there's this brand of cooking sauce called Chicken Tonight here in Australia. Maybe it's somewhere else too, or maybe it's just got a different name. But you can get different flavors, like you can get chicken parmigiana, American barbecue, Mexican. You can also get mild butter chicken, honey and mustard, creamy mushroom as well. And the ad would have, or commercial, would have a jingle, a song that plays during it. But the catchphrase was, "I feel like chicken tonight." And that's the name of the brand of the cooking sauce, is Chicken Tonight. It's funny the things that you'll remember, even years after you first or last thought about them. It's so funny, you know, how the memory works sometimes, because I remember that when I was really young, there were people in the neighborhood that I would hang out with. Could I tell you what their names are now? Nope. Can't remember. There was even someone who lived near my grandmother's place, and they'd visit every so often, and I'd play with them, and I can't even remember what their name is now. It's so long ago. (11:11 a.m.) Nice. 11:11. It's very interesting how memory works, because that's one of the reasons I think I like Assassin's Creed. There's other reasons that I was drawn to it, of course, but I do like the idea of memories and how sometimes we might think we remember things accurately, but there might be some details that we add in that are subtle details but our mind swears that that's part of the memory of what actually happened. It might be the name of a place that you did visit, but maybe you visited it a month after a certain event. But when you remember that other event, you think to yourself, "Oh yeah, that's when I went to that place. That's when that happened." I'm in a bear suit. You have co-workers you met yesterday and you don't remember their names already. Going to be awkward next time you see them. You'll be like, "Hey there, guy." I definitely know what that's like. I'm in a bear suit. I also hate it when you remember someone's face, but you don't remember their name. And something that we do in Australia, if you don't remember someone's name, but you remember their face, we tend to fall back on calling them, "Hey mate, how's it going, mate? How's things been, mate?" So very similar to just saying, "Hey there, guy, how's it going?" I have always been better with faces, come to think of it actually. Better at remembering people's faces than actually remembering their names. However, I couldn't draw what they look like or anything. I probably couldn't even describe what they look like. But once I see them again, I know what I've met you before, kind of thing. So in this configuration, Abigail stays in this spot from 9 AM and just sticks here. It's 11:37 AM now. So in this configuration, at 12:10 PM, or roughly thereabouts on either side, Jack should actually pass by Abigail here and go over to that bush where that rock is. There we go. Roughly 12:10. I mean 12:10. By the time he stops, it probably will be 12:10. Yep. So there we go. We well and truly are in the second configuration. Now, with that said, in config 2, Abigail doesn't speak to Sadie. So this process that I'm doing, it should get quicker once we have characters who group together. Because when they group together, it means that I won't have to really worry about remembering when one character goes there. Because I can just basically go, right, okay, at this time all 3 characters go in that spot. And then I can actually mark that down, and then when it comes to focusing on one of those other characters, then I'll know that they go there as well. Balaji02, thank you so much for the follow. So when it came to the character of Lenny at this point in the game, there was actually 4 configurations. So there will be some characters that have more than one different configuration. I don't know about anyone else, but I couldn't stand around for hours on end just standing there in the same spot without really seriously wanting to either sit down or just go somewhere else or do something more exciting. Like, I'm just going to stand here for 10 hours with my drink at this spot and don't move. Given the fact that Arthur has a satchel, and given the fact that Indiana Jones has a satchel, I haven't actually looked up to see if anyone's done a Indiana Jones outfit mod for Arthur. They probably have. I'm sure by now someone has. I mean, we have the lasso, so that covers Indiana Jones using a whip in a way. Even though obviously the animation for the lasso is not the same as an animation would be for a whip, but good substitute, I guess. There just wouldn't be any gameplay mechanic to actually use it as a whip that latches onto things and stays latched on, and then lets you do things like drag it to you and swing on it. Like, if you're clever, you can actually make the lasso go over things like tree stumps and stuff. But if you're going to do a mod to make Indiana Jones in this game, you wouldn't be able to have it so that the lasso latches onto a tree branch and then you swing across it. At least I imagine so. Okay, so it's 1:05 p.m. and Abigail is still standing under this tree. Code and some stew is coming up. 1.5 kilos of green beans, 0.5 of corn, 1 of crushed herb tomatoes, 1 of mushrooms, 1.5 of various pasta, and some garlic and peppers so far. So that's what you have so far. Well, so far, that sounds really delicious. That's awesome, Code. It definitely sounds like it's going to be a really nice stew. Hey there, Mola. Good morning, partner. How's things going, dude? Well, I antagonized Jack, Mola. And it felt so bad doing that in this playthrough. Because we get Jack saying things like, "I hate you, Uncle Arthur. Why are you being so mean to me? Did I do something wrong?" It's just like, oh my god. No, Jack, you didn't do anything wrong. Arthur was the thing, he was doing things wrong. It just felt so weird. So I definitely won't be doing that as part of any playthrough after this playthrough is finished. Molly, you're so mean. I know. It was just, yeah. The funny thing is, the only character that he actually goes near, that if you antagonize him when they're near them, and they actually have a response to Arthur, is actually Abigail. When you actually stand next to John Marston, and you actually antagonize Jack, he doesn't say a word, he just keeps reading his book. I'm like, what are you doing, John Marston, you idiot? Stand up for your son. He's only a child, and you got a grown adult antagonizing him, but you're just sitting there reading your book. Which is why I don't consider any of this canon in my version of Red Dead canon. Anyway, Arthur doesn't antagonize characters like Jack. Kodo, yeah, and 1 kilogram of sliced tiny sausages. Oh, excellent. That's good as well to have added. I just thought of a hot dog. I wouldn't mind having one of those. Haven't had one of those for ages. I don't mind actually having melted cheese in a hot dog either. That can be nice. Okay, so it's 1:43 p.m. in-game, and Abigail has been standing at this tree in this configuration since, well, 9 a.m.
Hello, Arthur.
Hello, Jack. Don't worry, Arthur's not going to be mean to you at the moment. It was funny, Mauler. Jack will actually go around the camp and throw rocks at things. And I actually put Arthur in the line of fire of him when he was throwing rocks. And I actually managed to get a photo mode shot of the rock just passing by Arthur's head. Something with this playthrough that's going to be good for me in future playthroughs is knowing what characters might actually be saying in the distance. Because sometimes you hear a character in the camp saying something, but you can't make out the words. So it'd be good to know, oh yeah, that's what they're talking about, I remember now, you know. Mauler antagonizing him, he should have hit you. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I was expecting, like, Abigail to actually slap Arthur in the face or something, you know, for antagonizing Jack near her. But yeah, nothing like that happened. It would be so funny too if Jack actually kicked Arthur in the shin. That'd be funny. (2:16 p.m.) Daylight. So at a certain point, I'm going to put this playthrough on hold and start a new game. Do what I'm going to then call my annual playthrough instead of this one. And then, once that playthrough is finished, I'll get back to this playthrough where I'm antagonizing everyone. And that way, I'll get the annual playthrough done before the year ends. And then I can keep on going with this throughout the year into next year if it takes that long. But the annual playthrough won't be doing anything like a 100% checklist though. But I have been formulating something that I might do in conjunction with it just being like a playthrough of the game. But it's not going to be something out there or overly complicated like, you know, no death or no damage or stealth challenge or anything like that. Because there are a lot of moments in this game where you have to use stealth. So a stealth challenge would be viable with this type of game, but that's not the type of playthrough that I'd be doing for my annual one. But I do have some ideas already of what I might do, so once I'm actually ready to start that annual playthrough, then I will actually reveal what that is, of course. But for now, until I actually decide if it's what I want to do, just have to wait and see. But yeah, as far as this playthrough is concerned, where I'm getting all the camp dialogue and going through the game twice, because I will be doing that too as well, as part of this current playthrough. Going through the game once with low honor, getting all the low honor dialogue that I can, because I imagine once we get back to camp at a certain point with really low honor, we'll start to get different dialogues. Which just makes me think now too that maybe I need to actually get Arthur's honor down low. That's actually something I didn't think of until now. Maybe I need to go and lower Arthur's honor while we're at this point in the story. I don't know, I'll have to think about it. Because there's just so many variables that could yield results with different dialogue that I haven't heard yet, but you just never know. But so far, I've managed to figure out that there's different configurations of where characters are in the camp, depending on where you've made your save. And within those configurations, those characters can move to different spots at different times. So for example, in one configuration, a character might be standing by the tree for 5 hours. But another character will go and stand next to them. But then that character will actually go somewhere else, like to a rock. But then if you reload that same save, you might get a configuration where the character is standing at the tree still, but the other character never actually goes near them at all. You know, so that would be a different configuration. Hey there, John, welcome. You have Red Dead Redemption 2 for PS4, you need to play it. You wish Rockstar would stop focus on re-release GTA 5 and GTA Online and do more stuff like this. That's awesome that you're yet to play it. I hope that when you get to it that you enjoy it. There's just so much to it as well. So many things to find and discover, so many sort of like stranger missions to do. If you're someone that likes getting collectibles in games, there's a lot of different kinds of collectibles to find as well. And a lot of the collectibles are actually tied into missions as well, so it's not simply a case of collecting the stuff and then it's done and there's nothing else. A lot of the collectibles are actually tied in with a stranger mission. But that's definitely understandable too, to actually want that to happen. They sort of have, you know, really relied heaps on GTA 5 and GTA Online a lot. I think they would have been better off with Red Dead Redemption 2 at the very least of doing a DLC that was either a sequel, which was either a prequel where we actually see Arthur when he was younger and all that type of stuff, when he first joined the gang and all that sort of information, and have that DLC end when they actually go into Blackwater. Or they could have done another Undead Nightmare as well. Like the RDR2 is killed off at this point per Rockstar. I guess I would agree maybe with the online, but then again I don't actually play online. I only play the main game story. So for me, Red Dead 2, as far as the main game goes, isn't killed off. But if you're talking about the multiplayer and that, and online, I could definitely see that being the case with that. John, what a shame. Red Dead Redemption needs a re-release and PC release. Absolutely. It really does. Especially because it's been over 10 years now since it came out. Like, see, after the definitive trilogy will pass, they won't release a DLC for either, and they said no more updates to the game. Yeah. Yeah, the time's definitely passed for them to do any DLC by this point. If we were talking 2019... and they did a DLC for this, then that obviously would be a different story, but we're way beyond them doing that. Yeah, it would have been good to get Red Dead Nightmare again. It doesn't make me dislike this game any that we didn't get it, but it would have been cool to have another Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare DLC. I wouldn't have minded if they actually expanded it so it wasn't just zombies, but it was also vampires as well. Because they're also considered undead creatures. I mean, spoiler alert, but you can already find a lot of horror themed stuff in the main game anyway. But to have a DLC that was focused on that and have it be prominent would have been cool. Alright, so it's almost 4 PM in-game time in this configuration. And Abigail, since 9 AM, has just stood there at that tree. But I was anticipating that some characters would be like this in camp, that they wouldn't move around that much in camp. I mean, in this configuration, Abigail's been standing there for that long. In the other configuration, at 9:15, she went to get some food and drink. Then at 9:20 AM, returned back to the default spot under the tree. Then at 9:50, she went back to the food box. At 10, she spoke to Sadie. At 10:20, she went to the camp near where Tilly and Mary Beth are. Then at 10:45, she went back to get food and drink. 10:50, she went to the campfire. 10:55, she went to her default spot. So in the other configuration, Abigail was going everywhere, all over the place. However, in that configuration, she did stay under the tree from 10:55 AM to 5:45 PM when she went to speak to Tilly. And so yeah, in this configuration, she's just stayed under this tree from 9 AM to it's now 4:12 PM in-game. So there will be characters like this. Obviously, Kieran being tied up to that tree, he's going nowhere anyway. So at the moment, the only section of time that I've actually covered so far is between 9 AM and 6 PM. The reason why 9 AM is the time is because after you finish chapter 1 and the characters get to this location, you can't actually save manually straight away. By the time the game lets you save manually, it's about 9 AM. So that's where I've used the starting point, and then till 6 PM. So far I've only done this process with 4 characters. And that's Dutch, Sadie, Lenny, and Jack. And then I've got to do the 9 AM to 6 PM focus with Susan, Molly, Kieran, Mary Beth, Tilly, Karen, Pearson, John, Hosea, Micah, and Strauss. And then what I have to do is from 6 PM to 12 to midnight, I need to do it all again with all the other characters that I've already done the daytime with as well. So yeah, this playthrough is going to take a long time. This will probably end up being my longest playthrough of Red Dead that I've done. In terms of how many streams it took me in a previous playthrough, if I have a look at my stats that I've kept a record of. So I did what I called a 200% playthrough. So in the game, there's a checklist, and that checklist is 100%. So here, total completion. There's some things that aren't actually in this list yet because we haven't gotten to the point where they unlock. But all these things are part of the 100% checklist. So I did a playthrough where I was doing what I called 200%, which was doing this checklist, but also in this compendium, discovering all 178 animals, but not just discovering them, going in and making sure that for all 178 animals, I had their progress filled to 100% in the entry. So for example, this deer is only 75% done because I've only tracked it, killed one, and skinned one. To actually get 100% for the deer, I also need to study it, which means actually lock onto the animal and then hold down another button until such time as Arthur studies it, and then it will actually be added to the compendium. So I also did that as part of what I called a 200% playthrough. Equipment had to find all 79 of the equipment. Fish had to discover all the 30 species of fish. We can't actually see any because we haven't done any, but they also have their own 100% progression. So I also did that for all 30. Gangs, all of them. 43 different species of plants exist in the game. And so I actually went through and got all of those, but also got each of their entries to 100%, which meant picking them, but also using them in a recipe. At least ones that could be used in recipes. I think all of them can, though. So I did that as well, as part of what I called a 200% playthrough. Horses. There's 19 different horse types in the game. And they also had their own progression meter. So I also got that to 100%. And to get 100% progress for every horse type, you need to at least ride one of the uncommon coats, achieved a maximum bonding level, at least ridden one of the common coats, and then studied the horse. So I did that for all 19 horses in the playthrough that I called my 200% one. Weapons. Now this was a bit different. I don't play online, and there's only 2 weapons that are actually only online unlockable. And so I didn't do those 2 weapons. But I got all 61 weapons that are actually in the main game. So I achieved that. And that was always part of that, also part of this that playthrough I was talking about. And cigarette cards, there's 144 of them. And so for the 200% playthrough, I actually collected all of them. Now the thing about these is that when it comes to the 100% checklist in the game, you don't have to find all 144 to satisfy the requirement in that checklist. All you need to do is, out of any of these categories of cards, you just need to get one set complete. And then when you do, in the 100% checklist, the cigarette card section will be ticked off. But for the 200% playthrough that I did, I collected all 144. But that's not all I did when I did that playthrough. I also went and I hunted for every single animal that's required in order to craft every single piece of clothing item that you can in the game. And I also went around to every shop that sells clothes and every tailor that is in the game and bought every single outfit as well. So that was a big playthrough. So that playthrough took me 64 separate streams to actually get that all done. And because I was only streaming the game at least once a week, that meant that it was over 6 months. playing through that. So that so far is my longest Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough. But this one now, where I'm trying to get as much camp dialogue as possible, it's going to be longer than that, with more sessions. I wouldn't be surprised if I at least get to 100 sessions. But we'll just have to wait and see. Harbinger, why does every modern game have fishing? AC was traumatic enough. The funny thing is, I actually prefer the fishing in this than in AC Valhalla. Because at least in this, you get a better sort of like indication on what type of fish you need for certain things. You know what I mean? Whereas in Valhalla, it's all very convoluted. You need to go into your inventory, and then you need to cycle through what fish you have, you know. Whereas in Red Dead Redemption, you just go to your progress, compendium, then you just go to your fish, and if you want to know what legendary fish you've already caught, it'll tell you. So you already know. Same with any other fish that you've caught. So at least you know whether you've caught it or not. But in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, there's no such list that you can check. But the funny thing is, if I was playing a game that was just fishing, I wouldn't really like it. It's only games that actually have fishing in it that I don't mind. But yeah, Assassin's Creed Valhalla definitely is a game with fishing in it, that the fishing game or mini game as part of it is just not that good. Okay, so it's 5 PM in-game time. Let's see if in the next hour Abigail does anything before moving on, because I'm sure at 6 PM she'll have moved somewhere else. I actually also did a couple of highlight videos for that Red Dead Redemption playthrough I was talking about that I called the 200% one, where I go over everything that I did. While actually showing on screen.
Please don't hurt me.
Alright, so in this configuration, Abigail goes and sits down there in that tent. However, Tilly at this point in this configuration is actually somewhere completely different. So if we have a look, Tilly in the other configuration was speaking with Abigail there. But in this configuration, Abigail's there on her own and Tilly is somewhere else. I don't actually know where she is, but maybe because I'm a certain way away from Arthur, the game won't let me go. Oh, there she is. So there's Tilly. So in this configuration, while Abigail is at her tent, Tilly is actually off there, whereas in the other configuration, Tilly has a conversation with Abigail in this tent at the in-game time of 5:45. Whereas in this configuration, she goes to her tent at about 5:14 PM. And for that whole configuration, from 9 AM and it will become 6 PM, I'm sure she'll just stay here until 6 PM. In that configuration, she just stayed under the tree from 9:05 to 5:14.
Arthur, it is good to see you.
You okay, Mary Beth?
Just great, but I nearly got killed back in town. They caught me robbing from a store and I ran for my life.
I'm sorry. Can this wait till later?
Okay, sure. No problem.
Alright, so at that in-game time, whoops, just need to get my document open again. There we go. Alright, so at about, I think it was, what was it, 5:35. So at 5:35 p.m. Abigail gets some food slash drink, and then
Oh, great.
at 5:37 p.m.
Hi, Arthur.
gets some food, and then returns to her tent.
Mr. Morgan.
At 5:44 p.m. Abigail returns to her tent. Alright. Harbinger, thanks for redeeming the scene reenactment. You really need to increase the price of the rewards or add new expensive ones. Yeah. I don't think...
Hungry, Mr. Morgan? Who is? The people you have.
Can't this wait?
Well, I guess that's that then.
Yeah, Pearson. Go off somewhere else. I'm trying to respond to chat, Pearson. Jeez. I don't think I'll be increasing the price of that one in particular. However, I do want to sort of like add some extra channel points in this, like this year. But there'll also be more community challenges to put points towards as well that I'll be cooking up. Haven't you have almost 290,000 channel points? Holy shit, dude. That is a very large number. Okay, so it's 6 p.m. in-game time, which means that is that configuration sorted. So this is actually where I'm going to end the stream. Before I do, though, I want to redeem that for you, Harbinger. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's doing a stream of Secret of Monkey Island. So I'll get that redemption done, and then I'll give some shout outs, and then we'll raid over. For those who won't be able to join the raid, that's fine. The next stream you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider 2013. I'm doing a no abilities and no upgrade challenge playthrough. So if you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Friday for me. The next stream of this will be next week, and I do Red Dead 2 every Thursday. So let's have a look. I'll get a movie, and then we'll do a scene reenactment in Schwarzenegger's impression. Okay, so I've thought of the movie already, so let's have a look at what scene I want to do from the movie. Okay, so here we go. Who is it? It's me, Snakes. I got the stuff. Leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here. Alright, Johnny, but what about my money? What money? AC said you had some dough for me. That a fact? How much do I owe ya? AC said 10%. Too bad. AC ain't in charge no more. What do you mean? He's upstairs, taking a bath. He'll call you when he gets out. Hey, I tell you what I'm gonna give you, Snakes. I'm gonna give you the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead. Alright, Johnny, I'm sorry, I'm going. 1, 2, 10. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Absolutely, Mauler, from Home Alone, the original from 1990. That's the classic scene where there's a movie that Kevin McAllister watches where that scene plays out, and later on he actually uses that audio to basically make the pizza dude think that there's someone firing off shots. Because in that scene, the dude in the movie that Kevin's watching gets killed. And then later on, it's also used to make the two burglars, Harry and Marv, think that the house is, actually not empty, and that, there's more than just Kevin inside. So there we go. That was that redeem. So thank you so much for redeeming that. I really do appreciate it. So I'm going to go to the main menu. There we go. That's okay, Zereth. Absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank everyone so much for being here to watch this stream. So I'm going to give out some shout outs. So for those who won't be able to come in with the raid, I still wanted to give Crooked a shout out, because if you want to check out his channel at a later time, highly recommend. He's playing through The Secret of Monkey Island, the special edition. He'll probably be finishing that game in this stream, and he's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed, as well as Red Dead Redemption. He's a great streamer. He has some very funny channel points rewards that will activate some sounds, but also some visuals as well. That's quite funny. He'll be starting an annual playthrough of Assassin's Creed also very soon as well. Want to highly recommend people check out Mauler's channel. So Mauler is actually doing a charity campaign in conjunction with another streamer, another good friend, Dr. Ronnie, and they've been doing the game Fall Guys as well, and it's for a great cause against the disease multiple sclerosis, and so he has a great community, and he also is doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, playing through the other games in the series as well as he goes through. He's also a big player of Goose Goose Duck, so if you actually play that game and looking for a streamer to play with when they're live, he also plays with viewers too as well. And he has a really funny raid video that he plays when a raid comes in, showing off some pretty funny gameplay and some certain moments in the game that the timing was just golden for the raid to happen when that happened. He also has some redeems as well that are really cool, that will also play little bits of music and things like that. And I also want to give a shout out, of course, to Dr. Ronnie as well. He's also doing some charity streams in conjunction with Mauler to fight MS. So highly recommend checking out his channel for that as well. He's also a great streamer, has a very good community, and he's very good with chat as well. He's actually a scientist in real life, and he's actually working on cures for things like MS and Parkinson's disease as well. That's his main field, is regenerative medicine. Right now he's doing a playthrough of Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered. He was also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Chronicles as well. So highly recommend checking out Dr. Ronnie as well. And also want to recommend people check out I'm in a Bear Suit. He's playing through all sorts of really cool games like The First Evil Within. Sometimes he'll do speedruns of it. He most recently did a playthrough on the highest difficulty, which is called Akumu, and he actually got through the game with only 9 deaths, and that was quite a good feat to get through that game on that difficulty with that many deaths. I myself can't claim to have 9 deaths in that game on that mode. I had over 1,000, no joke, for my first playthrough of that on Akumu. He's also a big fan of the From Software games as well, and sometimes he'll also do speedruns of Dark Souls as well. Mauler, much love, Rod. Have a great day. You need to teach yourself Excel, so you'll catch Cookie in a bit. Oh, absolutely no worries, Mauler. Well, I hope that it goes well. I hope you have a good time with that. Thank you so much for being here also. I really appreciate it. See you later, Harbinger. I hope you have a good one too. Zereth, MS is what you have, so please go support them. Absolutely, Zereth. You know, hopefully it's one of the things that actually gets kicked, you know, like gets its ass kicked, because that'd be so damn good. Thank you very much, Easy. I definitely will have a great one, and I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream also. I hope that you and Dandon have a good one, and absolutely we'll catch you next time for sure. I gave Mauler a double shout out. I only just realized, but definitely deserved. Want to also recommend people check out Shin the Ninja Penguin. Has been doing some sword art online, Alicization Licorice. Most recently he did a playthrough of Watch Dogs Legion, as well as Far Cry 5 as well. Mr. Gote is doing a playthrough of Need for Speed Heat. He's going to be doing a playthrough soon of Outlast 2, playing on the highest difficulty to get an achievement. And in that difficulty, you can't save and there's no autosave. So if you die, even if it was right at the end of the game, then basically you have to restart from the start. So yeah, highly recommend people check out all those streamers if you haven't before. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles. I'm going to put in our chat a raid message that people can use. And also feel free to add your own as well. Well, cheers, Easy. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much for the kind words as well. And there we go. Thanks again everyone for watching. The next stream of this will be next Thursday. The next stream you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider 2013, doing a no upgrade and no abilities challenge. If you see me streaming that, you know it's become Friday for me. On the weekend, I'll be getting back to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, and then next Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, I'll be doing Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. Really do appreciate the support, and I hope to catch you in the next one. Have a great day or night, whichever the case may be.